count when you're happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, you can count when you're sad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or count when you're frightened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, count when you're mad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! Counting is wonderful. Counting is marvelous. Counting's terrific. And how?
Hello everyone, I'm Captain Logan, and it's time finally for more Counting Kryptofreaks The Revenge. It's been a good long time. I've been dealing with a toddler and twins and so much in my life that it's been difficult to get a 12-hour span to start another season of this, but we're finally back, and we're gonna try to knock these out in not too long. John, we're gonna try not to be years on finishing this show, so we can finally go to some other stuff. Wouldn't that be exciting?
That would be. Cap, I don't know if you know this, but I'm you, just a little more bizarre.
That's why I brought you on the show in the first place. It's been a long game to finally reveal that John is the bizarro version of Captain Logan.
Hell yeah.
Welcome everybody. Thanks so much for being here. We used to do these as full 24-hour streams where we were insane. We would stay up in actual full-blown close to 24 hours watching a whole season. And then I felt like on one of these I was going to have a heart attack and die, so we quit doing it like that. And now we're doing these in 12-hour spurts. And I say 12. This season is only 20 episodes, so if we are not too long-winded in between episodes, we don't have too long of breaks, we actually could be just around dinner time finishing this up, John. Also, sorry for the late start, everybody. I had something come up in the house here that I had to deal with. So, again, this is why it's hard to do these streams. But here we are, and so we'll try not to do too much preamble getting started here. We'll try to get relatively right into it. But we just break down what we do here. If this is your first time or if it's been a little while, we have watched through the first 6 seasons of Smallville together, John and I. John, we're past all the stuff I really cared about talking about. And so now for me, it's kind of all gravy. And I have not, we're into the period now where I kind of quit watching the show religiously when it was on. And very few of these episodes from 7 into 10 have I ever seen more than once or twice.
Okay. So this season is kind of an odd one out because it's right after some of the stuff that I think is interesting, like season 6, but before some of the one-off where it's just a Superman show where I'm interested again in like 8 and 9.
Yeah.
This is just, well, it's there.
Well, this is your least favorite season. In a lot of ways, this feels like the most obligatory season, where it's like, well, I mean, I guess we're still doing this.
Well, and because we should talk about this is the original creator's final season, and I think I've never heard them talk about it, but if they were burnt out, I think it kind of shows in this one.
Yeah, I think so too, and. Yeah, because like not to rehash things we talked about too much and going backwards too much, but like season 4 was real kind of experimental, and we didn't think it was ultimately real successful, but like it felt like they were trying something. And then 5, like with the Stones arc and all of that, and then 5, it felt like they really got a fire under them again, and then 6, and like. If memory serves, we were down on a lot of episodes that season, but like it felt like they were. Oh no, I'm sorry. 5 we really didn't like, and then 6 for the most part, and then 6 it felt like they kind of got excited about it again, and so I just bring that up to say when you're talking about getting burnt out, like I haven't felt the exact burnout between seasons. It's kind of more just trying to figure out how to keep it fresh again, and. They don't always succeed at that, of course, because there's so much, redundant stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't think any of the other seasons really has what I would call burnout.
Yeah.
But this season, and to be fair, this season is the writer's strike season, so it's hard to tell if it's just burnout at this point, which is what I would think, just because they do leave after this, or if it just is those two. We really needed those 2 extra episodes because this season, I think, out of all of them, is the most retconny of the original run first 7 seasons.
Remind me, John, were we, because it's been so long now, I think it's been like 8 or 9 months since the last one of these we did, were we higher on 5 or 6?
I feel like we were higher on 6. I know
Yeah.
I am.
Because I remember going into 5 and thinking it was going to be more fun than it was with the Milton Fine stuff and all of that. And that one I actually went back and rewatched before we did it. And I was a little bit more depressed coming into that one because I thought that was a season I liked more than I did. And like there were things about it at the beginning that felt like they were real excited and they had kind of a fire under them, and then it just kind of petered out. And that Milton Fine stuff was so convoluted and made no sense. But yeah, so like I think we had more fun with 6.
I think we did, just because 6 has, for the show's budget, better fights because you get the Kryptonian spirits or whatever.
Yeah.
And I like the Lex and Lana stuff because it is weird and messed up and twisted. Like Lex finally gets to actually do something that I would say is villainous.
Yeah, where he gets to a more horrific place. And I think maybe what we said before was that like the highs of 5 were maybe in some cases higher than the highs of 6, but 6 overall was just a better experience. Because
that sounds better.
Like I really like Lexmas. Like there's some stuff in 5.
And I like that 100th episode for as convoluted as it is.
Yeah. Well, you know how mixed I was on that. But anyway, so this is going to be the first time that one of these will watch more like just a full-on watch party for me, or more like a blind commentary. Because I've seen, there might be 1 or 2 of these I've never seen, actually. But like most of this I've sat through. But I mean, it's been years and years. And I did not prep for this one. I've decided to let these be, the rest of these be more full-on reaction streams for me. Because like I said, when I went back to 5, I feel like we would have, at least on my end, I feel like I would have been more fun to be around if I hadn't just watched it. So this one, I'm gonna play more as I forgot about this one.
I'm gonna have some of that because I did rewatch the rest of the show. I think between 5 and 6, we did 5 and 6, but that has been a while.
But I mean, it's been like a year.
Yeah, and this season is the one. Like, I watched random episodes of this on DVD, because I think I've talked about this before, but I catch up on this show, the first 7 seasons, on DVD back in the day.
Yeah.
And then I start watching week to week around season 8.
Yep.
So I watched some of these on DVD, but I honestly, with this season, there was, like, specific episodes that I would watch, and, like, the Supergirl stuff. But I do remember when I went back and rewatched it, I was like, oh, this Supergirl is terrible. So we'll see.
Which is sad, because I really like Laura Vandervoort.
Yeah, star of the hit film Jigsaw.
Well, anyway, let's go ahead and get into this. This show is still streaming on Hulu and Disney Plus. That whole thing is so awkward because they seem closer and closer to merging. So if you watch it on Hulu, but you don't pay for ad-free, because ad-free on Hulu is like $19 now. It's preposterous. You'd have to deal with commercials. But I think it's on Disney Plus without commercials, even though if you have a combined account, all the Hulu stuff comes up on Disney Plus, so it's very confusing as to which service you're even using when you watch some of these shows.
Disney, just get rid of Hulu,
yeah,
and give us like the Canadian version where it's just all one service.
Yeah, because they full on combined it there, and they keep talking about like they're gonna do it here, and it hasn't happened yet. But anyway,
there is something really funny though about getting to watch a Superman show on Disney Plus.
I know, it's hilarious. You never could have predicted that. Up is down, black is white. We got dogs and cats living together. That
just shows the state of Max. Their big Superman show isn't on the WB streaming platform.
We have got a somewhat modified super chat menu for today. For if you put in a $2 super chat, I will read an excerpt from the season 7 guide, because I've got these textbooks, John, that I've not looked at enough, and this is the last one we're even going to get to do this with. So I want to try to read it a little bit more often, because they didn't make these for 8, 9, and 10. And I have these for all the other seasons, but I didn't do a ton with them through the show. Occasionally, I would reference something in this, but I didn't go to it a lot. So if you put in a $2 super chat, we'll go to whatever episode we're watching, and I'll read some tidbits about that episode. For the $5 super chat, as always, classically, we'll either spin the wheel of weird, or you can just make us do the Clark thing. That's where every time Clark is on screen, we yell Clark. It's our favorite thing to do here. Make us do it. You won't have to twist our arms. And for the $10 tier, this time we're going to make you an honorary Season 7 Kryptofreak. So I've slashed the board of the honorary Kryptofreaks, and for 7, 8, 9, and 10, we're going to do Kryptofreaks for these particular streams, and we will make up a superpower for you and the element that your that Kryptonite mixes with to give you that power, and your name will be on the board for the remainder of the stream. And that's how we're gonna do it this time. Let me pull up. Sorry, I'm rusty. It's been a while since we've done this, John. Here is the current count. This is just absolutely ironclad. We've been so careful to be totally meticulous and extremely reliable on the count. So you can be sure that all of these are exactly the number that really happens in the show. No, you can't at all.
Aaron is going to be putting all of these in his book.
And then you know what Robert will do? He'll write his book, and then he'll have our count next to his count and show you just how completely inaccurate we were. That's what. Well, yeah,
because he told me the other day, between streams, he goes back and watches and writes down everyone to verify if we're off count or not.
Yeah, somebody pays him for that. Crazy. I don't know who that is, but anyway, so here is the count as it stands right now, as we've just noticed things while we're rambling. We, according to us, take this with a grain of salt. There are, up until the last episode of season 6, John, how are we still doing this show? We have 60 Kryptofreaks, 53 instances of Clark on green kryptonite, 27 car crashes, 61 instances of bullet time, 32 rude super speed exits, that feels low, 30 convenient unconsciousnesses, 68 instances of people walking away angry from each other. That also seems low. We should probably double that. 25 bad guy deaths, 36 instances of love triangle face, my personal favorite. 53 times Clark and Lana are arguing or macking on each other in the loft. 47 times parents or friends get kidnapped or almost killed. Really take that one with a grain of salt. We argue about what counts with that every single show. 20 times Lex has been knocked out or shot. 13 instances of amnesia. 58 times we see the wall of weird. That won't change now, probably. Maybe one more time somewhere. 108 blatant DC or Superman references. That's a pretty good number, John. I think we've done okay catching those. 93 people getting thrown, and 47 times characters were not themselves. Get ready for at least 2 more of those this season, I am sure.
Well, and the Clark and Lana in the loft will probably double this season.
There's so much of it.
Because this is the big payoff to 6 years of will they, won't they?
Yeah. It's such a satisfying payoff too. It's very satisfying.
Yeah.
And sadly,
and we're gonna have to change that next season because she won't be in the show.
That's right. And sadly, and we might think of a couple of new categories for things that happen more often in the kind of Superman era of the show.
Yeah. Can we count every time they say the red, blue blur?
Sure. It is sad that this is going to be the last season, and we'll have obviously 2 shows because we're splitting this up. We'll try to come back and do this next Saturday too. But sadly, this will be the last season that we regularly have Rosenbaum, which of course is my main interest in for this show. So let's enjoy him while we still have him here, John, and Lionel as well. Sorry, what?
I am really excited to watch season 8 with you just because you're such a big Death of Superman guy. And, well, they tried, I think.
Get ready for a figurative death. It's real thought provoking. Okay, let's do it. Let's get into this. DVDs, Blu-rays, however you're gonna watch it. Timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. John, just real briefly, do you want to attempt to recap the cliffhanger? I always make you do that, and I almost forgot.
Okay,
Can he
so
do
I
it?
can do that.
Can he remember? It's been 8 months.
Okay, so Lana finds out that Lex faked the whole pregnancy, which is the reason they got married.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
He goes to convince her to stay, and then her car explodes. So you think she's dead, even though if you've seen any of this show, you should not believe for a second that she's dead.
No, they faked this out with like every character.
Yeah.
Chloe, Lex.
No, okay.
Like,
I was gonna say, not only that, it's worse than that. It is the exact same scenario that they did for Chloe in season 3, where her safe house explodes.
Oh yeah, it is. I forgot about that. This is gonna be weird. I'm gonna try to be not too self-conscious about how much I don't know about this show from now on. I don't know why I'm like that, because it's like, God, Cap, how dare you not be an expert in latter seasons of Smallville?
I don't remember where Clark is at the end of season 6. Lionel, I believe, is knocked unconscious.
Well, I mean, he's been replaced by Bizarro.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I thought that was the end of this season. You're right. No, the end of this season is the Fortress.
Yeah.
Clark goes to the
Fortress
comes
facility. Down on them, and that's how Lex dies.
Yes. Sorry. I combined the two finales somehow in my head.
No, that's so easy to do. I used to do that with 3 and 4 constantly, or 2 and 3.
So Lana fakes her death. Clark goes to the research facility to find the last Phantom, which somehow turns into Bizarro.
Yeah, somehow. His whole race does that. They all
Bizarro
do that.
flies off.
They just turn into other people. Like opposites of it. That's what they do. Crystalline faced other people.
But only that specific Phantom. Lionel is injured, I believe, in the course of the battle. Chloe is dead. After Lois is stabbed, and then you get her crypto power where she like cries or something and heals Lois, but it knocks her out.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. She got that horsepower.
Well, okay, so
or not the horsepower.
You
remember the kid that could heal people and he healed the horse? She got that.
Oh yeah. Well, I was just thinking, because if I remember correctly, they do it's the tears that do it, and I can't not think of the first Pokemon movie when I see that.
Yeah.
Because Ash turns to stone in that, and Pikachu cries, and it's what heals him. Just
feels like an anime choice in general.
Yeah, which is fine in an anime. It doesn't work in live action. That's everything that... Oh, and then we get the terrible shot of Bizarro flying off, and his face crackles in terrible CGI.
Yeah, it's awesome. Well, thanks for setting the stage for us again. You remembered a lot more of that than I thought you would. What's funny is the only thing I remembered is like the big thing everyone remembers that you didn't remember.
So, yeah. I remember because as a kid, I really liked the season 6 finale / this episode, just because it was, compared to a lot of the other seasons of the show, more action packed. Like we finally got a enemy that was on Clark's level for him to fight, and it was more than just him tricking him like Zod.
Okay, we've got to get started. I said not a lengthy preamble. Somehow we've already been here 20 minutes. I don't know how that works. Anyway, we're an hour late, guys. Apologies. So we're gonna watch the first 10 episodes. Like John said, this is the writer's strike season, and Smallville miraculously got really close to its season order, while everything else I was watching then got slashed or canceled or temporarily shut down. We'll have to talk about all that, because that's the main thing I remember from this period. Because I was actually this was the first year I was reviewing stuff on a blog, actually, John.
Oh,
and I wasn't watching this regularly, but I was watching some other stuff. Anyway, so I'll talk about all that.
I was reviewing things, not this,
Not
but
this.
things.
All right, it's time for Bizarro.
Time Force.
Season 7. I think more people will show up to that stream. Okay, here we go. Everybody get ready to press play. We're finally going to do it. Oh my god, here we go. Everybody please press play right now. Clark?
Hayden wants to know if either of us watched the season 4 of The Flash. I was out by season 3.
I can't remember if I was still... No, I don't think I was still watching at that point.
And then The Adventures of Purple Boy wants to know if you've watched Talkville, and I know you have.
Yeah,
it's
been a while. I kind of fell off of that, and I think I stopped watching that somewhere toward the beginning or middle of 5, and they're well into 6 or done with 6 by now. They might actually be caught up with us or real close to caught up with us by now. I'm not even sure. I haven't been regularly listening to it.
I made the mistake of binging it, and Rosenbaum kind of just says the same thing every episode after a while.
And he doesn't remember a lot.
Yep, there's the magic tears.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
He said the thing.
You guys gotta have that.
What? Okay, so I think Bizarro is actually a good idea for this show because you could do a fight scene that doesn't cost a stupid amount of money, but still looks okay for this show's budget.
His face just turned into a jigsaw puzzle.
It did. And we have Jigsaw star Laura Vandervoot in this season. It's all connected.
It's all connected.
And if you don't know, that is Saw 8.
Wow. I didn't know she was in that.
I didn't either until I watched it.
I have met her. She is a lovely person. I met her when she was
interviews.
I met her when she was in the V reboot.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I don't think I've seen any of V.
Yeah,
I know Robert Englund is in one of them.
I've seen the original miniseries, which I like quite a bit.
That looks terrible.
Yeah, that's rough. So, what's ironic and kind of sad about these latter seasons, maybe 7 doesn't have this quite as much as 8, 9, and 10, but increasingly, as we get to more classic Superman stuff and we're trying to adapt from comics more finally, and you need a bigger budget, they get less of one.
Yeah, for me...
The more resources they need, the less they have.
For me, in 8, 9, and 10, it's most noticeable in 10 when they decide for some reason to try Darkseid on a TV budget in 2010.
But I have it with all the costume superhero stuff, where I'm like, if they had the resources and the public interest that they had in like season 2 or 3, that stuff would all potentially look a little better.
That's fair. Maybe I am a little easier on it just because it's like, early 2010s, late 2000s.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of what we did.
No, that's true, and it still would have looked cheap in TV, but I'm telling you, it starts to look almost B-movie by season 8 to me.
So one where I will agree with you is the Blue Beetle suit. While it does look off the page in terms of design,
yeah,
it also is really bulky and awkward.
But, like, do you think if it had been... And obviously the CG would have looked terrible, but do you think they might have put a little bit more money into something like the Doomsday fight if it had happened in season 2 or 3, as opposed to 8, where it's 35 seconds long? Like...
Yeah. Definitely.
So we're just going to keep saying, God, this looks rough. That's bullet time.
It is.
I feel like I'll be able to concentrate more on the count because I don't actually totally know what's coming.
Let's see. The Adventures of Purple Boy again asks, what is your take on Talkville? Michael hates it and Tom loves it. However, on Talkville, Welling has often remarked that their ideology of filmmaking suspense over storytelling, which explains a lot. I think it's an interesting podcast. The problem is it doesn't binge well because
yeah,
I feel like already where they're at, Rosenbaum has kind of checked out.
Well, I feel
At
like
least
he
where I
checks
left
out
off.
relatively early, and he's trying real hard to care. But every other episode, it's just, well, this isn't the show I want, and I'm trying to stay invested, but like I'm really not. And then when they'll do a big event thing, he'll go, "Why can't the whole show be this?"
This is, yeah.
I'm
really
very curious
funny.
to see what he's going to be like when he's not in the show anymore. Like,
That's what I'm waiting
will
for.
they even continue it? Like, will Rosenbaum not renew his own contract for season 8 with Talkville, just like he did with Smallville? Where he's like, or will they get 3 episodes in and he's like, you know what? No, I'm done. Because I predict the superhero stuff is just gonna bore him to tears. Because he's at least got more of the like horror tropes to enjoy with the early seasons, because he's such a horror guy, and you can tell that some of that's like whenever it gets kind of disturbing and rough and violent in the early seasons, he perks up a little bit.
Robo Brando says 8, 9, and 10 also suffer from a move to early digital photography.
I agree.
Glenn Winters does his best to preserve the look of the show, but it appears way less cinematic than when they shot on film.
Well, and then
you can definitely tell that in some episodes.
And by 8, it's got totally different showrunners, and so in certain ways, it just doesn't even feel like the same show. And it doesn't help that we've moved Smallville out of Smallville already.
Yeah. So this is an idea I like, that when he's...
Look, he found Nora Freeze!
When he's down there under the lake, he stumbles upon Supergirl, and I think we're seeing this, like, we're just supposed to be seeing what he's seeing, where it kind of looks like she's like a saving angel come to rescue him.
Yeah.
Because this Lex is canonically delusional.
Yeah, that's true. With the island stuff and all that, and Lexmas, and... Oh, Phil Morris is in this episode. I didn't remember that we had Martian Manhunter already this season. Because he's only appeared a couple of times so far, right?
Yes. His big appearance is the Insane Asylum episode that I hate.
I want to say welcome to Adventures of Purple Boy, and thanks for all the interaction in the comments, because that's a name I don't recognize.
Nicholas Bodo asks, what made the original showrunners leave? Was it the writer's strike? I don't think so, because they left after. I think they were just done. They just didn't want to do it anymore.
Well, and
the thing you guys got to remember is that, they had to fight the studio constantly on this show.
Yeah, and it only kept going because it was so successful in the first place, and so they never intended for this to be longer than a 5-season show.
I'd be really curious to see what this looked like if they just got to do their vision.
Yep, me too. Because then if it was terrible, we'd know once and for all if Goff and Miller are indeed hacks, because it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, and personally, even though it's not what I want from an Addams Family thing, I liked that first season of Wednesday.
I did too, but I thought Beetlejuice was dreadful until the third act.
Beetlejuice's problem is that there's no plot. It's just a series of events for an hour, 90 minutes.
And it's got too much Smallville in it.
Yeah.
I got halfway through that and I went, I never want to watch this show again. Oh crap, I have to do 4 more seasons of it.
So Cap, because you've restarted, this whole counting Kryptofreaks thing a few times.
Yeah.
How does it feel to finally get to season 7?
I don't know. It's a little bittersweet because it's nice that we're finally in the back half. It is as deep as we are, and it'll be fun to talk about things I've never talked about. But we're past everything I was real passionate about when I was into the show.
So, do you remember where the Lionel Luthor stuff is going here?
Not really. I know he's back to kind of full on evil, and I know he's gonna get dropped out of building by Lax, but I don't remember what his villain plot is.
No, I mean with him just being dragged off there.
Oh no, I don't.
Okay, so it's going to be revealed that Lana is the one that had him kidnapped. So Lana fakes her death and then somehow knows that he is hurt and unconscious at the dam and has somebody that can drag him off.
Oh my god. What a mess.
No, Lionel, this...
Okay, we should have been counting those the whole time. Like, really unbelievable lies Clark tells to cover his powers. He's like, the ceiling caved in. Like, she was basically clearly witness to a power he has. Like, it's not tornado level, but...
Does the Chloe thing count as a friend in mortal peril or whatever? Or does that not count because it was last season?
Yeah, I'd say that's last season.
This is the Smallville tradition of we have to wrap up everything that we set up in the finale.
Yeah. We can't be gradual and let the cliffhanger set up the next season. We've got to and that's typical like 90s two-part storytelling and cliffhanger storytelling, to be fair. And this show was allowed to be more serialized than a lot of stuff in the late 90s, but like at this point, like well into the late 2000s, come on now. Like
although I am going to complain when we get later on. I don't know if it's in the first half or the back half. I can't remember now.
Why is it still this episodic?
There's going to be that arc where Bizarro replaces Clark.
Oh, yeah.
I think the tell is supposed to be that he's wearing the blue jacket and the red shirt. But that's just how Clark dressed in the first few seasons. That's not a tell.
That's a really good point. They made Supergirl look like a Greek goddess there.
Yeah.
And look, it's Lex getting closer and closer
saving
to the
angel
secret.
for Lex.
And
that feels like a comic booky thing, right? Where he's saved by this Kryptonian and kind of thinks of it as a saving angel because he's half dead.
Yeah, and I think with this version of the character specifically, they're probably trying to do kind of a parallel with his like angel, like ghost mother thing.
Mm-hmm.
With Lexmas, like we've already done kind of like guiding female angels with him before.
Well, and like I said, this Lex is canonically delusional because this is also going to be the season where he hallucinates throwing his 8-year-old self into the fireplace.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
To signify the death of his good side.
But I was gonna say, sorry, Kara is a warrior angel, if you will.
Yeah. I'm shocked that never got a comic book or something.
Warrior Angel? Yeah.
So I am glad, though, by this point we've settled on the blue shirt with the red jacket, because I do like, that is what I think of with this Clark Kent.
Sure. No, that's so funny what you said, though, about that being a tell. It's like, that's just the color scheme he wears. What are you doing?
That's what he wears the first few seasons. For all I know, you just changed your mind again. That's not a tell that this is Bizarro.
So am I remembering this right, that they're once again jerking us around with the relationship because Lana is gonna be like dating the Bizarro version and thinking it's Clark? Am I remembering that right?
Yeah,
and like they pull the relationship
Bizarro
back
kind of
together.
sets himself up to be the perfect boyfriend for her.
Yeah, God. Of course that's what they did with Bizarro.
Let's
just throw away everything that's potentially fun about that idea. And to add insult to injury, that's one of the big things, and there are many, that Superman and Lois has now said, hey, Smallville, hold my beer. Because their Bizarro stuff is really interesting and cool.
It's so good.
There's things
Tyler
I don't
Hoffman,
like about
when
it.
he has to give some of those speeches, is so good.
There's some stuff I don't like about it, but they're really creative about it. And they've got like an actual square Bizarro planet, and when you go there, all of the like glasses and things there are shaped that way, and it's got its own like feel and color palette, and they're really thoughtful about it. It's been a little while since I've seen that, but I remember loving it.
No, because that's the season that we get him screaming at Lois that he's a superhero, and it's a great scene.
I really want to cover some of that.
We're gonna do the whole thing where they're finally together after 7 years, but for some reason, despite her knowing since midway through season 6 that he's superpowered, she still feels like he's distant and kind of judgmental. And then Bizarro takes over, and she almost prefers dating him, but she won't admit it. Yeah, that's gonna be great.
Because I know I'm a broken record, but because that's what everybody was tuning into TV shows for, is to be jerked around with relationships and never actually see them come to fruition. It's like they think that that's what the audience wants.
I think that's what somebody at Warner Brothers wanted.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Although
it's so
I do have kind of a
we're
read that at some point, either between season 6 or season 7, they have decided that because Lois is now in the show, Lana has to be the girl he wants that is not right for him. They just don't know how to get her there, so they gotta throw her under the bus a little bit. Yeah, see, he is wearing blue and red. I know this is Bizarro because he's acting weird, not because he's wearing the opposite colors of Clark.
Well, everybody's stupid in the show.
Oh, look at the look! They're not the look on Welling's face.
Yeah, because she has tight, skinny jeans on. This show, and then of course we're gonna have to deal with Veritas and all of that.
Oh,
I can't wait.
So
get ready for retconning. Get ready for buckets and buckets of retconning, and we'll have even a lot more of that in 8 when we get to the new revised version of Jarell and all of that. But we're already doing that here with the one big thing I remember being really annoyed about is they act like Lionel and Virgil Swan were both in this cabal of people waiting for a space traveler, and when you have the episode where you have him in the same room with Christopher Reeve, it's just obvious they've never met before. Like, I'm sorry, I do not believe that these two men have ever been in the same room together.
Yeah, and this is the big season where I don't think that they intend for him to be bad now, but they dredge up a lot of the old moral ambiguity from like the earlier seasons.
With who? With Lionel?
With Lionel.
Yeah.
And it's just like, at this point, why? Just let him be Clark's mentor.
Well, the problem is they had that light switch episode where he goes, "Yes, I'm bad again now." I guess we talked all this through last time.
No, that's what it is. Because Clark is going to find out what Lionel did, because of course he is.
Yeah.
And that's why he doesn't help Lionel, and Lex ends up being able to kill him. Honestly, I can't blame Clark in that situation. I'd also tell him to go to hell.
Yeah, remind me what
Captain
the whole...
Logan, do you realize that between seasons 1 and 3, Clark is involved in 5 love triangles simultaneously, asks Purple Boy. That sounds about right.
Simultaneously?
I'm assuming that he means over the course of
consecutively. I don't think he's ever involved in 5 love triangles at the exact same time.
Can we? I need these writers to try that 5 love triangles at the same time.
Dude, the world will implode under the weight of that much love triangle face. Okay, like it cannot handle it. John, would you please remind me what the convoluted nonsense was in the previous season that broke our brains? I remember us just exploding on camera about Lionel and his evil plot that seemed like it was to kill Clark, but then he was actually trying to help Clark. I don't remember what all that was about.
Okay,
now.
so because Lana is having second thoughts about marrying Lex. Lionel realizes this and says, if you don't marry Lex,
I will kill Clark Kent.
I will kill Clark Kent because I know his weakness. Lana doesn't question this or go to Clark and say, hey, Lionel is telling me these things. Is this true? She just goes through with the wedding. Lionel is going to reveal in this season.
And she knows his secret by that point, right?
Lana?
Yeah. Does she?
Yes.
Does she know the secret by that point?
Because that's the big episode with the perspective switch, where she sets it up for him to have to rescue Chloe, and she sees him use.
Because she's got like the bent crowbar or whatever it was. I can't remember what was the artifact that she had that was like, oh, Clark's got super strength. He bent this thing.
No, so it's better. So this actually makes sense. Lex stabs Clark with a farm tool.
Oh, that's right.
On the last Red Kryptonite episode, and thinks it went through because Martha just happened to be standing nearby with kryptonite, so Clark went down. Lana notices that it didn't actually work. Instead, where he was stabbed, it bent the tool. So she has the tool, and we get a few episodes of her looking at it curiously. And then we have the big wedding episode where she traps Chloe in the freezer to get Clark to come and rescue her. So she gets to see Clark use his powers.
That's right.
And that's when she decides to leave Lex. But then Lionel is like, I will kill Clark Kent. And I'm just saying it in the full because that's fun. It's funny. I will kill Clark Kent if you don't marry Lex. And then in this season, we are going to find out.
Lillian.
And then in this season, we are going to find out that he did this because he wanted Lana to spy on Lex for him, as if she would listen to him when he blackmailed her.
As if that's just the only way he knows how to accomplish anything.
Well, that's consistent.
Even if, yeah, but like, to be that convoluted about it, where it's like, look, all I know how to do is master manipulate, okay? Like, my heart's in the right place, I have a really good reason for doing it, but all I know how to do to make something happen that I want is pieces around our chessboard. I'm not just going to walk up to a person and say, hey, everything is about to go to crap, can you help me? Like, no, I'm not going to do that. John, I'm so surprised that this marriage didn't work out.
Yeah, it's almost like it was just they needed an idea for a season. So Purple Boy has followed up on his love triangle with Lana, Clark, Chloe, Clark, Pete. Who?
Yeah, but not
Whitney.
That's not exactly. Hold on, though. I'm gonna stop you there. That's not exactly a love triangle. That is unrequited love on Pete's part, and he was never jealous at Clark about it because Chloe and Clark never really had a relationship. I can't call that a love triangle.
Yeah, is it? Because really, it's kind of just unrequited love between Chloe and Pete. Like.
That's what I'm saying.
Chloe has feelings for Clark, but he is oblivious.
And Clark's not really into her until he thinks about it. Till he thinks about it for a minute because the girl he's after isn't really into him, and he's like, well, I guess she's kind of cute. Like maybe we can do that. I'll take her to the dance, and then he's got to go save the girl he really cares about from a tornado, and then we have to watch Chloe be all sad about it for a season. And
I maintain I think the show would have been better if they had just said, hey, Chloe is Lois, they get together.
I know, me
too.
No
love triangle for 6 seasons.
And I submit Chloe would have stayed as likable as she was early on if they had done that. And once they allow her to be the confidant, she's back to kind of likable again. We've talked about that, but like, and then
she's one of my favorite side characters in the show. Once you get to that point,
I was gonna say when you get to, it takes them too long to really find a place for her that's not just, like researcher figure out who the Kryptofreak is, but once she is doing the Watchtower thing, I think she really falls into a like first with just the confidant with Clark and then the Watchtower thing, she's got a real good role.
Well,
and they never found that for Lana. Like, if only they could have done something like that for Lana, but they never figured that out. It was always just the will they won't they thing.
And then Arrow came along and just ripped this character off entirely.
Well, it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. Arrow came along, ripped her off, made Felicity likable enough in the first season, and then infused her with like a blood transfusion of Lana Lang from the show and made a Lana Chloe clone named Felicity Smoke. That was the mistake.
I couldn't believe it when I started watching Arrow, and I like those first 2 seasons a lot. I haven't went back to them because I like them and I don't want to ruin that.
Yeah.
But
I'll make
when
you do
Felicity
that
showed up, I was like, "This is just Chloe. What are we doing?"
Before I hit him. His face looked like a CG mess. Chloe.
This is also a sad season. This will be the last season that we can make the Pete Ross joke.
In one of the worst episodes of the season, may I add.
One of the worst episodes of the show.
How do you bring Pete back and you just make him a throwaway Kryptofreak when the show is real past Kryptofreaks? Like, they couldn't think of anything else to do with him. And to add insult to injury, like, Sam Jones should have refused to even come back when it was just going to be a commercial for gum. Like, really, that's the only reason I'm going to be here is just to sell a product? Like, that's terrible. Could they have less respect for that actor? I can't even remember who he is. That's how much the show has no respect for him. Yay, Phil Morris. So Phil Morris is one of my favorite actors. And maybe I should say more just one of my favorite people that happens to be an actor. I have met Phil Morris twice and had oddly lengthy conversations with. He's just such a cool guy. And he's a giant comic book collector. And so he and I had a lot in common. When I met him, he told me he owned like 40,000 comics. He's just a crazy comic collector.
By default, he's still, I think, the best Martian Manhunter in live action.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of competition there, but
well, you know, we've had 3 of them.
Well, you know what? No, that's not fair, because I like the one in Supergirl a lot. They're probably on par.
I like the one in Supergirl, at least from what I've seen. I just assume they ruined him like they ruined everyone else in that show.
I don't think they ever full-on ruined him. I mean, that show just got bad real fast, but... No, for a second, it's been so long, for a second, I couldn't even remember that he was supposed to be Martian Manhunter. Oh, no, that's right. He's, like, pretending to be Hank Henshaw, and then we find out that he's Martian Manhunter. Because that's the CW thing to do with Superman shows. Like, Superman and Lois also does it, where there's always got to be that character, that comic character that turns out to be another comic character. And Superman and Lois, like the Martian Manhunter reveal is amazing in Supergirl. You never saw that coming. It's really, really good. And then Superman and Lois, spoilers for that, but it does the same thing with the alternate universe Lex Luthor, who turns out to be, what's his name? Steel.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that you say that that's a CW thing, because that's the first season of Supergirl, which was CBS.
Yeah, that's true. It's not even on CW at that point.
And I don't know if it's a comic character, but even the Snyder Cut does that because he's pretending to be that military general.
You know, also they got to pitch his voice down a third.
Yeah.
Because he's the evil Clark, so he's got to talk like this. He's got to sound like me and Spawnier.
I will say
that
this
is
Bizarro
the cheapest looking piping. Did you see that? It was like that piping was made out of like cardboard. Oh, convenient
While this Bizarro
unconsciousness.
is dumb,
That's
it
very
is fun seeing.
That's very convenient. I have to count it.
Yes, that is true. It is fun seeing Welling have fun and getting to play the bad guy.
Okay, so John, I decided to stop using the soundboard because I couldn't find it. I don't know if that website is just gone now or what. But so now I'm just gonna whenever we count something, I forgot to do it earlier, but I'll just go to the gong now. So there we go. We got some convenient unconsciousness. I'm gonging it.
So this is Power Rangers logic. Bizarro just absorbed like a room full of kryptonite, and Clark is gonna beat him in like 3 moves anyway.
Why do you think you deserve Clark's life? Just because you're there and taking it? I don't. Like, what is
bullet
that?
Time.
More bullet time.
Joe Breeze? I don't know how you pronounce that. Any thoughts on the top 10 worst best episodes? The Pete Mr. Fantastic Gum Up is definitely one of the worst, but at least it's laughably absurd. The Ageless Clark Lana Parents episode is just agony. The Ageless Clark Lana. The kid that, like, ages quickly? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that. Ageless Clark Lana Parents episode. I mean, there's a lot of Kryptofreaks and characters with superpowers that get old real quick or get or are old and turn young. We do a lot with mortality stuff in this show.
The only thing I can think of is the one with that kid that is rapidly aging and like shooting out energy.
So do we call this a blatant DC reference that the sun is healing him, or have we done enough sun stuff that it's just kind of already in the canon, like we know that? Because they make such a big deal out of it. Look, the sun is healing him. Look, Superman fans, the sun heals him. We're doing our jobs.
I'm conflicted because it is a reference, but at the same time, like, that's just Superman, you know? Like, you can't avoid that.
I'm gonna call it a reference so I can make a gong sound again.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, he's talking about that one.
No, I'm gonna count it because they make too big of a deal out of it, so I feel like I have to count it.
That's fair. It's the Discount Ryan where they find that kid in the field and he's rapidly aging, and the end of the episode is them up on the tower, and he's gonna explode.
Oh yeah, that's pretty bad. So's this, by the way. Yikes.
That episode's fun.
Okay, so wait, is he just full on
this
flying?
This was really exciting back in, what, 2007, 2008?
Oh, wait, no, he's still there. Okay, sorry, for a second I thought they had Clark, like, flying after him? I guess I did not understand what was going on in the sky there. Okay.
He was just watching, like, well, I hope he's gone. I don't know.
He's like, I'm pretty sure this will all work out because, like, it's a Wednesday and we're, 40 minutes into the episode, so...
Okay, that's a DC reference.
Dam. Reeves Dam. That's why you watch it with subtitles, folks.
Yep.
See, we are so... I mean, this goes without saying, but we are so hip deep in the formula with these cliffhangers at this point, John, that it's just kind of obligatory that you're going to introduce a major Superman bad guy, and he's going to walk around and mess with Clark's friends and family for a while, and then you get to the end, and they have, like, a 10-second fight, and he's taken out pretty easily. And by the end of it, you'll get 3 or 4 episodes down, and you'll kind of forget that he was ever even there. I mean, I know he'll come. This one will come back. So I guess there's at least that. But it does kind of feel like Lex Zod again. And that was just the previous season.
I like this where he's like, I went there to kill him. And in that moment, I think I understood Lex maybe more than I ever have.
Well, and I think I like that line. Like hate is so clean. I mean, I do get really sick of these characters just talking about emotional platitudes, but this one's coming from more of a place like. But anyway,
the love of his life is dead.
Thanks for reminding me what's happening in this episode.
No, they're talking about Lana because they think she's dead because nobody in the show learns from the past.
Yeah, he's kind of cherry picking the things he understands about the formula. Like he's pretty sure that that Bizarro is done because it's it was over a cliffhanger and he's at the end of the episode, but the show needs him to think Lana's dead, so he actually thinks that.
Yeah.
But I was just going to say, I also think it's important to note that it's not too long after the episode where Clark and Lex were like trapped together and had to try to talk their differences out.
Yeah.
Which is a really good episode.
So this is dumb, but it's fun. It's fine because I like this Lois.
What were the rest of those love triangles he brought up?
Where did I leave off?
I feel like I'm being dismissive
Clark,
where I'm like,
Pete.
one of them I didn't buy, and then we just didn't talk about the rest of them.
Whitney, Clark and Lana, Lex, Clark and Lana, Chloe, Justin, Clark, Lana, Clark, Resend, Ackles. Oh, Jason.
So, but that's over like
even
5
in
seasons.
1 through 3.
I thought you said 1 to 3. Yeah, he's getting into
That's
later
what he
seasons
said
at
last
that
time.
point. And those are not all simultaneous, right?
No, because I mean, really, the only love triangle that he's stuck in is, yeah, because like Whitney, Clark, and Lana is just season 1.
Yep.
The Lex, Clark, and Chloe or Lana stuff isn't until season 6.
Well, and you can make the argument that it's sort of there earlier because we've talked a lot about how you can tell that Lex is developing feelings for her earlier. It's not exactly a love triangle. Like, even when there's a bit of a spark there, whether, as icky as that might seem, he's still actively trying to help Clark, make that relationship happen. He does not get in the way of that. I mean, more than that. Like, he does all kinds of stuff to try to help Clark get with her. So that's not a triangle at that point. So is this intentional? Well, never mind, because I guess that's later. I was gonna say, is this intentional setup for the figurative death of Clark Kent that we get later? But they can't know that they're going to that.
Well, no, because that's a completely different creative team at that point.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's just interesting that that's only the next season because you can see him kind of getting toward that, where he's like, I've gotten weak, maybe I need to just throw away my personal life. And
yeah,
it's close to that idea already.
I like that. What I liked about that is what motivates it is just like this, where it's the death of somebody that he cared about. In that case, it's Jimmy.
Oh, look, we got a song with the word "save me" in it.
Somebody save that guy.
Somebody save that guy.
I think we're also at the point in this show where the music choices at the end of each episode I don't like. It's not my style.
Yeah, well, we're getting into a period where, in my mind, music is starting to just all kind of suck, and we've now lived there for 15 years. But that's just me.
No, I'm with you. There are bands here and there I discovered. Like, I'm a big fan of this band Ice Nine Kills. They do a lot of horror stuff, but
yeah, everything newer I like, not on a label, not trying to get on the radio, like small YouTube following. Like, that's what just independent people. It's kind of just like news and commentary and a lot of stuff that a lot of us consume now is it's just people in their basement making stuff. There's this great cover band called Lexington Lab Band that's out of Kentucky. That's one of my favorite things now.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean there's a few metal bands, but metal is in that kind of weird place where it's not exactly
oh my god, that's
but
painful.
It's not like no record label. No, that is awful.
Wow. I don't know what to say about it. I forgot all about that. What do I even say about that?
Okay. So
I
there's one thing I have to say.
Is she in Hong Kong, or is she like where are we?
It is funny that when she fakes her death, the first place she thinks to go to is I'm guessing like China. Considering the season 4 episode where they go to China.
Yeah, I know. And she's wearing a really similar outfit to what she had in that. Why is she doing that?
What are you staring? Okay.
She's looking at the moon. Because maybe Clark is also looking at the moon.
Clark is looking at the moon at the same time.
Yeah, and she's imagining that even on the other side of the moon, or the other side of the world, she's like, wow, I can see it during the day. I bet he's looking at it at night through his telescope. But he's not actually. Look, it's Clark and Lana not in the loft. Do we have any...
Where did you get those clothes? So I will point out, because I don't like this Supergirl, at least based on my last watch through this.
Okay.
But I do think she's good casting.
So for a second, I thought it was possible that Laura Vandervoort didn't know if she was making a scene for the episode or a promo for the episode.
Why does she have a Wonder Woman bracelet?
Yeah, I don't know. That's not... I don't think that's a Supergirl thing.
She's doing the Wonder Woman pose.
Yeah. They don't know the difference. They're like, oh, chick in DC Comics. They must be the same. We don't know the difference.
Well, they weren't allowed to use Wonder Woman. They'll just slap the bracelet on Supergirl.
So just all the effects are painful. So I have a question. Has that water tower ever been that large before? Like, I'm pretty sure that's not what Smallville looked like, but at least we're in Smallville. I gotta give them that. Like, that's good. Sometimes we don't even go there anymore.
I don't know about where you're from, but the water towers, like back when I was in my hometown, didn't have our name the name of the town in a specific font.
Spray painted?
It just had like a logo on it.
Yeah, that looks like an advertisement for the show. In the show. It's so meta. It's like, watch Smallville in Smallville. Like, what is Smallville? The TV, what is that?
Who is Smallville?
We were talking about so many different things. I feel like I did not watch that episode closely enough, so my apologies for stuff I missed.
But I think I was able to keep up with most of it. Like, I knew kind of the major beats.
I feel like people now would see the wig that Lana had and all that as like deeply culturally insensitive. Because it's like, she's trying to fit in, but like, is she trying to look like she's Chinese, or that she just lives there? I don't even know.
What we really needed is a Saw 6-esque, just backwards cap. That would have made her fit in.
Well, that's what the Bizarro version of me would be called, backwards cap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But instead of talking backwards, he walks backwards.
I'm okay with the kryptonite thing they do with him, because at least there's something backwards. And I can't remember if
that's comic booky.
I was gonna say I can't remember if that's because there's so many different versions of Bizarro.
Yeah.
Like I think Bizarro just isn't affected by kryptonite, but I don't know if it powers him like that, or like because they treat it here. I wasn't watching super closely, but I think they treat it. And it's been a while. I think they treat it here like the sun with him, with Clark.
That's what they do, because there's that scene where he breaks into the loft and he heals himself with the kryptonite. No, it is literally the inverse. The sun hurts him, which is why his face turns into that CGI mess. But kryptonite heals him.
What is even that character's motivation? Just I can look like you and have the opposite powers, so I'm gonna take your life. Like he's the
Yes.
he's the Kryptonian Tina Greer, I guess. Like
So okay, because they really he just takes his body at first, because they set up that he is the most dangerous phantom, and he's been hopping from like body to body looking for a host. So I assume that he just doesn't want to be in that like spirit form. And also the show can't afford to keep rendering him in CGI like that. But Clark is
as
the only
horrible as it
one.
looks, it's like this is very expensive, and it's the worst thing ever.
But Clark is the only one that can handle it because of his Kryptonian DNA. So he's able to make a body for himself using Clark's cells. And then at some point he decides, oh, I can just replace him.
Yeah, I still don't know where the line "I deserve this more than you" comes from. Is it just like I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah. No idea.
I just want it more. You don't understand. I want it more, sir. We got a $5 super chat from OK Great.
Reoccurring. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
That's just a reoccurring thing. Anytime an enemy or like somebody who's trying to give Clark tough love finds out about his identity, he's like, you don't deserve what you have because you just kind of sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, because you don't appreciate it. It's also funny because like his girlfriend is ostensibly dead, so I guess Bizarro doesn't care about that part of it yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But you we had a super chat.
Okay, great. $5 super chat. Do you think this show would be better remembered if season 7 was its last? Clark versus Lex for the final season before they lost Rosenbaum. Spin that wheel. Overall, because I think the fan base is kind of in a couple of camps, right? I think there are a lot of people that left this show along with the creators and with Rosenbaum. So I don't even know if I think this show kind of has two different reputations. I think the people that stuck around or came back to it when it got more Superman-y really liked those seasons. And so the reputation for the show is not tainted for them. And people that didn't want that stuff and just didn't want the show without Rosenbaum, think of it just as a show that went on too long, and they don't even know what it looks like after that. Like, I don't think there is a solid standard reputation for the show, except a lot of people don't think that it stayed as good. It has a reputation for retconning a lot of stuff and being cheaper later and all of that. But I don't know if it ends here, if it's overall liked better than if it kept going, because I think for some people, it's way more well-liked because of those last 3 seasons.
And also, it's, at least to me, better remembered implies that there's like a bad public perception of the show. The people that actually still remember this show, I feel like, are the people that like it because it's old enough at this point. It's not like people are going around like, oh, remember Smallville? That show was terrible.
Yeah, and it still has a really dedicated following, which is why Talkville took off as well as it did. We will spin the wheel at the start of the next episode for that $5 super chat. Thanks. Okay, great. Really appreciate that. I'm not calling
thanks
your
for the super crap.
Yeah, thanks for the crap. Okay, great. Really appreciate that. I'm gonna buy $5 worth of crap with your super crap. John, I need to take just the briefest of breaks real quick.
Okay, did you want to do our sign flip first?
Or do you want to do real quick, and then I just gotta run off and take care of something real fast. I don't know how to even flip signs with this show anymore, John. Like, what am I comparing it to? Like, I feel like this is just another day in the office when it comes to these cliffhangers. Like, every beat is kind of just stock, and I'm not really feeling anything with it. That speech Clark has at the end is okay.
I'm gonna go a light green. I don't know if it's just at this point like, yep, it's we're hitting all the beats. This is like familiar. This is comfortable.
We're back here.
Or
again.
or if it's like, oh, because like I do like the comic bookiness of Bizarro. This is probably his best episode. I think the fight is okay for what it is. It's a light green, but I'm feeling it.
Yeah, I went green with it too, and for the most superficial of reasons, I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna have so much red that I'm gonna go back and go, well, compared to the rest of this. Guys, let's take just a real quick break, and then we'll get into the second episode. I promise we won't break after every single episode. But thanks for joining us. We'll spin the wheel for that super chat at the start of the next one, and lots more watching Smallville to go all day long. We'll see you in just a minute. All right, folks, we're back. We're going to get into the second episode of Season 7. It's Kara, and John can't wait because he loves the Supergirl.
I found my sign.
Oh, look at that!
It's a little worse for wear, but I found it.
How long ago did you make that?
Season 1. Would
you like me to send you a wooden dowel rod, John? Like, how hard would it be to stick it on something?
Well, it used to have a handle, but the paper ripped.
Oh, it did? Okay. Because I was like, dude, it's a sign.
Yeah, no, if you go back and watch, like, Season 1, it had, like, a piece of plastic sticking out of here, but...
I forgot about that.
The paper ripped.
You guys, look how crafty John is. He's so crafty.
Yeah.
He learned a lot in kindergarten.
I did. Including not to forget your backpack at school.
Hey, John, you know what would have been wonderfully subversive with the show? They spent 6 seasons just screwing with us about Clark and Lana and having them get together like a total of 55 different times. And then she fakes her death, and then we see her with a wig walking around in China or whatever she's at, and then we never see her again.
That would be amazing. You know, the only problem with that is, and I know you hate it, but I kind of love her real last episode in Season 8 because it's so over the top.
It's the most minimal over the top thing I've ever seen. It's both huge and it cost $0. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You guys look forward to that. I'm looking forward to 8 a lot more than this. And
Me too.
like there's a lot of like massively stupid stuff in that, and the show should have been done by then, but it gets, I don't know, there's people there that want to be there, and you can tell, and it gets kind of creative again, and it falls apart like it often does, but the first few episodes of that have a really cool tone. Or at least that's what I remember when I watched it like a decade ago.
No, there's some cool stuff, and like I've told you this before.
I guess more than a decade ago now, because that would have been 2016. That's already 5 years after the show's off the air. John, we're getting friggin' old. What is happening?
Yeah, well, because I've been on a big Harry Potter kick lately. I've been trying to go back through the books slowly but surely.
John's reading, folks.
But somebody pointed out it's been like 15 or 17 years, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Since
the Deathly Hallows book.
Yeah.
It's like, good lord.
What is happening? Well, it's probably been a decade since she wrote the play.
We don't talk about that.
I know, I'm just saying, how's that old? Okay, John, let's spin the wheel and see what we're doing right at the start of this episode.
All right.
Aren't you excited? What are you hoping for?
I am so excited. The Clark thing.
Okay, well, John, for the first 5 minutes of this episode, we have to speak in only compliments and facts.
Oh, no.
Can't say anything negative for the first 5 minutes. Compliments and facts. Now, you could just compliment me. You don't have to compliment the show. You could just, like, shower me with compliments. Because it does say compliments and facts. You can compliment, you know what? You can compliment the viewers.
Yeah.
You know?
We are on a YouTube channel. There's a fact.
It's a fact. You know, because he doesn't say on the wheel that it has to have anything to do with this episode. John, I missed you, man.
Yeah, I've missed doing these.
There is a brand of humor that happens when you and I get together that's not exactly like anything else I do. Oh, I can't wait for us to do stuff I like. It's going to be fantastic.
Won't it be weird when we're doing like Buffy or Power Rangers and like we have things to say that aren't just, what is happening?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. It'll be we'll get 10 minutes into a show, and then somebody will be like, you know, you don't have to only speak in compliments and facts, and we're like, that's all we have right now. We just have compliments and facts. All right, let's watch this episode. Here we go. Timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. It's Kara, and we're gonna speak only in compliments and facts for 5 minutes. Here we go. Ready? Please press play right now.
Lois, you had a near-death experience.
Thanks for that recap. That was a recap, John.
Clark is concerned about Lois.
I really like crane shots.
This show is at its best when it's these two on screen together.
By this point, yeah.
Clark will not be leaving Smallville.
That is a very purple jacket. I like that jacket. I'm going to compliment that jacket because everyone knows how much I love purple, although I'm wondering if she has a motorcycle or something. My observation, my fact is that looks like it goes with a motorcycle. Lois has a better sense of direction than Clark. Clark on green kryptonite. That is green kryptonite. That's a fact. That is a Kryptonian artifact.
That is Kara's spaceship.
Oh, it is.
So this does go with, I think, my preferred origin for Kara.
That is an old flip phone.
Where she's just kind of like frozen. for years. And that is convenient unconsciousness.
Oh, yes, thank you. Question for Jarrell when I get to heaven. Why did you... This is not a criticism. This is a question. Oh, don't touch her stuff. Supergirl's angry. Now, I love angry Supergirl. It's like a big thing with me.
He is bouncing.
Okay, we've got way too much to count here. Hold on. Characters getting thrown. Convenient unconsciousness. Clark's like, oh man, I'm so tired of watching people flying away from me. Sorry, what are you saying?
That is CGI.
That is CGI. No, question for Jarrell when I get to heaven. Why did you take a girl... God, that's weird. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to criticize anything. I can't even do it for 5 minutes, John.
No, that's why I was like, it hasn't been 5 minutes yet because I have a question.
Why did you take a girl that left Krypton and was frozen on Earth for some number of years and just take her name and give it to a random person that you found on a highway and put in a cave wall for a long time?
To be fair,
I'll never understand why that's the person he decided to pretend like she was. And I don't know if she's ever referenced again. Like, I'm going to watch for it this time. If there's a place where Kara, I've heard that name before.
I mean, I'll keep an eye on it too, but I don't think so. To be fair to Jor-El, he may not have known that his brother sent Kara off planet. So it's just like, oh, I'm just going to use a family member's name to make it seem more authentic, not realizing said family member was also on their way to Earth.
Yeah, maybe so. Chloe has a lot of fruit.
Chloe has paperwork.
Well, now I've got Metallica Sanitarium stuck in my head.
My favorite song off that record is Disposable Heroes.
Oh. I don't know if I know that right off. I don't know if I've actually... Which record is that?
Master of Puppets.
Oh, it is Master. Okay. I don't know Metallica as well as I wish I did.
I don't either. Metallica, for me, hits a wall right after And Justice for All.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Black Album is okay, but I care about, like, 4 albums that they've done. Clark is lying. I like that this is the start of her journalistic career, and it's for like a tabloid.
Oh, I forgot they did that. You like that Chloe begins with no journalistic integrity? Oh, she said Supergirl. She said it. Yes.
Chloe is getting self-aware.
Yes, he is. He's the only half-decent member of this race.
Lois changed really fast. So my question for Jor-El
should be like, Lois, do you have a superpower? And then she has a really lame explanation for how she changed that fast. And then we've got this running question as to whether Lois is a Kryptofreak.
I would love if that's her crypto power. So my question for Jor-El when I get to heaven is, why did Kara not stop and wonder, hey, how did you survive me throwing you halfway across the forest?
There's Lex in an orange jumpsuit. Do we want to call that a reference?
It's Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor at the end of BBS.
Ding, 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 ding! Ding, 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 ding!
I would love that if he started doing that.
Oh yeah, that I could die happy if I got to experience that. So yeah, John, should we count this as a reference? Just like Lex in prison in a jumpsuit?
What? But is there like a specific thing that it's referencing other than that he's a criminal?
Well,
Like, is
I
there a
mean,
fame?
maybe
Well, isn't he in
generally
prison in All Star?
well, yes, but I was also gonna say maybe generally the Reeve movies.
But in the Reeves movies, isn't it like black and white?
I guess it's not a jumpsuit,
Jumpsuit?
is it? Or an orange one? Yeah. Okay, I won't count it.
I mean, I guess it could be an all-star reference, but that's one of those things where I don't know if it is because I can't think of a defining Lex story where he's in prison.
That guy is a character actor that I've seen in stuff, and I can't immediately think of what, but he's in a lot of TV, and he usually plays kind of like duplicitous jerkface people. I've liked him in things. I cannot remember exactly what.
Okay. Nicholas Bodo, every LA Lex has gone to prison despite being rich. Yeah,
L.A. Lex? What does that mean?
live action.
Oh, live. Okay, thank you. I'm bad at acronyms, folks.
It took me a minute too. I was like, Los
Lex
Angeles,
is-
Lex?
Every
What?
time Lex is in Los Angeles, he goes to prison. Every time.
It's not one specific city.
Lex is the new orange, is the new black.
Does it feel like there's a deleted scene missing here? Like he went from the prison to here?
Well, see, that's his Kryptofreak power. He can just show up places.
No, we've already established his Kryptofreak power is immunity to illness.
Well, yes, we established and then immediately retconned.
I don't know if they remember that. But...
They don't remember that was a thing. No, and also remember he can play piano when he couldn't. He didn't used to be able to do that. So yeah, they don't remember anything with him. I remember feeling like at this point, and this is part of the reason I stopped watching this week to week, John. I really felt like they got to a place with Lex where he's just kind of now generically bad, and I felt like that's, and like we can argue about how well they gradually got him to that place, and with our watches, I've been happier with that, where I felt like it was light switchy before, and I'm actually seeing the arc of it a lot better now. But I feel like Rosenbaum has checked out. That's
possible because
that's more of the issue
one of the
with
things
it for me is it's just now like and again you can make an argument for it with everything he's been through and that he's just like cold and his like zeal for life is kind of missing at this point because of you know Lon and everything, and so he's just kind of fuming and being evil and that's what he is now. But I also feel like Rosenbaum's checked out.
Possible. The biggest thing that I've taken away from Talkville is that this was a very hard show after a certain point for Rosenbaum. Just having to be that villain-esque character when that's just not who he is.
If he could have continued to play both sides of it through more of the show, I think he would have been happier on set. Like if he'd been and like I obviously he's got a Road to Darkness story. You have to get him there eventually. But I just mean and so I wouldn't have wanted this, but if they had kept it more episodic and these characters didn't really change and grow at all, and he'd been able to just be Clark's friend and occasionally deal with his dark side and feeling like he has to be who his father wants him to be, but he doesn't want to be that. He's always pushing back against that. If he could have just played first season Lex the whole way through, he would have been very happy. Or maybe he wouldn't have because he would have wanted the character to grow. But retroactively, he's probably thinking, I kind of wish I could have just been that the whole time.
It's a nice little action scene.
Yeah, it is, actually.
But I like that she to the playground because she thinks Clark is still a kid.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Because she doesn't know how much time has passed.
Yeah. No, this does have my favorite setup for Supergirl, where she's been frozen for years and she's looking for her little cousin, but he's not so little anymore.
Yeah.
He's right there. You found him. Good job.
So is the idea
Jason's in the chat. Smallville, more like the Ville was so big it got 10 seasons for no reason.
Jason, that's great. Oh, there's Chloe making her dated references again. We could have counted that.
Oh, this season is also the Gabriel Grant stuff.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Unshelled Pity says the Supergirl show did the same thing with her origin, John.
Yeah, but it's awkward there because they can't use Superman until they can. So I don't know if you recognize him.
I do. What do I recognize him from?
BVS's Jimmy Olsen.
No, I've seen him in other stuff.
I mean, I'm sure he's in other things, but that's just the thing that pops into my head.
Now, sometimes I'll have this where it's been a while since I've seen a show, so the thing that I recognize this character, this actor from is this. But I'm pretty sure that I've seen him in other stuff where he has more screen time than he does in BVS. Because that's definitely not what I'm thinking. Like, some TV thing where his head is being on the screen again like this.
Just his head?
Yes, just his head. Do
Uh,
I look like I'm joking?
Trying to see if anything that you would have seen that he's been in.
I'm probably wrong.
He was in Army of the Dead. That was a great movie.
Is that Snyder movie?
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, I did see that.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I liked it okay initially, and then I thought about it for 5 seconds.
Because like I'm a bigger Snyder fan than you for the most part, and I could just enjoy his movie if it's just like a turn your brain off thing. Even with that movie, it's just like because it's like shot badly. And
yeah. Well, everything he makes now looks like he made it in his living room.
Yeah. No, Netflix has been really bad for him creatively.
So is the idea that she's been like frozen on Earth in real time since the original meteor shower, or has she been there longer? Like, I'm not really sure what the timeline is here.
Well, if she's older, no, it would have. I don't know, actually. Let me see.
Because we often will do a time displacement thing, and the show doesn't usually do that with Krypton.
No, I wouldn't imagine it is because the idea is that she was frozen under the dam this whole time.
But did she come in the meteor shower, or did she come before that? And what kept her from aging? Was she in stasis?
Well, but I feel like that's just a problem with her backstory. Like when you do the frozen and ice thing.
Oh, okay. They're just saying that kept her young.
Yeah.
So you kept saying frozen, and I wasn't sure if it was actually ice or not.
That's what I'm assuming because she was set free when the dam blew up.
Oh, they're finally getting into how the kryptonite could get there that fast. I like they're finally talking about that. I don't know if it'll make any sense. Because she says, how did the kryptonite travel 23 galaxies? That was always my question from the beginning.
Okay, so sorry. So I'm assuming that she came. I still don't know which meteor shower she came in. I'm assuming the second one, the first one. So she was trapped under the water, but her ship had her in stasis.
There you go.
So they're doing kind of both, but It wasn't just being frozen.
But yeah, I like the 23 galaxies thing because that goes back to the Reeve movies with the 28 known galaxies, and so I guess there's 23 of them in between. I like that it's that far away. The yellow sun's fried your brain cells. I know this isn't new, John, with the show. Well, it kind of is. So I was gonna say I don't like that she already talks so informally and like she's been on Earth when she's not been on Earth. Like other Kryptonians have been a little bit more heightened and kind of Shakespearean with their language. And immediately she goes, "Don't touch my stuff." I'm like, I feel like you have to live on Earth to say that. Is that fair?
Yeah. So, and we're never gonna get this because it looks like that Supergirl movie isn't gonna be an origin.
No, it's.
I agree with you.
It's based on a really
and
good
I think
one-shot
it's to the
recent
point
comic.
so far. I don't remember. I think it's the New 52 comic that we reviewed, where when she first comes to Earth, she can't even speak English. Like she's speaking Kryptonian.
Yes, that's right.
But this show doesn't have that.
It would have been cool if they did that because Clark would be able to understand her, and then he could just translate until they figure out a way for her to speak English. I wish they'd done that.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Nicholas Bodo,
Is this the Milton Fine ship again, or what is this? Or is this her ship?
That is her ship.
This is okay. Because we just saw like the wall of it, and so I didn't know it was shaped like the black ship from.
Well, it's like all in shadow, so you can't really see it.
I'm gonna sound like an idiot while I'm asking questions because I don't remember a lot of this.
Nicholas wants to know if we've read the Lost World novel and is it better than the movie. It's been like 15 years since I've read that book.
I've never finished it. I started it again before we did that commentary, but I didn't get a chance to get very far into it.
All I remember is I don't like the book's version of Malcolm.
That's her other superpower. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt, John. I don't want to talk. I want to read.
This is your employee you're talking about. What are you doing?
Yeah, what a horrible human being.
Well, do you remember where his stuff is going?
No, I don't. Not at all. That is true. Newspapers do not have feelings. I can agree with that. He's speaking in facts, John.
Yeah.
But not just compliments.
See, this is how it starts. First there's the oohs and the ahs, and then there's the running and the screaming.
Could we please just have Perry White here already? Like, for the love of God. I want him to stop talking so badly. Was that like a side reference to the A story, John? Did you hear that? She said, the ship is sunk, and we're dealing with a ship that was buried underground? Do they know they did that?
I think it is all connected, yeah.
I'll put a fork in your road. So dumb with this guy. He's still talking! Stop putting his head huge in frame because he's so punchable.
I can see what they're trying to do, but...
Well, explain it to me. What are they trying to do except make me want to turn my television off?
So he's giving her the tough love that she needs to get motivated to write this paper.
Yeah, they're trying to make him like a young Perry White type, yeah.
But also, I really dislike you, but I'm also kind of attracted to you thing. That's why they lingered on her making that face.
Oh, yes, of course. Because all we know what to do with our main female characters in this show is give them a season-long or several episode-long boy toy love interest that we'll get rid of. I'm assuming that's where we're going with him.
Okay, so it's going to be crazier than that. So yes, he is Lois's love interest for this season. But also,
you could have told her that in the elevator. Why would she know how elevators work? You just stood there and let her break a multi-$1,000 piece of equipment, and then you said, well, they would have opened if you just waited. Just tell her she's new.
That is why it's stuff like that that makes me hate this version of Supergirl.
Yeah, no.
I guess the humans are right. Girls do mature faster than boys. Oh, shut up.
And you haven't been here long enough to hear anyone say that. Or is he saying, because I missed part of that line. Did she say humans, or did she just say people?
She said the humans are right. Girls do mature faster than boys.
How has she been around long enough to hear anybody say that?
Also, are you ready for them to do the heat vision thing again?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. But no, I forgot that she was this, like, rah-rah girl power. And just real indignant about it. Because I just don't feel like that would come from... Like, even this version of Krypton... wouldn't have a deep, like, male versus female, like sex divide.
So I like this. Chloe just makes kind of a one-off remark. Oh, I signed up for this story about, like, a radio disruption. Good Lord. In Granville. And Clark is able to kind of put the pieces together. Wait a minute. Maybe her ship could be doing that. Kind of doing some, journalistic, putting the clues together.
Hey, look, John, it's one of our many Clark and Kara on top of the AA building scenes. We have to start counting these. I'm just kidding.
So, okay. Because she apparently doesn't know about super hearing. Did Zor-El not prepare her for any of this?
What is this building?
It's the building.
And I think they have one roof set. They just keep
that's
changing
how it
stuff
starts. The ooh and the ah. Then they're screaming.
And then there's the screaming. And they're so inconsistent about this, to your point, John, because a lot of Kryptonians will show up and just be able to use all their powers like they've always used them. And then... Because people have argued with this before where it's like, well, Clark got here when he was younger and had to develop them over time, but if you're a full adult, you show up and you just have all of them. But, like, now we're being inconsistent and kind of having our cake and eating it too with that, where if we want to have a big, cool action scene with Kryptonians using powers, they just can use them. But if we want to parallel... Clark and have a Kryptonian that's going to be here for several episodes, then we're going to have her develop them, but, like, much, much faster. And I guess it's not developed. I guess she has them, but, like, she's not used to them. She doesn't know how to use them. It's like, you got to do that with all of them.
Yeah. That's what I like in Man of Steel.
Look, it's the number 23.
They use as a delaying tactic, taking his helmet off so he's overwhelmed by the new powers and senses that he has.
Yeah, I always like that idea.
Meanwhile, at the strobe light factory.
Okay, so I didn't remember this. Matthew Bass says, in a later episode, it's revealed that Kara had visited Earth before.
I don't remember that either. If that is true, I'm not saying it's not, but I just don't remember. I will cry foul because then she should have already figured this out.
She should have already figured this out.
But also, how would that work? Well, I don't know, because apparently Jor-El also visited Earth like 6 times.
How long does it take to get from Krypton to Earth? What kind of technology? Like, are they going to reveal what kind of technology they were using to get there that fast? Like, are they going through some kind of a wormhole or something? Because we finally have that question, and I don't know if it's actually going to be resolved or not. I don't remember that.
It didn't look too bad.
No, that was all right. John, I don't know if we've missed any counting things.
No, this is kind of outside the. Oh, wait a minute. Rude super speed exit.
Where?
We missed that when Kara attacks them the first time and then she just flies off.
Oh, and now we can have root super speed exits with a different character even.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, wait, and then Lois did she get knocked out? I missed what happened to her.
Where?
Because she was down there with the ship.
Oh, I missed
with
that.
The camcorder.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. She must have gotten knocked out for that. Is that convenient? Yes, because then... Yeah, no, it is. Well, that is tied with rude super speed
counting
exits
Kryptofreaks, everyone.
We are really committed to the bid. Lex, you're only...
You know what,
Sorry, let me say this real quick. Lex, you're only going to make yourself more crazed and more of a lunatic listening to your ex-wife over and over and over again say, this is the last time you'll ever touch me. Like, you've got to stop listening to that, Lex.
How did he find her? You know what Lana needed if she was going to plan this whole thing?
He found her the same way that Tony Stark knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man in Captain America Civil War. The answer
Lana
is...
needed if she was going to hide from Lex, she needed a high hide.
She needed the hide.
She goes up high and she hides.
John, how many Lost World references are we going to make on this stream?
See, now I gotta try to figure. I gotta keep trying to see how many we can do.
We need one every episode. The answer to how he found her is resources. He's rich. He could find her.
What Lex should have done is when he walked in the room, he should have looked at her and went, you.
Oh my god, I forgot about this. You cloned me. This is the place where everyone should have just given up on the show on principle.
So this is actually going to be important for later.
Okay, so help me out. How exactly was this connected to the fake pregnancy thing? Or is it not at all?
I don't think it is.
Oh, because it feels like it should be a payoff to that, but it's not. That's true.
If
a dead
it
woman
is,
can be
I've missed.
Actually, a dead woman can be convicted of murder, Lana, you idiot.
If it is like a payoff, then I'm not connecting the dots.
That happened. We do that for the record all the time because people's legacies and history matters. I mean, I say all the time, but I'm pretty sure that's happened where it's like, oh, like we found new evidence. Let's reopen the case. Yeah, that person's dead, but we want to know if they right? Don't we do that? A lot of stupid.
Yes. So I've always just read that cloning thing exists to justify because they're going to set up that the annoying newspaper reporter guy is the clone of Lex's dead baby brother.
Oh my god, I forgot about that! No! So he's the clone of Julian?
Yes.
Stop it. You know your show's been on too long when you have to resort to cloning for everything? Where you're like, I don't know, clones? And then they probably were really... Oh, here's a question. Did they know at the start of the season that Rosenbaum wasn't going to renew his contract? Because if they knew that, they are probably intentionally setting this up so that they have technology lying around that they've established to go, wow, we've got a new Lex, everybody. He's a clone.
Maybe?
Because they do a lot of clone stuff with him after this. If it was a happy accident, they're probably really patting themselves on the back for having that. They're like, yay, we've got it out.
It's hard to say because the clone stuff for him isn't until season 10.
Is that true? I thought he was cloned before that.
No, because in season 8, it's just he survived, but he's like wearing a mask, so you can't tell it's not Rosenbaum.
No, I remember that. But I thought there were clones of him before.
And then he's not in season 9 that I remember. And then in 10, oh no, you know what it is?
She said Wall of Weird. Do I know what you're thinking of? Do we have to see the Wall of Weird? I think we have to see it.
I think we have to see it. I know what you're thinking of. And maybe that's season 10. I don't remember what season this is, but they do Superboy, and it's the one that's like half Lex, half Clark.
Yes, that's right.
But the actual Lex isn't cloned until season 10, and it's like a mistake who is like experiencing memories that isn't his, and that's the way they justify bringing back the pilot crucifixion thing.
They think he is so clever, and I just need it to stop. He's like, your prose leaps off the page like a Bengal tiger, and I'm like, I want to punch you in the face like I'm wearing a power glove. Stop it. I can write like that too.
But Cap, he's trying. Lionel would be proud. He's trying.
Try, Lillian. So now they're trying to create.
Why do you wait till season 7 to bring back the Julian stuff?
I know. Well, there's so many things with the show that they just forget or they seem to forget about or just retcon. That when they bring a thing like that back, they're acting like they're so good at continuity, and it just makes it worse to me. It's like, oh, you remembered that, but you never went anywhere.
You're not thrilled with the idea of the random brother that he has being cloned.
Well,
to be fair, that is a Lex thing to do.
Well, you know what? I guess I gotta give him a little bit of credit because there's a lot of Lex cloning people in comics.
Doomsday scenario.
I mean, that's true, but I'm gonna cry foul real hard on establishing it so that they could make Lana faking her death work. That's a really stupid reason to bring that up, and also, sorry, because we were obviously talking over it. What was his motivation for cloning her? When he's like, she was like that clone was never alive. Like, did it not work out, or was she not supposed to be like? Why did he make her?
I think that was a failed clone because the Lex in season 10 is a failed clone. I'm gonna look that up to see why he did it because I also missed it.
Did he did it?
I don't know if you want to count it, but she did say Doomsday Protocol.
Yeah,
which sounds like a DC reference to me.
We'll count that. So did he clone her because he could see the writing on the wall and he didn't think the marriage will work out? So he's so much of an insane narcissist that he was gonna just make his own version of her?
Okay, so this is the official Smallville wiki, so take it for what it's worth. Lex's motivation for creating a clone of Lana was never established.
Yes! I knew it!
So, Lex, why did you create this clone of your wife? I don't know.
So, let's get back to this for a second. What is the main reason that you don't care for this Supergirl? Like, does she come off too sanctimonious to you, or?
She comes off as really sanctimonious, and especially later in the seasons, that kind of gets this holier than thou attitude. At least that's the read that I had the last viewing.
Because some of this background stuff where she's remembering Krypton and knowing his mother and everything, like, plays pretty sweet and heartfelt to me. But they will give her lines that seem kind of sanctimonious, and it's like, how is she supposed to play that?
Yeah. No, like, I've liked her in this episode.
And I think...
Oh, I remember, because they're gonna do this whole thing with her dad, and is he good or bad? And...
Oh, right.
Ugh.
And we were already doing that with Jarrell, and then it will never amount to anything. Because it feels like they've already sort of retconned evil Jarrell by this point.
That was retconned like 4 seasons ago.
But I think these two have a lot of brother-sister chemistry. Like,
Yeah.
The casting really works with well.
No, I like her casting a lot. It's just her writing lets her down. Which, funnily enough, I have the same thing with the CW version, where I was in love with that casting and that character for that first season, and after that, it
gets so insanely pandery, man.
Yeah. The blue kryptonite.
Does it just take
the one that doesn't make sense with the... So that is the one that takes their power away permanently.
Oh, right.
Which somehow translates, because that's how they're going to kill Bizarro. Translates to, it makes Bizarro explode.
Oh, we got Jarrell right now. But Jarrell, stop everything for a second. I have so many questions for you. Okay, we got to really pay attention to this scene. Last time that happened, you were behind it. He does bring it up.
Okay. See, I know nothing of her arrival, so that was a complete coincidence.
It's complete coincidence. It's too throwaway. Like, I need Jarrell to explain why her.
To be fair, I will give them this one. A lot of the times when you're doing something, like say you're, using someone as a fake identity, you're going to use like a family member, especially if they're not around.
It's just annoying because it was obviously just a tease to the audience.
Yeah. This is what's annoying. That is an emotional human reaction. I saw the flashback episode.
Yeah.
You were also emotionally and human.
You're either just full of crap or the show does not remember you in the 50s.
Or this is an AI that doesn't understand humanity.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that, but I don't know for sure.
No, they never establish it because it's just a voice.
Because we never do that with the Jarrell hologram. It's always just a perfect facsimile of that character and responding the way he would respond. It's never like, I'm a robot and your father was different. Like, we never do that. This drawing is not much to go on, sir, because it's unbelievable how, like, Jean Grey-esque this hair is. We'll never find this woman.
And now we've got Lex is obsessed with his savior again.
Again, yep, we gotta do that again. And see, he's getting, once again, ever so much closer to finding out the secret.
Yeah.
Still.
Oh.
Still. What do you think of that as the last scene for that episode, John? Like, it kind of feels like it just stops.
It just... Like, is that supposed to be a cliffhanger? Like, am I supposed to be like, oh no, he's looking for Kara?
I don't know. Like, what was the resolution with that episode? What was even...
I also...
Did we have a main threat that episode?
Yes, the ship blew up.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's kind of nice to not have a obligatory bad guy plot for once. Like, it's weird I'm praising this show for having just a setup episode, but I'm kind of praising it for that. John, I like that better than the episode before it. I can definitively give you a reason for the sign flip.
I'm gonna go. I'm feeling it.
Yeah. That was okay. Except
Robert
for...
said he wants to join for episode 3. I don't know if he messaged you, but...
Oh, I've not seen that. I will bring him in here in a minute. But yeah, I don't like the Daily Planet guy. What is his name again? I can't remember.
Julian Luther. Oh, Gabriel Grant.
That's what it is. And that is a comic character, I think. Isn't it?
Is it? I don't know.
We should look that up, because if it is, we have to count it.
Okay, I can check on that.
I love that the official Smallville wiki is like, this was never explained. That is one of the funniest pieces of research anybody has ever done on this channel. Made me so happy. I'm going to bring Robert on, and then I will let you guys just say hi and keep things going for a second. I'm going to run off again for just a minute, but I'm not going to do an official break. Because I'll be real quick, but let's see here.
So the Smallville wiki doesn't say anything about it being a reference. Just that, you know, this guy went on to be a CIA agent credited as Jimmy Olsen.
Okay. Hopefully, Robert can just call this group and get in. Sorry, our setup is different now because we're having to use Discord. I used to be able to call people separately and bring them in calls, but Discord works kind of differently. So we have it set up in a group that Robert is in. And hopefully he's able to just call and get in. Everybody give us just
letting Robert into this call is the worst idea in the history of bad ideas.
No, we're not into the next episode. You have to wait for your one Lost World reference, okay?
Well, now it's going to get worse because this is what Robert and I do: is we quote this movie at each other.
You guys quote like a not very quotable movie just all the time.
But it is quotable because we're quoting it.
Yeah, I guess. Guys, give me just 1 minute. I'll be right back. John, I'm sorry for leaving you hanging. Hopefully he pops in a second, but I'll be real quick here.
Unshelled pity. I think the season had potential here. It appeared like they were toying with the idea to pass the torch of Smallville's guardianship to Kara. Oh, see, I never had that just because then you lose the conceit of the show. But yeah, I mean, this season has potential. It just never lives up to it. Oh God, is Ferris the beauty pageant episode? Oh God, is it?
I don't like what I'm hearing right now, John. I don't want to hear about a beauty pageant episode. I don't even remember that.
Hang on, this is gonna be bad.
Is it this one? Oh no. Oh, Fierce.
I think it might be.
Oh no. I don't see Robert yet. Hold on. John, I'm gonna hang up and call you back and see if John picks up. Or John, you or John. See if Robert picks up when I do that.
I will, yes, if you hang and call me again, I will in fact answer.
Just make sure you pick up. All right, give me a second. Sorry, everybody. Give us just a minute here. I'm going to need John to hang up, though.
Oh, it didn't even ring. You just popped back in.
Yeah, it acted like you were already in the call.
Oh, because I need to leave as well. I would need to leave as well.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. We have to both hang up. Hang up, John! Hey, hang up, John. Now you guys can see things that we wrote in our chat here. This is wonderfully professional. We're really, really good at this. Pick up John. It's gonna be great if John just can't get in. We're gonna spend the next 20 minutes trying to make this happen. There's John.
Robert messaged me right after we hung up and said, "You guys can get started if you want to be there in a minute." Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't tell if he was just not around or if he wasn't getting the call. So you should tell him to wait for a better episode.
No, he should suffer with us.
You know, actually, what am I talking about? I want as many people here as possible for the dud, there's nothing to say episodes. Because you can tell just from the title, this one's going to be throwaway. There's no reason to bother with it. Can we have in these long 2022 season shows, not throwaway episodes, but just cool side stories? You know?
That's something that I want. It's not perfect, but that is something I like about season 8 through 10 is it does have some cool one-offs where it's just like a Clark and Lois episode or
a Jimmy episode. Like they'll focus on other characters. They have a big cast. I mean, you can focus on somebody else for an episode. Yeah. Buffy was really good at that.
Yeah, like they're Buffy. They have that episode, the Zippo, which is like all from Xander's perspective.
Well, they'll even do it with side characters though. Like they've got the one with, it's been too long, but the kid that tried to kill himself. Do you remember that? And
is that the school
that's
shooting
part
one?
of the yeah, but the kid that's part of the trio. Like there's one episode that's all from his perspective. That's really good.
Yeah, that one's a good one, but because it's kind of a funny alternate reality where he's like remade reality where he's the coolest guy ever.
Yeah.
And like the leader. Yeah.
I'm just saying they could do stuff like that.
Yeah. I thought this was just a Supergirl episode.
Right. And like I know it's supposed to be Clark's show, but it's not like they're progressing his character in every episode. It's not like it's this really tightly woven story.
It's a very complicated, tightly knit character arc.
This ain't
that you have to have a PhD in Smallville to understand.
I'm sorry to say that I once graduated with that PhD, but I haven't used it in so long that, it doesn't stick with me. Okay, John, Season 7, Episode 3. Sorry, you're flipping in and out. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, weird. All right. Well, let's do it. Here we go.
Robert guy's here.
Oh, is he actually?
Hello.
Here? Oh, there he is.
Can you see me, Cap? I can see you. Can you
sure
see me?
Can. Yes, I can. Let me set this up where we can see both of you guys. Hang on. So because Discord is set up differently, how do I want to do this?
McCaffrey said Clark is a very complicated slab of concrete.
That is true. Sorry, guys, you're going to have to watch me editing here. Hang on. So here's John. I just did not have this set up already. Robert, how are you, buddy? It's good to see you, man.
Oh, pretty good. Thank you. Sorry about that. I was having technical difficulties.
Oh, you're all right.
But I'm here now.
How dare you? Robert, you're just in time for Fierce.
That classic episode.
I have a feeling we're going to have fierce feelings about it. I got nothing, guys. That's the best I can do. Don't shoot the messenger, man. These are going to be the jokes when these are the episodes, okay? What do you want?
Well, you liked the last episode.
It was all right. It was all right. I hope that's not the highlight of the season.
How do you not expect consistent quality in Smallville, Cap?
You seem better at like compartmentalizing information in your brain, like you don't even remember what we've been through. You haven't had to sit through as much of this at a time as us.
That's technically true.
And it's not technically, it's just true. Well, you know what? No, because you've been in the comments a lot, so I guess you have watched a lot of this with us, but
that's true.
Well,
see, that's the
thanks
the
for having no
twist.
life.
He wasn't
Robert.
actually watching; he was just enjoying our suffering.
A lot of people do that. All right, here we go. Everybody, please press play Are you on the right episode, Robert?
Yes.
It's fierce. All right, here we go. Everybody, press play. Right
Fiercely bad.
now. I love how we're just assuming that. I don't remember this episode, but I'm sure it's gonna be atrocious. I shouldn't be like that, but look, you fool me once. You fool me 514 times.
So I like that she's stuck on the farm, and her idea of entertainment is to watch crappy reality shows.
Oh.
Well, that's a given from one of her first lines when she's like, girls do mature faster than boys. I'm like, yeah, she watches reality television. There's no way around that.
Matthew Bass says, Bob. He's really happy to see you, Robert.
It's
Hello.
Bob. Robert, can we
Hi,
call you
I'm
Bob? I'm gonna start calling you Bob.
That's what he goes by in the public server.
I'm gonna start calling Robert Bob the Goon.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh,
No,
Kat,
no,
I
this
go
is
by
the
last
Olsen
name.
Vision
thing.
episode.
Don't do it. Don't do it. And
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Look,
is this our obligatory Kara Jimmy romance?
Yes.
because we're 7 seasons in, so now we just have to repeat stuff we've done with Clark with another character. Now, that's not fair. It could be cool to have Clark have to be the mentor to, like, for lack of a better word, like a Kryptonian kid that's going through all the stuff that he went through before, but it's
Okay,
it's awkward.
She knows
'cause
how to
she's
use
fully-
X-ray vision,
she's
but not
fully
heat
mature.
vision. Come on.
Yeah, the problem is she's already fully mature.
Oh, his role should be the mentor on how to fit in on Earth, not how to
Yeah.
use her powers.
Not how to use her powers. That would be cool with, like, a 12-year-old kid. Or a 14, 15-year-old kid, I guess.
Meanwhile, the
Oh no.
villains are here.
Well, everybody, here comes the crappy Powerpuff Girls.
This
And
is the
yet somehow
CW
this still
Powerpuff
looks
Girls.
better than the CW trailer.
Look, we're watching the CW Powerpuff Girls.
Hey, this wasn't the CW yet.
That's true.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
Was it?
Wait.
We're
No,
7
yeah, it was
I-
CW at this point.
We're 7 seasons in. This has been the CW for a while.
Okay. For some reason, I just associate seasons 8 through 10 with the CW. I don't know why.
No, actually, this can't be the CW Powerpuff Girls because all 3 of them are wearing these dresses, and we know that at least one of them doesn't like that because it's gender normative. So this can't be them. They're too gender normative. Let's see how many times I can say that this stream. Well, that makes you want to watch the rest of the episode. Clark makes that face
They
right
saved
before
me
the
from
intro.
this
You're like,
episode.
yes, I can't wait to see what happens. Clark is irritated with his cousin. I can't wait. This intro is so good.
Song is just the perfect intro music.
But yeah, I really like the season 5 and on credits. The editing scheme they went with. We've talked about this, but I've just always liked what that looks like.
It is crazy that they put her in the opening credits when she's still referred to, at least in the Hulu descriptions, as a reoccurring guest.
Well, we've talked about this before. It's a certain episode count that gives you that. Like Glover's got it too. And I can't remember if we had it with Green Arrow in his first season or not. I don't think we did. I don't think Hartley got that.
No, I don't think he's been added to the main. He doesn't get added to the main cast, the opening credits until 8.
But the most awkward one is Ackles. That's the weirdest one.
That is so weird.
Because he's just gonna be
Clark and Lana in the barn. It's kind of the loft.
We're not counting those. They have to actually be up there. Robert might have a separate count for that. I don't give a crap enough.
Yeah,
to
of
do
course.
that. Robert's got 519 categories.
I love
I'm also
this with her
counting.
idea of announcing that she's back because I'm just gonna sneak up on him in the barn.
Hey, look, it's Crypto.
Oh, that's Shelby.
It's Shelby.
Oh. I keep forgetting that dog is still around, and then it'll just pop up randomly. I'm like, oh, that is still here. Okay.
I love
I
how
don't-
awkward that has to be for a moment. 'Cause she puts her hand on his shoulder and he thinks it's Kara. So he's like, "What
Yeah.
are you doing?"
Oh my god, he thinks he's in a People That Aren't Themselves episode and his cousin is about to come on to him. Hey, Robert, I understand the face you're making, but don't put it past the show.
That's true.
Could we maybe... This is going to be such an odd complaint, but can we tone down the piano music? I don't even mean that we need to change what the actual music is, just turn it down.
Cap is gonna start yelling and then turn down the music.
Turn down the music.
Get off my lawn.
So this is Blossom.
But I did like that was all just no dialogue. It was just a moment between them.
Yeah, that's good. Does that not feel
Now
like a beat that should come 8
Whoa.
episodes into the season?
I don't like that. I don't know what that was, but I don't like it.
See, that's how John thought Kara was frozen. Like, he thought that's what it looked like when she was in that ship all that time. It was stasis, John. It wasn't like that.
I never wanted to hurt you, but I didn't fill you in on my plan to fake my death.
Because we did a time skip, right? Was it like between seasons or between the first and second episode? How long is Lana supposed to be gone?
I don't know.
No, I don't know, because the first episode picks up right where the last one left off.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of ambiguous if there's any
They
time.
usually will do between the first and second episode like a 3-month time jump, so you have to assume that's what this is, but I can't tell. Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, the CW shows do that a lot, though, where a season premiere has to resolve a cliffhanger, and then we jump a lot to account for the season break. It's a really weird, consistent formula.
They should do it
so
in
I'm
that
just
episode.
assuming that's what they're doing.
They should have an epilogue that's like 3 months later, so that it's not so awkward in the next. That's what they should do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now her name has to be cleared. This is how
Even-
complicated all these people's lives are now. They can't even get back to their life until everyone knows they're not a criminal. Bizarre.
Oh, no.
Bizarre. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's what we're doing here.
We gotta do that. We gotta have half-naked Supergirl with a book on her head. That's how she's introduced to Lana.
Hi, this is my cousin. Don't you love these sitcom shenanigans?
Put your damn clothes on.
Lot of cover.
They think this stuff's hilarious. Like, they're repeating themselves real hard from their Lois introduction, where it's like, we've got to have excuses for one or more of these characters to be mostly naked and for someone to walk in on them and get the wrong sense of it. And it's like, that beat wasn't funny the first time. Why do you keep doing it? So I never do this, John.
Smallville's repetitive?
Yes, Robert. And if you don't agree, you can go right back where you just came from. Because it's simply a fact. Look, if I were speaking in facts and compliments, I could still say that. It is a fact that it is repetitive. Even if you like it. Hey, John, I never do this. We are 9 minutes into the show. I'm already flipping red on this episode. Like, there is no chance that anything happens in this episode that flips it around for me. In fact, I think this is just my face now. Like, for this episode. This is my face
Cap
now.
is outraged.
I'm not outraged enough because I expect this from the show. Joke's on us.
It's just funny because we came off like a really solid, I think, first 2 episodes, and now we're here.
Well, it's also doing that TV thing, right, though, where they know somebody might be jumping into this without seeing. So it's already that, okay, this is the new status quo. How long has Kara been around? I don't know. But it has that feel, right? You could just kind of jump into this. Like, okay, this is the status quo now. But also, it's filler.
And you're right, and it also feels like this is part of the identity of the show. And it's high time we finally get back to this stuff, you know. Like what we've been missing is the real fun comedy everybody loves, and the CW sexiness of the show. Could we let it mature a little bit? I mean, it took us a year longer than it should have to get out of high school, but we've been out of high school a while now. And now she's Gallagher.
But Cap, this is a show for adults now.
Is it?
Ostensibly.
I mean, this is the stuff that loses me with this Supergirl, where she's like, "You want me to fit in? I'll do it my way."
I'll do it
her way
my
is the
way.
beauty pageant.
yeah. Like what would? So I'm not a giant advocate for flashbacks, but I kind of want one with like this early with her on Krypton to see what she was like on and what high school and stuff was like on Krypton.
I get the parallel, right? This is supposed to parallel Clark with his football thing.
Yes.
But we got here really quickly.
Clark had been on Earth for like 14 years. She's been on Earth for 2 minutes.
Or 2 months, I don't know.
There's that 3 months we didn't see, probably.
Yeah, that's part of what's awkward about it. I forgot this episode was this quickly after her introduction.
I just didn't remember Supergirl talking to live-action Buttercup in this show.
Well, Cap, this is the crossover you never knew you needed. Smallville and Powerpuff Girls.
Cap's just really heartbroken we never got that CW Powerpuff Girls. This is the only way he'll get that fix.
Why would you spin it off that many years later? Like, it's really weird. It is a mercy we only have to watch 10 of these today. I will say, I gave them a lot of credit at the time for figuring out how to somehow get 20 episodes out during a writer's strike. That is legitimately impressive.
Are you starting to regret that?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's not like... I'm sure a lot of it's not going to be very good, but... They're about the only show that was on TV that managed to get that close to their episode count. 24 just skipped the season. They went, look, we have to have 24 episodes or none. That's how the show works. So they just didn't do season 7 that season. They waited on it.
Yeah, that's why the first season of Breaking Bad was so short. I think it's only like 7 episodes.
I thought that was the order they got. I didn't know that had anything to do with the writer's strike. Is that true?
Yeah, it was 08.
That was the Saw 3 freezing scene.
Is that why she was cast?
Oh, no, I was just joking, because there's a scene in Saw 3 where somebody's frozen. Like,
oh, yeah, is her Saw movie after this?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Way after this. So Saw 8 is the big, like, we're back.
Hold on, that's not Agent Carter.
What?
Somebody had to make that joke.
Well, that's Agent Carter. This guy can do this all day. Okay, do you guys have the same thing I do with the you can never trust a Luther, all Luthers are the same? Like, there's 2 of them. Stop it. Like, it works a little bit better, like, way down the road, I guess, when we know that Tess is a Luther, but that reveal comes real late. Like,
they didn't know that Tess existed at this point.
I know. Exactly. So this is a love triangle you never thought you'd see, but it's somehow going to be topped in weirdness by next season, where now we've got Chloe, Jimmy Olsen, and Supergirl. We're gonna find a way to make a love triangle face happen with with that. And the next season, we're going to do it with Doomsday.
And then she's gonna marry Green Arrow.
That's such a natural arc for these characters, Robert. Stop,
Kirby
stop.
says there are 3 Luthers. Oh,
He
because
just had one line.
Lana Luthor still technically.
And I already needed him to stop talking. Stop him. Yeah, but also, McCaffrey, nobody knows Lucas is a Luthor initially. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, Lex I think is the other one that knows.
This guy looks way too young for this role.
I agree.
Because it's this show, I feel like he should be playing a high schooler.
Did you just say closter?
I don't understand why he's so taken with Lois. And, like, hates Chloe.
That sounds like a line somebody would just say that wasn't written down.
Oh, I forgot that we mentioned New York in the show. That feels weird.
Yeah, I've never liked that.
Well, I mean, in this universe, Metropolis is what, like 30 miles from
Metropolis is
Smallville.
essentially Kansas City. I don't know if they know that.
Except
but
when it is.
I also don't think Kansas City ever comes up in this. Well, and I know I've talked about this a million times, but Robert, I don't know if you've been here when I've said this. It's weird that, like, you could just say Metropolis is the stand-in for Kansas City in this, except it also isn't in Kansas.
So what you're saying, Cap, is they're not in Kansas anymore.
Exactly. Because I've had people argue with that, where they're like, well, no, Metropolis has to be in Kansas. And I'm like, there aren't Kansas plates in Metropolis. Metropolis has their own plates. They're like a municipality or something. Or what do you call it? Not a municipality. What do you call that? Like a Washington, D.C. or something. Sick burn? Clark, you're just never going to understand a teenage girl. Yeah, me neither, Clark. 6 seasons, you're like, oh my god, what's going to happen if I tell her? And then, she's fine with it.
Yeah.
As much as she would be horribly unreasonable if he told her, and she did feel really weird about, like, his ships, or like his heritage and his ship and everything, with her parents getting killed and all of that. It is a little weird that there's, like, no conflicted nature to it at all, just because they play it up like he looks like such an idiot if she's just fine with it, but then if she's not fine with it, I hate her more. It's just stuff that they're not thinking through so that they can keep that drama rolling.
That is all correct.
Why do you need this pageant?
So Jimmy can take creepy photos.
Also, he's a big Powerpuff Girls fan, but aren't we? Haven't we made this episode like 9 times already?
Well, that sounds hyperbolic. It's probably more like 6 or 7.
Like, it's not that far away from the girl that kept making herself young so she could stay in high school forever. Like, isn't it that whole thing again?
Mm.
So,
And we got more freeze powers.
we have an Ashmore that is being frozen.
Joe Bress, Cap, have you considered that the writing is dumb sometimes? Yes, I have. And they just forgot that cities have license plates when they were looking for easy exposition. No, not with this. And I know I brought this up before, but in the Perry episode, there's two things. You have Kansas plates all over the show. He comes in from Metropolis with a Metropolis plate that does not say Kansas on it, and he calls the people in Smallville Kansasians. He doesn't live in Kansas, and they know it. So if they play it like Metropolis is maybe in Kansas later, it can't be. Yes, I'm bringing this up again. This will maybe be the third to last time I ever mention this again.
The part of Cap's house we haven't seen is just the graph of the Smallville map and conspiracy.
The guy that got the whole board up there.
That's my wall of weird.
The wall of weird of Smallville continuity and geography.
The thing is, I know where exactly Smallville has to be in Kansas based on where the references people make.
That should be your next book. Where is Smallville located in terms of Kansas City?
I don't know how I could possibly write 250 pages about that.
You make the font really big and you have lots of pictures.
Well, I gotta show you my whole wall of weird. It'll be like a fold out in the middle of the book, Robert.
So are we counting Lex and Lana Kent farm scenes?
Are we counting like sunlight through the Kent house bathing people's faces?
Yeah, now that you mention it, that does happen a lot in this universe.
John, do you agree with me? I just feel like all of this stuff should come later in the season. I feel like if you're gonna make a big deal out of like maybe Alana's dead or she's gone, like you get to the end of the first episode of the season and they go, oh my god, she's still alive. Like, we're not gonna expect that. Oh my god, she's still alive and she's in China or Hong Kong or wherever she's at. And then just the very next episode, there she is. Like, just have some other
she's a series
stories.
regular.
And then, well, sure, but yeah, well, then don't do that.
So I'm of two minds, because I don't necessarily disagree with you that should have been a status quo maybe for longer. But it makes me wonder if they already knew this was going to be her final season. So it's like, well, we got to pay off like the Clark and Lana stuff and like give the fans a season of that, even though they do it terribly. And B, like Robert said, she's got to be in a certain number of episodes.
Joe Press, yeah, I understand that, but I suspect the original idea was Metropolis is in an adjacent state, not Kansas, but not its own thing like Washington, D.C. I just don't think they thought about it that hard. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Maybe, but again, it's just weird to not have a state. Like, they are already making Kansas planes. So the idea that they go, well, we'll just slap Metropolis on it, like, I guess that probably is what they did. But it's just preposterous that you wouldn't think about that. But then we've talked a lot about how it's hilarious that some episodes it takes like 20 minutes to get to Metropolis from Smallville, and other episodes it takes 6 hours to get there. You have to get in a helicopter or you can't get there in time. And you remember that episode from last season, John, where somehow they arrive in Smallville from Metropolis like in a single evening?
Look, Cap, I will come here, I will watch episodes, I will talk about them. Do not ask me to remember what happened last season.
Look, I'm just bragging that I remembered something. Well,
no, this show, sometimes it takes like hours to get from Metropolis to Smallville and vice versa. Sometimes it takes like 2 minutes.
Why are you guys talking over the 28,000th hospital scene? Is Jimmy gonna make it?
Because we're stalling so you have time to count it in your giant counting Kryptofreaks book, that you don't have to work as hard as I do in my map book to pad it out because you counted so many things. D. Kirby, I already can't hate Lana more than I already do. After season 6, I was at the point I could not stand Lana anymore. I mean, I was there in 3.
Yeah.
I was like, I've been here for years.
Can you believe they made Kara Zor-El the 4th Powerpuff Girl?
It was a bold choice, but I think it paid off.
It's Smallville, Cap. I can believe anything.
Shut up, Buttercup. Actually, I've cast different ones of them as Buttercup because the one that was just talking is wearing green, so now she's Buttercup.
Well, and Cap, they killed one of the Powerpuff Girls.
Oh, that's true. Blossom is dead. Or was that
so they need a
Bubbles?
replacement.
I think it was the girl I called Blossom that they killed. I'm not sure.
Hey, Robert, do you think when they killed her and then they saw Kara doing something with her powers, they're like, you.
Oh, these are 3 Kryptofreaks. What are we doing?
Are they?
Are they not?
I missed the exposition. I don't know if they got their powers from Kryptonite or not.
Well, somebody said, who was it? I think it was Jimmy that said this screams Meteor Freak. Now, that doesn't mean it is, I guess. I might have just gonged prematurely. I'm actually not sure if it is. Somebody help us out that's been paying attention to this nonsense more than we have been.
That's what makes it
Robert,
great. Keeps you on your toes.
Freaks?
Dude, if we didn't have the counting, we
I
would
believe
just
the 5th.
we would just be staring into space and
This would be the most thrilling commentary. Just 3 guys staring at a screen.
well, that's gonna be the name of our next series, John.
That's what should retitle this entire thing.
John, you know what else they did with this? They combined 2 stupid Lois things in one episode. Because they introduce her and they've got to do the, like, parents walk in on what looks like they're being naked together or whatever. And then also she's on stage half naked. That's in a different episode.
Yep.
And in a better episode.
She's got a better reason for doing
Cap,
that.
we were once again going back to the Smallville wiki. It does say that they fight 3 meteor-infected. I love the way this is worded. Kara signs up for the Miss Sweet Corn pageant and meets 3 meteor-infected vixens.
We need you
That's
to start.
not Vixen.
We need you to start reading excerpts from that more often, because it's highly entertaining.
What's funny is I was looking up the summary on Wikipedia and like it doesn't mention them being meteor freaks. It just says they're. I'm like I don't know. I'll take John's word for it.
Robert, you weren't here, but I looked it up to see if it gave the reason for Lex cloning Lana, and it just said Lex's reasons for cloning Lana were never stated.
There you go. I mean, you know, they want to be subtle. You know, they'll let you read into things.
Oh.
Why do you guys want the show to beat you over the head with its themes and philosophy? You know, it wants you to figure it out.
You know, I just need some dinosaurs in this season, and it'd be fine.
You are going to have dinosaurs in your Smallville show.
Why not?
Cap, hear me out, right? The next episode, instead of whatever nonsense they come up with next, it's just Clark versus a velociraptor for 40 minutes.
I mean, I'd watch that.
A velociraptor with kryptonite claws. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
So, guys, I'm gonna make people honorary Kryptofreaks that. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Do I have that for at the $5? No. It's the $10 tier. What am I talking about? I was gonna give it to OK Great just for giving a super chat, but I forgot I was doing that at the $10 tier. So sorry about that. I changed this and I forgot what my plan was.
We have part of a plan.
I suck at.
Hey, we have
This
a
whole
new
thing.
sheriff.
There's a new sheriff in town.
It's elderly Jeremy
His name
Renner.
is Mr. Freeze.
Oh my god.
See, it's episodes like this where I want Clark to just be really petty and be like, I freaking told you so.
Okay, so help me out. Is the idea that the whole reason she decided to do the pageant was just so that she could get to the map, or is it she wanted to do that and because she is here she found these Kryptofreaks?
Yes.
No, so the Kryptofreak showed her the picture and the map was Kryptonian. That's why
Mhm.
she agreed to do this.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's better than just
okay.
she wants to be in skimpy clothes and impress people with her hot Kryptonian body. Like, that's, I guess that's better.
No, she wanted to be in the beauty pageant to fit in. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
so I'm
oh,
going to
she-
complain
she
about another
still
line of
did that?
dialogue
Okay,
she
whatever.
had.
I hate everything.
What is up with these names? Why is one Tyler and the other Tempest? What is happening?
So he just said, you know, like, why didn't you tell me about the map? She's like, where do I begin? Your patronizing watermelon tutorial?
Yeah.
What did you want him to let you practice on, people?
No, that drama's real forced, and we're doing that already.
Oh, Green King.
Like, how is that patronizing? That's how he learned.
So, yeah, okay, great, and everybody else, I will do honorary Kryptofreaks for collectively $10 super chats. So if you throw in a couple fives, I will put your name on the board, and we will give you a made-up superpower. And you can be a Kryptofreak for the entire stream.
That was a throw. That was like a
That was a kick.
slap.
That still counts.
No.
We got. Oh my god. That was like an injustice move. Did you see that?
Oh, and that's Clark on Green Kryptonite.
I know. I already counted that.
I counted again.
Well, why do you think I'm gonging?
Do you ever question the physics of whenever we just blow up Kryptonite with heat vision? Like,
Yeah,
wouldn't that make it
what
worse?
is
I want to see it just go all over his body.
No,
Yeah.
yes, because there is that episode in season 4 or 5 where he does that and it makes him blind. Do you remember
That's
that?
right.
That's true. Hey, Robert, you're going to be here during our wheel spin, man. Okay, great. Put in another $5 super chat. He's going to be an honorary Kryptofreak, and he gets a wheel spin. But he wrote spin that wheel and Clark. So, like, you could just make us do the Clark thing. Because we can do that instead. But you said spin the wheel, so we will spin the wheel.
So the resolution of this episode is him learning that she needs to learn how to use her powers her own way.
Yeah.
That is a danger to everyone around her.
Yeah. And you could do... You could do that. You could have the like lesson he's got to learn. It's maybe heavy handed, but you can have the lesson he has to learn. Like, and we do this in the comics a lot with the Superman and his cousin Kara. Like, she's got to go her own way. You can't expect her to be exactly like you. She's a little more flawed. She's got to figure herself out because she wasn't raised like you were, and she hasn't had all the experiences you have. Like, they're kind of trying to do that. But John's right. All you got to do is not make it about the superpowers so much.
Yeah. Now I remember why I dislike this version, because they constantly just make Clark the bad guy and she's always right.
Yep. It does that later seasons, the Flash thing where your protagonist has to learn a lesson every week and
She's
is
gonna
always
come
in the
back
wrong.
in season 9 and tell Clark, "You're not the blur, Clark. We are the blur." Do you know about that, Cat?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you know about that whole thing in the Flash? I don't know what season's in, but Iris tells Barry, "You're not the Flash, Barry. We are the Flash."
Oh my god. Every one of these shows has to have Alana, and each one seems worse than the last eventually.
Yeah, and I think Iris was the one that kind of just like broke everyone, because that's the one everybody clowns on online.
Yeah, and she wasn't like that for a while. And like Felicity ended up being one of those, and Iris was one of those.
You know?
Yeah, but by the later seasons,
number 600 of you can't just stay up here in the loft and isolate yourself.
you're 35 years old, Clark.
You gotta stop looking at the world through your telescope. Oh my god, Robert, did you see that? It was a different establishing shot for Luthor Corp. Why do they never use that?
I did notice that.
I mean, it kind of makes it look like a parking garage, but still.
That guy was wearing his sunglasses inside and thought we wouldn't notice.
Okay, but we did. We've got 5 minutes left in the episode. Let's wait to spin the wheel until the next one. We'll open with it.
Hey, Cap, I think I was right. This episode is fiercely bad.
It's fiercely bad. Hey, Robert, I'll let you decide. What superpower are we going to give OK Great as our first Season 7 honorary Kryptofreak?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm gonna need to think on that for a second.
Because we are gods like Jarrell, and we can just give people superpowers with kryptonite and whatever we've mixed it with.
Cap, are you saying you have the power of God and anime on your side?
Yes. But yeah, Robert, you decide what kryptonite mixed with and what the superpower is.
So my pitch is his Kryptofreak power is it's kryptonite mixed with another unrelated meteor that came to Earth, and his power is he has the powers of the Omega-13 from Galaxy Quest, so he can turn back time 13 seconds and only once.
That's awesome.
That's his Kryptofreak. That's his Kryptofreak power.
This is oddly specific.
That'd be great if you haven't seen Galaxy Quest. Oh, sorry about that. But
you got Omega-13 powers. No, that's so good, Robert. I love that. You can. So you hear that? Okay, great. You can go back in time 13 seconds. Use it wisely. It's enough time to redeem a single mistake, Robert. I cannot believe they're having this conversation anywhere but the loft.
Remember that Lana's back in this show?
I wish she wasn't.
Wait,
but...
okay. So he's wearing the blue jacket and the red shirt. So now is this Bizarro or is this Clark?
Yeah, because if this is Bizarro, it would actually be sort of a clever tell, because we're supposed to think that he's gone. But then,
it would be funny if they were consistent with that. But I mean, in earlier seasons, Clark's always been color coordinated. If he's wearing a blue shirt, he has the red jacket. If he has the blue jacket, he has the red shirt.
Well,
but if they were consistent with that this season, that would actually be funny.
Well, because I was complaining about this during the first episode, is because we get to that point where it's a twist that it's been Bizarro the whole time, and the tell is supposed to be that he's wearing the blue jacket with the red shirt.
Right.
But Clark just wore that in early seasons.
Yeah.
And if that is Bizarro, and this is where that starts, when did they switch? How did that happen?
Now, I want to be excited about Lex trying to befriend her like he did Clark for season, and see how that plays out. Because that could be fun, but the problem is, I don't know why Kara wouldn't believe Clark the first time he says, look, that guy is a murdering psychopath who cloned my girlfriend.
Clark is always wrong. Kara is always right.
Okay, did this happen in the previous episode, what they're talking about?
Well, she, in the pilot, or the first episode of the season,
that's not a pilot.
Underwater in a car, and she saves him, and he vaguely remembers, because the only thing that we can think to do for Kara is just repeat Clark's greatest hit.
The exact same thing.
Yep. And again, you could be really creative with those parallels, but there's got to be more to it than there is.
Yeah. But no, you're right. If this season was smarter, Clark would just be like, look, He manipulated me for years. We were friends. Don't trust him.
And then she would say, "Don't tell me what to do."
That's exactly what will happen in this version.
Also, he should be much closer to understanding what exactly is happening here than he is. Unless the idea is supposed to be that he does at this point get that kind of, you know, these all must be members of an alien race and stuff with the Veritas thing and everything. But I'm not sure. Like, is he onto they're the same aliens as the ones that he dealt with Zod and all of that? Like, has he figured that out?
No.
Well, that's dumb
Not
then.
as far as I know.
He should be suspecting that really hard.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even convinced Veritas exists yet. And we're in that season.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't really been
That
any
episode
tells to it
sucked.
yet, right? Like, oh yeah. No, there was nothing that stopped this from still being my face. That's my face, and I'm not feeling it. Robert, I can't wait to watch Robert be the odd man out and make the screen.
Well, that was Robert's favorite episode of Smallville. It was a very odd choice, but you know, whatever works for you.
What do you think?
Hey,
Robert?
every episode of Smallville is somebody's favorite. That's one of the laws of man. I am.
That episode was their favorite episode of Smallville.
No, I don't think you want to talk to that person. I would avoid that person, sir.
Robert, if that's true, I've lost whatever like sliver of faith of humanity I had left. If every episode of Smallville is somebody's favorite, it's like my favorite episode of Smallville is the watered down 15th time we did that one season 1 episode in season 7. Like that's not possible.
I want to know the person whose favorite episode of Smallville is where Bow Wow shows up and goes on a rampage.
Yeah, they mistitled that episode. It should have been called Bow Wow.
Okay, great. Said for the remaining stream, I'll be 13 seconds behind.
That's awesome. He's very excited about his superpower. We're gonna have a lot of fun with this if we get any more $10 super chats. I love doing the honorary Kryptofreaks. That's why I came up with the idea to change it every time now, because then people that have done it before can come back and be new honorary Kryptofreaks.
Yeah.
Are you guys good doing one more, or do you want to break for lunch? It's like 1:30 here, and that makes it 2:30 where John's at, but I don't know if he ate before the stream or...
I ate before the stream, so I'm good with doing another one.
Robert, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Also, this is the end of this disc, so that works better for me, doing one more episode. And because that's why I tried to get on 3, because if I came on 4, it'd be like, hey, I'm here. Okay, now I gotta switch the disc.
Yeah, let's do one more and
for
then,
one episode.
And then we'll break and I'll get something to eat real quick.
Sounds good.
Well, we're 2 for 3 so far, John, which is honestly better than I thought we'd be by now.
Okay, this one I'm curious about because I don't remember what I thought of it last time.
Which one is this?
But this is the Dean Cain episode.
Oh man, okay, so I remember really not liking this at all.
With not Vandal Savage.
Yeah, he's supposed to be Vandal Savage, but he's not, and it's awkward because we don't know where his powers come from. He's not a Kryptofreak. We can't call him that.
Unless we find out later that there was another meteor shower that happened actually thousands of years ago. Then that would explain that.
Because I've never seen the Adventures of Lois and Clark or whatever, so like I have no attachment to him as Superman. The only thing I've seen him in is DC shows where they shoehorn in a cameo because he played Superman in a one-off show.
You and I need to do some Lois and Clark though.
And I'm curious.
And I wouldn't want to do this with that show, but we could do like a mini marathon, do like 3 or 4 or 5. Because nobody's going to want to sit through that whole show with us. I am kicking around. I don't know how much interest there'd be. I am kicking around maybe doing this with Superman and Lois. I mean, we want to get off of Superman for a while and do some other stuff. But if we did that, I would make sure that the title of those streams had Smallville 2 in it, because I've always considered Superman and Lois Smallville 2.
That reminds me of when Cap 4 came out. And because I update the spoiler cast discussions in the public server, I just named it the Incredible Hulk 2 spoiler cast.
That's awesome.
Because that's what that movie is.
I should have done that.
I'm so glad that Cap 4 is the decades later crappy sequel to the Incredible Hulk.
Somebody had to do it. Well, and I forgot to mention this in the Civil War stream I did with Austin the other day, but apparently there was a lot of talk about having Ross turn into Red Hulk in that.
Oh. The only thing I know about that movie is it was originally going to be just normal Cap 3 with the Serpent Society or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we talked about that. And I talked about how, now that I know that, I kind of wish they had made that movie and then made Civil War the fourth combined Captain America and Iron Man movie and put both of their names in the title. Because I always thought Captain America Civil War was a really weird title, because it's like Civil War suggests two sides of something, but one side is in the title. And then if you had, Captain America versus Iron Man, then it would make it even more hilarious that it came out the same year as BVS.
Well, they drop the V and just do the S. That's how they differentiate it from BVS.
Captain America S Iron Man.
What does the S stand for? It's just the other side of versus. It was dumb enough that we cut that down to just a V. Might as well just make it an S. All right, let's do this, guys. Get ready to press play. When I say now, we're watching episode 4, Cure. Dean Cain is the Cure. Here we go. Everybody.
We are the Cure.
We get your Cure cartridges. Everybody, please press play right now.
That moon looks fake.
Well, it looks as fake as it always does. Was this show? Do either of you guys know this? Was this show on Wednesdays or Tuesdays at this point? By season 7.
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh no.
I'll have to look that up, because I think it started on Tuesdays and it moved to Wednesdays. We'll see if anybody in the comments remembers this.
I know in the later seasons it moved a few times because it was competing with Supernatural at that point.
I was just wondering, because the marquee there said that there's karaoke on Tuesdays, which means if Smallville is still on Tuesdays, the karaoke at the Talent is competing with this show.
Well, no, see, it's meta, like in Buffy when Buffy says, "Oh, it's a Tuesday. Dawn must be in danger."
Exactly. Well, Jimmy seems a little bit less pathetic in this relationship than he did last year.
So, McCaffrey in the live chat just said that in Legends of Tomorrow with Vandal Savage, he uses the alias Dr. Curtis Knox, I guess, as a reference to this.
Does he really?
That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut reference. I kind of respect that.
I do too. I mean, that show is the worst thing ever, but that's cool.
I still think at least the first 2 seasons are better than some of the later stuff in Arrow and Flash.
That's how bad those are, though.
I never watched. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, do either of you guys know if this was supposed to be Vandal Savage and then they couldn't use him for some reason?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. So this is B-Girl. We've got one of our real
Chloe is the psychopath here. This girl just ordered a cup of coffee and left quietly, and Chloe followed her outside with a jar of mace.
That's because she's the B-Girl.
Yeah, that's in the past.
They just talked about that, John.
So she's not a Kryptofreak anymore?
Because this girl, and she doesn't know that, so of course she followed her out there like that.
I don't know,
What Cap is saying is that if you ever recognize somebody in the street or in a store who you know is a serial killer, you should follow them.
Follow them
confront
and harass them with mace.
Well, okay, I guess she shouldn't have that. She maybe should have called the police.
Clark?
No, Cap, you don't call the police in Smallville. You call Clark. Oh, Cap, did you
forgot how
spin the
Hold
wheel,
on,
by
I
the
have
way?
to. No, I need to do that, but I also need to count. What was it? Sorry, I'm trying to keep everything straight here. There was something I needed to count.
I was counting today.
Well, oh, amnesia. Because she
Not
doesn't
to be
remember the
confused
last
with
6 years.
amnesia.
There's amnesia. Come on, Robert. You should be up on the count. That would have been a Robert thing to notice. That's not Knox.
Oh my god.
Knox says nice legs. I'm reading yours.
Oh my god, it's Dean Cain.
So what I didn't like about casting Dean Cain as not Vandal Savage, besides the fact that it's just weird that it's not Vandal Savage, is, and to be fair, at the time I probably didn't know who Vandal Savage was, but that made it worse because it seemed lame that he just came in to be the obligatory villain of the episode. But like, you're gonna bring in a Superman and a real, like, relatively well-liked Superman, and you're not going to have the respect for that actor to give him a role that's in any way whatsoever connected with what he did in this franchise. That's what I don't like about it. Like, imagine if they did something like that to Christopher Reeve. Like, at least he's not playing Superman or a Superman adjacent character, but he's playing the guy who's responsible for Clark learning his origins. That's wonderfully appropriate to his place in the legacy of this franchise. Give me something like that for Dean Cain. Or don't use him.
Yeah, or
that's they're consistent with that too, because even in Supergirl, when he shows up, he's just a bad guy.
I might have preferred Dean Cain as a younger Jor-El, honestly. The nonsense we do with Tom Welling flashbacks.
Well, and let me also say, I don't mind that he's a villain necessarily, but it needs to be like a major cool Superman. Like I liked when Laura
Like Zodder,
Vandervoort
personally.
was a Brainiac, because she played a Kryptonian before, and she dealt with Brainiac. Like, it was connected to her role in this world, right? It's like, he could be evil, I'm fine with that, but this has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate because
Oh,
I
of course
think
you are.
having him as Vandal Savage is a cool idea, and it's not their fault that he couldn't be Vandal Savage.
But what does Vandal Savage have to
think that's
do
a
with
big-
anything?
What do you mean? Like, oh, so like you want him to be connected to a Kryptonian?
I want him to be connected to something that's more Superman. Vandal Savage isn't even
Well-
a straight-up Superman villain.
It also makes it worse that isn't this the season where we also bring in Helen Slater?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
so there's
Movie
also this
Supergirl.
whole thing I forgot about where Martian Manhunter and Supergirl.
I think
Don't like
we did
each
that.
other?
Or maybe we do that in 8. I forget where they did that. 'Cause she's in some of 8 too.
Yeah, she might have been more than one episode.
But I mean, Vandervoort's in some of 8, so it could have been there. I just can't remember. Let me spin the wheel real quick before I forget.
Spin that wheel.
Yeah, she does come off a little sanctimonious sometimes. Okay, anyway, here we go. Spinning the wheel. What do we have to do?
I can't tell yet if Kara's just a racist or not.
We gotta. I mean, that's a bold choice. We gotta read from the textbook. Let's find out something interesting about Cure, shall we?
This is a fun moment though, where she's just like, because she's the only human in the room. She's like, "Oh, are you from Krypton as well?" And he's just like, "No, he's from Mars." And she's just like, "What is my life?"
Let me see if there's anything in here about why he was picked specifically for this role. This is a good one for us to read out of the textbook.
Oh my god, this was directed by Rick Rosenthal.
What?
Director of Halloween 2 and Halloween
was.
Resurrection.
So I open the textbook and then you
Wait.
go, I better start looking up things about the show.
No, I saw his name on the screen, Cap.
Oh. Wait, we're still
Yeah,
doing...
Robert's watching the show.
No, I know, but we're 7 minutes in and we're still doing credits?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that. All right, anyway. It was a thrill for the episode's writers to have the actor who played Superman for 4 seasons on Lois and Clark playing the villainous Dr. Curtis Knox. To have the two Supermen fight each other was a real kick. Septian enthuses. Wow, this is some great writing. And Dean Cain did a great job. It was fun to use a past Superman in a different way. Yeah, like not related at all to anything. So, okay. The other Superman alumni that we'd used
Angry Face.
previously, we're not counting that,
Yeah.
that we'd used previously had all turned up as good characters on our show. Here was a chance to have a former Superman show up as a bad guy, which was a really nice twist. Yeah, sure. Okay.
This is only your second former Superman.
So this
Well,
is going to
no.
be another.
He's saying other Superman alumni. Like every time they use an actor that was in a Superman thing, they're always good guys. That's what he's saying. That's true. But like, I didn't see this as a twist. I just saw it as kind of lame. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
oh man, you'd never expect a Superman alum to be evil.
So that whole storyline that they set up is gonna be the most annoying. Where Kara hates Martian Manhunter because Martian Manhunter forced them out of their home one night because apparently Kara's father tried to assassinate Jor-El because they hated each other.
You know what we should have done? I don't know why I hadn't thought of this
Not
before.
that.
Anything else?
We should have cast Dean Cain as Zor-El.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
Whether he's evil or not. Like, duh. Okay.
But Cap,
And then-
we get Lex versus Superman on screen again.
Yeah, and it is nice to have them in a scene together, I guess. I just don't care about any of those.
And then we had the whole Kara has to overhear Martian Manhunter saying, "Don't trust Kara."
Oh, McCaffrey's right that Margot Kidder was kind of shady. She's
That's
not
true.
a
And
straight up good guy.
Does she get unceremoniously killed off or something? When do we stop using it?
Off screen.
Yeah. Weird.
I'll read some more here. Turi Mayer explains their vision for the character. Curtis Knox was immortal. Yep, that's right. He'd lived for centuries and had fallen in love many times. You're just telling us what happens in the episode. Yeah, I'm not going to read the rest of that. It just tells us what happens in the episode.
Oh my God, it's Flubber.
The lesson of possible immortality would resonate with Clark. It's better for him to learn sooner rather than later that he's going to have to deal with it. And I mean, that's true. That's a good thematic thing to deal with that villain. The idea of seeing Curtis Knox weep over the woman he loves and realizing that's going to be him someday, I think, resonates in the episode. So maybe they're thinking that he's like they're using Dean Cain because he's like if Superman lived too long and went bad. That's what they think it is. I don't think that played at all in this, but I also haven't seen this in a bunch of years.
But also, we already dealt with the idea of Clark and immortality with that one kid that could see the future. And he's like, yeah, your future just never ends.
Well, yeah, but that could be a good follow-up to that, where we go, if Clark had to see everyone he cared about die, could he still be Superman 100 years in the future?
When we do the
But I don't see the parallel with this,
movie,
besides the fact that it's a guy that played Superman once playing him. That's the problem with it.
And I think it's just a filler villain of the week episode. When that idea alone, it's like you could have padded that out to a whole season, even if it can't be Vandal Savage. That's a real villain you could explore and spend time with, not just as a one-off.
Yeah, of course. John, I'm sorry, we talked over you, man.
when we do the inevitable Injustice movie, we should just use this cast.
That's when Tom Welling finally. That's when Tom Welling finally wears the Superman suit. It's when he's evil Injustice Superman.
Yes. And there's a connection because Smallville's Green Arrow voiced Injustice Superman in that god-awful animated movie.
That's true.
That was one of the worst things I ever had to sit through. So Tom Welling as Injustice Superman, we have to watch him fly this Lois up into the sky and lobotomize her? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What Joker would it be? Like,
Jared Leto.
Gotham's.
Oh yeah.
oh, the one at the end?
Sure.
Any of them. He played like 3 Jokers on that
The
show.
like fat son of the mask faced one?
I never got to the end of that show, so I'm just gonna say sure.
Nicholas Bodo says that would be the funniest thing ever. I actually kind of love that idea because this show starts from such a dark place, and is like, you know, Jor-El is evil, and like maybe Clark is gonna have to fight the urge to murder people and stuff before he's ever Superman, and like this is the version that becomes the Injustice Superman.
This is the bit that I do like about this episode, because we're dealing with Chloe still struggling with the fact that she's a meteor freak.
Yeah, I wish she'd bring up the fact that she has been before.
Oh, Kirby, I don't know. Lois and
Can't
Clark
ask the
was a really
show to
popular
remember.
show.
What did it say?
Can't
What does he
ask the
say?
show to remember something that happened 6 years ago.
Robert, you have to read the comment before you respond to the comment.
I was getting there.
What did he say?
No, he said, I still love Lois and Clark. I'm not sorry. It's a popular show.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to apologize for that.
I'd like to go back to it.
There's a lot of stuff about it that doesn't hold up, but it's also such a fun product of its time that like it's really endearing and earnest, you know.
I think it's just hard to go back to since it got canceled. You know, it doesn't get an ending. That's unfortunate. And he said that Terry Hatcher and Erica are his favorite Lois Lanes. They're both great.
I love Terry
And
Hatcher.
And she never comes back for any of these, right? Do we ever stunt cast her in something?
I want to say she got stunt casted once, but I might be wrong about that. I forget where, if so. I don't think she ever shows up in Supergirl or anything. And Supergirl uses a bunch of people.
Like Dean Cain.
Everybody comes back for that. And then they stunt cast people that had nothing to do with any Superman thing, but were like in the 90s. So if like Kevin Sorbo shows up, like that's stunt casting for some. It's so weird. It's like, I don't know why you're here. It's Sorbo with some. Maybe it was Terry Hatcher. I can't remember. He's with somebody.
Okay, so she is actually in Smallville. She is in season 10 as Lois's mom.
Oh, that's right.
I forgot about that.
I think Cap's gonna lose his mind. So he cast everybody but Dean Cain as someone related to a Superman character.
That's the twist. That's what you don't see coming.
I mean, am I overblowing this? I like Dean Cain a lot. I don't think this was right for him. Like,
I just don't have that perspective since I haven't seen the show, so I don't care. And then she is apparently a reoccurring role on Supergirl as Rhea for 8 episodes.
See, yeah, and she's and she's with Kevin Sorbo.
Okay.
Weird. Lois and Hercules together for the first time.
We've been waiting for that since I was a kid, Robert. Like, you just don't understand my generation. It kept us up late at night thinking that we were never going to get to see Terry Hatcher and Kevin Sorbo on screen together. It really mattered.
I'm just glad that Kevin Sorbo is getting work that isn't embarrassing.
Well, you could say the same about Dean Cain.
It's Supergirl, so it's a little embarrassing, but it's not before that. But it's before that show gets really embarrassing. I think Kara needs to be on Earth longer before she can say words like bummer.
Yes.
They do not know how to write her. Like, she's a Ninja Turtle, and I don't understand how. Like,
does that make Clark Splinter?
yes.
and Lex is Shredder.
Lex is Shredder, and Lionel Luthor is Krang.
No, that lines up because then Lex in season 8, when it's just the guy in a mask and all those tubes, that's Super Shredder.
Perfect.
Or that's Krang Shredder when we find out he's a cyborg.
Yeah. We can come up with BS analogs for anything. Sorry, what, John?
Chloe can be April O'Neil.
Discussing topic says they spend more time writing Kara out of episodes than giving her stuff to do.
That's true.
I only complain about it every episode.
Yes, Clark, you don't understand the burden of having powers that can be dangerous.
I hate these straw man argument episodes where Clark, he just always has to be in the wrong. The supporting cast is always right.
Well, it's because
the next time I save somebody, it might kill me, so just don't do it.
The trap they fall into, Robert, is he's the protagonist, so he has to have the character arc every episode, and that means that he has to be constantly either regressing or they have to contrive a way to make it look like he's getting somewhere when he's not, or like you said, straw man, pretending like he's got something to learn when he just doesn't.
And the Flash gets that bad. Have I ever ranted you
and Arrow
about
gets that bad? I mean, how many times does he have to learn to not want to kill people? It's every other episode.
Did I ever rant to you about the thing they do with Joe in an episode in like season 7 or 8 with Reverse Flash? It's so terrible.
No, I forget.
There's an episode where Reverse Flash shows up after he's killed many people and screwed with the timeline multiple times. Reverse Flash shows up and he's like, "Hey, I'm dying because of my own choices. You have to help me, Flash, because you're a hero." And Barry says, maybe I won't. And then Joe berates Barry in front of the entire team and says, "If you don't help him, you are just as bad as he is."
Wow.
I was pissed. This is the guy that killed Barry's mother.
Lex should say, "Man, I wish I'd thought of this villain plot."
Yeah, we're getting a lot of Dean Cain Lex scenes. That's something.
Is there a Lex in the Lois and Clark show?
Yes, and he's wonderful.
Yeah. Is he recast? Or is that the same guy
No,
all the way through?
He's there all the way through. I don't think he's ever recast.
I think somebody on that show is recast.
And he's there from...
Like during it.
I don't know. And he's there from the very beginning, John. You and I should do the pilot at some point. He's great in that. He's got this badass scene.
I don't know anything about that show.
He's got this badass scene where he has like a Swami guy bring in a poisonous snake just to stare down with him for a minute and then come back and bring it back out of the room. He's awesome. He's like, this is my time of the day where I have to stare down a poisonous snake.
Oh my God, he's dead.
Okay, it's Jimmy who I was thinking. Jimmy's recast on that show midway through.
Not midway through, middle of the first season.
Oh, that early.
Real early, yeah. And the first Jimmy, is it the first or the second? One of the Jimmys is the main character in, John will appreciate this, Child's Play 3.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
That brief recast Andy.
I don't think that's why that happened, but yeah.
Because Cap, you know what, the kid who played Andy in the first two Child's Play, it's like he's back. He's in the later movies and show as Andy.
Yeah. That lightning looked really real. Oh, wait. Did we just knock out Lex?
Yes, that is convenient unconsciousness.
But it's also
my favorite
Lex
thing
getting
about Child's Play 3 is the dad from Hellraiser is in it as the crazy barber guy that tries to give Chucky a haircut.
That's actually 2 counts. Well, is it convenient? I think that's just Lex getting knocked out. I don't think it's convenient unconsciousness. There's nothing that happens after that he has to be knocked out for.
No, Clark shows up.
Oh, okay.
Super speed.
Okay.
Look, she's learning how to use chopsticks.
I'm so watching this show.
Look,
she says bummer. She should already know how to use chopsticks. She's a ninja
Robert,
turtle.
remind me, is Jimmy still with Chloe at this point?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
This is weird.
Yes. I just gotta think for blondes, I guess.
Yeah, because they're building in a stereotypical obligatory love triangle. So this isn't supposed to be them on a date. They're working on something together. But look, there's so much sexual chemistry, sexual tension. It's sexual. It's
Stereotypical
Smallville.
obligatory love triangle.
Exactly. Did I just say that?
Say that 3 times fast.
Oh. Like, why? I'm like, why'd you say that? I just said that. You don't say that.
Okay, so the Child's Play 3 Andy was Jimmy for most of that show, so he's the second Jimmy.
He's the second Jimmy. That's what it is.
And then he's in the Dungeons and Dragons movie, and killed his career.
I didn't know that. But yeah, John, at some point, we'll
you
we'll
know that you can trust him. You've known him 5 minutes.
Because she knows he's not the protagonist, so therefore she can trust him and not Clark.
And it's because she doesn't know that Jimmy was insecure and hated Clark for Chloe having had a thing for him that one time. If she knew that, she probably wouldn't respect him as much. No one should respect this character, because that's how he's introduced in the show, is I'm so jealous because Chloe has liked a guy.
And that's why I can't feel bad for him here, because you're supposed to, I think. She's just doing to you what you did to her for like 2 years.
Yeah. It still makes Chloe look awful, though. She just walks in on him, like, working on something with another woman. It's, goodbye, Jimmy.
Oh, that's walking away angry.
Yes, that is definitely walking away angry.
Stupid.
And we got Lex in the hospital.
No, that's from your book.
Robert, that's just for your book.
All right, 69 walking away angry. That seems appropriate. Anyway.
Nice.
I'm in a mood today, you guys. I think it's because I'm having to watch season 7 Smallville all damn day. So wait, Clark stole $10 million from Lex? When did that happen?
No, Lana stole $10 million.
Well, that's what I thought, but he just said that I thought he said that you stole.
No, Lana stole it, but it's money well spent. If she hadn't, then Clark wouldn't have known to show up, because he wouldn't have known about Dr. Knox.
Just how rich is Lex? I'll never understand exactly how rich he is. $10 million is still a drop in the bucket. It's like, no matter what amount you say, Lex has got it. No problem.
Cap, do you think there being an actual being that is immortal is too far for this universe as we've established it so far?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So, in the rules of this universe, as inconsistent as they are up to this point, do you think having an honest-to-God immortal kind of breaks those rules? So far, we just had like one-off teenagers with superpowers. This is somebody that's been alive since like the beginning of time.
Well, it does help that we've already had superheroes with powers that are not kryptonite related.
Yeah. Also, have we done magic yet on this show?
Straight up magic? I don't know. And then you also got all that Kawachi stuff. We did have some Kawachi stuff that predates the meteor shower. That's kind of supernatural. So I mean, I don't think it's too far necessarily.
Oh look, Clark was right.
Shocker.
I appreciate that they've just taken the Lana storyline where Clark's like, hey, I think this guy might be bad news. And then Lana's like, why are you interfering in my life, Clark? Go away. And just giving it to Chloe for this episode. Wait a minute. Was he wearing... Okay, because I haven't been keeping track. Wasn't he wearing the red jacket and the blue shirt at the hospital?
No, I thought he had the blue jacket.
Okay. So again, I ask, is this Bizarro or is this Clark?
He's been Bizarro the whole time. Are they going to retroactively say he's been Bizarro, and then you can look at scenes and go, there's no way that's been Bizarro, like just the way he's acting when nobody's around.
No, that is absolutely how they're going to do it, because it's going to be the big reveal.
Oh, no, and then you're going to go back and look at it and go, this doesn't match.
Yeah, because Clark, well, that's why I noticed, because it was strange that he started wearing the blue jacket all of a sudden. And I was like, oh, is this supposed to be where this happens? But maybe? I don't think that makes sense in the timeline of that episode. But at some point in an episode, they're gonna get the big reveal that he's still at the fortress. The real Clark is still at the fortress. I mean, because I've been trying to pay attention. If it is already switched, he's not acting any differently, and you would think there should be at least a little tells like this Clark is acting different. I don't need it to be quite Clayface in Gotham, where he's just a completely different character and nobody can tell the difference.
Dagon Spear claims that that doesn't happen until in the middle of the season. That he's still Clark right now.
No, see, the way I remember it is the reveal is in the middle of the season, but it's retroactively, oh, I've been gone for weeks.
Let's see. Yeah, Kirby mentioned Zatanna being in season 8. That's why I asked if we had done the magic.
Right, yeah.
Because
no, we know that, but
Zatanna eventually comes in.
I don't know if there's flat out magic before that.
Mm.
You have weird stuff like Mixelplick, where he's not a Kryptofreak, but he somehow has that power. That feels like magic, but I don't know what that is.
And this is the 80th, at least the 80th weird bondage scene in this show.
Okay, yeah, but you compare it to Gotham, and it's like it doesn't have any. It's like that never happened at all. Gotham is as close to full bondage porn as you could put on a Fox TV show.
That's true.
Yeah, I said it out loud because I've seen that show, and that's what it is. Again, I'm speaking in facts.
If that's the case, because he says he hasn't been gone for weeks, because there's a time jump between episodes. If that's the case, then why has he started to wear the blue jacket again?
Yeah, that feels like a deliberate choice. Because have they had him wear the red one since the last time we saw him wear the blue one? Do they know that? Do they remember that the first episode that was the tell?
That was a throw.
That's a throw. Yeah, I was there.
Okay. Also, that feels a little violent. Okay, so no, then they can't have switched yet because he's affected by kryptonite, or is he pretending? I think this is going to break my brain. This is what's going to break my brain.
See, this is supposed to be exciting because they're both Supermans, but you're right, Robert. All they had to do, like, I don't even think it would bother me that this isn't a Superman, like, connected villain all that hard or anything. If it was just a larger role, if he was in an arc,
yeah,
in 3 or 4 episodes.
This is something you could actually, because now he's just monologuing. Like, there's no conversation here. It's just bad guy speech, you know?
Yeah, it's not fun to get to see
You don't get
together.
to explore it.
It's more fun to see him and Rosenbaum.
Yeah.
Also, with the wife thing, this is just Mr. Freeze.
He's just Mr. Freeze. That's what I was about to say. And after Supergirl looked like Nora Freeze in the first episode. Oh, I forgot to mention this last episode, you guys, but I think it's really funny that this season, of course, we're late enough that we're not doing Kryptofreaks all the time, but by the 3rd episode, we had 3 Kryptofreaks, because there are 3 in that episode. So we have a Kryptofreak for every episode in the first 3 episodes, but they're all in just 1 episode.
Okay, so Dagonsphere says that he thinks that's just reading into it. Jor-El freezes Clark because Clark accidentally brought Zor-El back, and Jor-El thought he was too emotional. Okay, but it can't be that overreading, because when Clark comes back to fight Bizarro, he wears the red jacket and the blue shirt, so you can tell him apart from Bizarro, who's wearing the blue shirt and the blue jacket and the red shirt.
And clearly
this is gonna break my brain.
And clearly in the first episode of the season, that's a cute thing they're doing to differentiate the characters.
So if you know that twist is coming, but then you have Clark start to wear the blue jacket again with the red shirt, either that's supposed to be the tell that something is wrong, or you're misleading the audience because you're going to do that twist later.
So I have 2 questions. 1, why does Clark have a production still of Just in Crew season 1? 2, Is he ever going to finish working on that tractor? That's all we've seen him do in the barn scenes this season. He's just working on the tractor.
Sorry, everything about what Marsh Manhunter just said is really ominous to me.
Your father and I had a don't ask, don't tell policy.
Yeah. When it came to punishing criminals, I'm like, oh, all right. And then he goes, I suggest we have the same thing. And Clark's like, yeah, that's cool. Let's do that. And then they just walk up the stairs, and I'm like,
well, it's like the Phantom Zone exists.
Well, yeah, there's that too.
Oh, this is dramatic.
Well, and Jarrell was a crazy person, so...
Yeah, who are you going to believe, Clark? This person that saved your life, or your cousin that's been here for 5 minutes and acts like a psychopath?
And an Ninja
Oh,
Turtle.
she said the thing.
Oh, no.
Wait, what did she say? I
Disney
missed it.
reference.
Who
are you going to trust, me or this Martian Manhunter?
And finally we got Martian Manhunter's name in there.
To be fair, if you knew a guy named Martian Manhunter, you probably wouldn't trust him either.
That one is ultra blatant. Or this Martian Manhunt. We're gonna go start like a league.
What are we? Some kind of Martian Manhunter?
Hayden Spring, my headcanon is that Clark doesn't actually know how to farm. Jonathan did all that. Clark just had to pick up the heavy stuff, and we never see him do it. Brilliant. You knock her down, she gets up again. You're never gonna keep her down. See, this the level that this piano music is at is what it should have been in that other scene. It's not so overbearing. Yeah, I like the idea that Clark just doesn't know how to farm. So look, I was just here to lift crap. I was essentially a machine you couldn't afford. Like, that's it.
Yeah, once... because Martha's already out at this point, right?
Yeah.
So, like, we have Clark here, like, entirely just to justify the title, right? That's the only reason, right?
What do you mean? To justify the title?
Like, just keeping him in Smallville more.
Oh, yeah, right.
Smallville
right.
to keep, yeah.
Oh, for why he's still living there? Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then there are lots of episodes where he just doesn't even go there.
Mm-hmm. Right, it's like, we just visit here sporadically. I'm like, oh, is he living here? Okay.
I personally think that Clark looks maybe a little bit desperate still, and pining away for Lana, in not at least taking a little bit of time before they kind of get back together after she got with Lex the way she did. I just think you'd question all that a little bit, where it's like, I don't know if I know you. I don't know if both of them should be like, I don't know if I want to be with this person for various reasons.
So it's, I think, kind of on accident, but that's what I like is he is still pursuing that idealized version of her.
Well, that's true.
And she
is not that person.
She is not that person, and she thinks being with him will make her that person.
Okay, no, that's good.
So they are no longer fit together, but they're trying.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
That's what I like about this season with them, is this is, at the end of the day, is going to be a doomed romance because neither of them knows each other anymore, and they don't take the time to learn. And I think she has been changed by being with Lex to the point where she's no longer somebody that is compatible with somebody like Clark.
There is so often that subplot in this show where I just want to fast forward.
Is that this entire episode?
No, but it's the Chloe Jimmy stuff, certainly.
Yeah.
It's emotional.
That's
it's,
why.
it's so
That's
palpable.
why when you get to the end of season 8 and she's all upset that he's dead, I'm like, why? You spent 2/3 of your relationship hating each other.
Well, it's just kind of an encapsulation of the Lana Clark relationship. You know, I don't know what that percentage is. Okay, we get it. You're obsessed with your girlfriend.
Wait, weird earthquake last fall.
When was that? What was that?
Are they talking about the Zod stuff?
Oh, maybe. Where, like, nobody knows what
That was
caused
just
it?
last fall?
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been. Because that's the cliffhanger from 5 to 6. Or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Say each season is over a year. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
That's where that would be.
But he would know because he was in Smallville. Everybody outside of Smallville doesn't know what happened because the satellites and everything went down. But I would think the people that were actually there would know. Or not Smallville, sorry, Metropolis.
Metropolis, yeah. No, you're right. That's true. See, they're always throwing stuff in to be like, no, we know our continuity. And then you think about it for 5 seconds, you're like, do you?
Okay, everything Jimmy is saying is correct. It's also stupid that he's saying it.
Yeah, like this is your
Yeah.
response. Like she's upset, and you're like, oh, what about Clark?
Right, don't bring that up now. Idiot.
I don't care.
I immediately lose sympathy when his go-to is, well, I did this, but you and Clark.
John,
then I
this
go-
is gonna deter.
And then I go, why do these people want to be with each other? They're so superficial. Like,
I don't know. Because Green Arrow hasn't come back yet.
John, this is gonna deteriorate into that Red Dragon scene where Cap's gonna be strapped down and you're just gonna be saying, "Do you see? Do you see? Do you see?"
Cap, do you see? I don't know if you've seen that movie.
I
but-
don't know the earthquake he's talking about.
Do you see?
Have you seen? I don't. Have you
And, like,
seen Red
no,
Dragon?
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay.
I guess I'm sort of okay with the idea that she is like not as close to him as he wants her to be because he's always doing superhero stuff with Clark. Like,
So, I like the idea that she is pulling away because she thinks she's gonna die one of these days using her kryptonite power. Except
that's true.
I
I
don't know
forgot
why
that
she
part.
can't just not use her power. The problem is that his reaction to everything is you and Clark. Despite the fact that Clark is now in an established relationship and they have never shown any kind of feelings for each other in front of Jimmy other than platonic.
well, but again, if the idea is like you're spending all this time with this other guy, but they're not really playing it like that. Anyway, I'm gonna call that walking away angry. Like, it's not angry; it's more dejected. But you know, it's close enough.
And that's fine before, but they've moved past this already. And he
Yeah,
was
there's
just
that.
doing the same thing with Kara. And when he thought that she was mad about Kara, his reaction is, "But you and Clark do this all the time."
Hey, Chloe, have you ever tried not being a Kryptofreak?
Yeah, it's the
Which
what-
isn't a scene with another Ashmore.
That's true. No, it's a whataboutism thing. That's true.
Okay, so despite that, I'm gonna go a very light green.
I figure this would be the first one that you and I were on opposite ends on.
I like the villain. I like the fight at the end. I like the Chloe subplot until it has to do with Jimmy.
I feel like on principle I have to go red because I don't like that was the choice they made for what to do with Dean Cain, and the why is that the last scene I have to be left with? You know, like if you're gonna have that, just end it with something. I don't know, that has more to do with the A story, because I hate that B story.
Did you guys have the? Did you guys have the Christopher Reeve? Sorry, did you see? Did you guys have the Christopher Reeve Foundation at the end of that?
No,
or is that just on the DVD?
No, because I'm watching it on streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, so on the DVDs, they have the Christopher Reeve thing with Dean Cain at the end, which is really weird in this episode when you see him play that villain, and at the end, it's like, "Hi, I'm Dean Cain. Go visit this website for the Christopher Reeve Foundation," and it's really jarring. Yeah, and he has a little dog tag that has a Superman S on it, and you're like, "That's really jarring after the villain he played in this episode." But okay.
All right, well, guys, I'm gonna need to break for lunch, so give us a good, I don't know, 10 minutes or so.
For me.
Maybe a little longer. John, you'll be able to see me with the other camera when I get back. Robert, are you gonna stick around, or?
Yeah, I'll be back for the next one.
Okay, sweet, sounds good. All right, well, everybody, give us a little while, and like I said, we'll be back in I don't know, 10-15 minutes. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're enjoying it. We are almost at the halfway point for today, so we're trucking along, John. We're doing all right.
Well, this would actually, if we're just doing 10, this would be the halfway point, episode 5.
Well, the next one we're about to do, but we just did 4, so we've got to finish the next one before we're at the halfway point.
Same difference.
That's how math works.
Hey, I'm the one with math powers, sir.
Nah, I wiped that away. We got to give you new ones. All right, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Robert, do you see?
Hey everybody, we're back. John and Robert, hope I didn't keep you too long, guys.
Oh, it's all good.
It's been 17 hours.
Robert's like, I have enough time to be here for exactly 1/5 of the next episode.
Well, it's just a really good opening scene. You know, I could have missed that.
Is it?
And then I can check
or are you
out.
just guessing that? Like, I don't even know
I'm
what
just
happened.
guessing.
Right.
Look, the episode is called
Robert,
Action.
what-
I'm expecting
Wait.
some action.
Wait. Can I stop everything for a second? The English language has lots of words, right? Like there's
it
a not
has 3.
insignificant number. There's a plethora, if you will, of vocabulary, of synonyms for different things in the English language. You're going to make 217, 18 something episodes, and you're one of those. I mean, like 250 words is like a dog's vocabulary, and one of them is going to be action.
A reference to Action Comics?
We'll see what's in the episode, but probably not. I bet they're not even thinking,
So-
oh,
Okay.
happy accident.
Okay, because I remember this episode, Cap. You might too once you hear. This is the Warrior Angel movie episode.
Oh, then they in fact are calling back to Action Comics. That is why they did that. Okay, all right, I'll take that back a little bit. Out of context, it sounds like the most generic possible episode title.
Or, no, I think what it is, it's when you call action on a film set.
You're
I
right.
think
That
that's
is
what
all
it is.
it is.
Cap, I don't know if you know this, but this episode is action. The next episode is just going to be called Pact.
I think you were saying the next episode is called Comics.
They call comics.
Brady puts in a $4.99 super chat, which means we get to spin the wheel. We didn't have a wheel spin already. We need to do, did we? Did we do one?
We did the last one because you read from the book.
Oh, that's right, the textbook.
Don't read from the book.
Please open your books to page 38. Brady, $4.99 super chat. Fun fact: Smallville season 7 is the last season to be shot on film. 8 and 10 are shot with digital HD cameras. We were talking about that earlier, and I
Interesting.
thought some of this was digital, but maybe we were wrong about that.
For a second there, Cap, I thought when you were saying turn to page whatever, I thought you were going to say page 394 or whatever.
Turn to page 394. Apparently today, John always has like his not very timely references that he just picks a thing for a show. And today it's a combination of, this is the only channel anywhere you'll get this. The Lost World, Jurassic Park, and Harry Potter.
Well, I'm
Oh,
just
they have
saying,
those
Harry Potter
quotable
would have been
movies.
better if Voldemort had velociraptors in his Death Eater army.
They are
Jurassic-
magical creatures.
Jurassic World's gonna have to work hard to catch up with that film count. If you count the prequels, it's gonna take a while. Let's spin this wheel, shall we? Spin that wheel. It's spinning. It's spinning, and I have to literally blind watch the first 5 minutes of this episode. So I don't get to look at the first 5 minutes of this episode.
Oh no, it's the Daredevil commentary all over again.
What I hope is that Robert is right, and this has a killer opening, and then he's gonna be like, "Cap, you didn't," and then otherwise we all flip red, and he's like, "You didn't see the opening; it was great."
Yeah. It's better than the hallway fights in Netflix Daredevil. It's really impressive.
What? There's no way. That's not possible.
There's no way.
Know. I'll never know. All right, so you guys will just have to
Cap will
take my.
never watch this specific episode again, so he can say he's seen all but the first 5 minutes.
This one I've seen. It's been a long time, but yeah. So that sucks because I think some of the only actual Warrior Angel stuff you get is at the beginning, but I may not be right about that. Anyway, so you guys will just have to take my word for it, but I'm going to press play, and then I'm going to minimize this window, and I'll be able to hear it but not see it. And that's how I will blind watch, so I can still read comments and things. That's what I did with 89 last week. I did a blind commentary for 89 last week, too. It's so timely. Crap, I haven't even decided what I'm doing with that show tomorrow. I should probably get my ducks in a row with that. I have no idea what I'm doing. All right, here we go, everybody.
Watch it in reverse. Start at the end and then watch it like backwards.
That's a good idea. Like rewind 89, literal rewind. Good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Write that
John.
down.
That was not on my list. and I'm having a hard time coming up with stuff for the Okay, hang on, I gotta write that down.
I figured that would be on your list, honestly.
No, I don't entirely know how to do it. I'll have to like.
Right, I was gonna say, like, is that possible?
I'd have to rip it and put it in an editor, I think. Sorry.
Why isn't it possible? It's just not.
Give me just a second. I'm like, John had this great idea, but it'll never happen.
And if you want to watch along with Cap, all you're gonna have to do is download the movie, put it in an editor.
That's all you gotta do. It's a very simple 9-step progress. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I wrote it down. Watch backwards. I made everybody wait for me to write down the words "watch backwards."
You're gonna look at that in a couple days and go, "What does that mean?
What the hell does that mean?"
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
I can't read my shorthand. All right, here we go. Everybody, please. Hang on. Where's my clock? Where's my autograph book? Okay, here we go. Everybody, please. What? He's gonna stop me again.
Well, because you brought up, did you see that I think it's a new line they're making pop figures out of?
We can talk about this during the show.
I didn't mean for you to pause. I was just like, I'll just bring it up while he's doing the countdown.
You interrupted it.
You interrupted me. I'm trying to say press play. You're not letting me. Yeah, I'm going to do that, and then you say whatever you want to while you guys watch the first 5 minutes of this show. Everybody, please press play. What are we doing with our lives? Everybody, please press play. Sorry, I'm waiting to see if John has anything. Right now.
Oh no.
Meanwhile, during the Turbo Man section of this episode,
would someone please tell me what's happening? Da-da-da-da!
So Cap, you live in Kansas. Do they often film superhero movies in Kansas?
No, if they did, the show would look accurate to a small town in Kansas. They do that in Vancouver. That's not a horrible...
Robert, do you think bazillion dollars is the actual budget?
Okay, 2 questions. One, Clark just said he never got into comic books. Do you believe that? And is that consistent?
Yes, because the only time he shows interest in anything is football.
I was going to say, no, that is true because this guy has no hobbies. And because we know he reads bad self-help books, he likes... what is that movie? Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That came up one time. And I don't know, not much else.
He has a telescope that he spies on his neighbors with.
Yeah, I mean...
That's a hobby.
He generically likes hot chicks. But, I mean, a lot of us have that. Like, that's not special.
I thought you were going to say a lot of us have a telescope that we...
No! A lot of us like attractive females. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, is that a controversial thing to say?
Do you think anybody involved in the making of this episode read the Ultimate Spider-Man arc where this happens?
Yes.
No. Jeff Loeb hasn't been on the show for years. Oh, and I guess Clark kind of likes Radiohead.
That's something.
He went to a Radiohead concert. He just doesn't really care about anything.
Oh my god.
Is there gonna be a car crash?
You're missing. Oh, there might be a car crash.
I'm hearing an engine.
Clark's gonna...
Like yeah, so she's in a car.
Oh, that's
but somebody cut the brakes. Yeah, that's a car crash.
I didn't even have to see it. That's a car crash, folks.
That looked awful.
I kind of want to do the whole episode like this. I don't think I'm going to, but there's a part of me.
Okay, you have car crashes on your list, right?
Yeah, I just did that. You're amazing.
Why do you say that?
It's time for action.
There's a CGI shot of her slipping out of the car as it flips over, and it was amazing.
I can't remember. Does Clark? Did they end up trying to cast Clark in the movie or something? That doesn't happen, right?
I think they do. So because the basic idea is he saves the star of the film and she becomes infatuated, and like I think she tries to get him in the movie because for some reason they are filming at the Kent farm.
I just don't know why they need to shoot there for the Warrior Angel movie. It makes no sense.
Well, because he's the Superman stand-in, so they need a farm.
So this is gonna sound dumb,
obviously.
but I think it's on brand with this show. So hear me out. My pitch would be, and it's too many years later, but maybe things get stuck in development hell or whatever, and finally this movie is being made, and it was like Ryan's like dying wish or something that this movie was shot in Smallville, and like somehow somebody cared about that and did that, like, but like link it to Ryan somehow, because otherwise there's no reason that any of this should have to do with Smallville.
So real quick, that is the weirdest flirtatious line I've ever heard. I can think of other ways to burn calories.
Yeah,
but Cap, I agree. But you also have an easier end.
That's gross.
Just tie it to Lex. He's a Warrior Angel fan.
Right.
He offered money to help shoot the film if they filmed in Smallville, and they just happened to choose the farm.
Like, look, you'll get a really great tax break here in Vancouver. I mean, Kansas.
Listen, Vancouver's just very versatile. It can be New York. It can be Kansas.
Yeah.
Okay, John, maybe they actually explain this and this makes sense. So he's in the paper, it's now known. Clark Kent saves girl from car crash. What do the people on set think happened?
Oh, I get to watch the show now. It's 4 or 5 minutes in.
I don't know.
Because
job,
one
Kelly
second
Saunders.
he's with Chloe and everybody else, and then he's like a mile away at the car saving the girl. What does everyone else think happened?
Yeah.
He
McCaffrey
just super sped over there and saved her.
McCaffrey says Ryan isn't even mentioned. That drove me nuts when this came out. It's like how do you do this and Clark never even mentions him. I also would like to, and of course they're not gonna think all this out in the show probably, but I kind of want to know why a Warrior Angel movie is being made now. Like, how popular is that character? Are superhero movies big? Like, it's a question.
Yeah, because like we only ever hear about this property through Lex's eyes, and it's usually kind of a metaphor for Clark and Lex's relationship.
Well, Lex and Ryan's, and we know that he picks up comics at random shops and stuff, which means it's still being made. So it's not like it's an old pulp comic that they're going back to. Like, it's current. Clark says
Also,
he doesn't
I would
watch a
like
lot of
to
movies.
point out-
He doesn't do anything. And I know he's running around saving people, but he's got free time. He spends a lot of it sitting around in his loft under Christmas lights.
So something I would like to point out. So with this episode, we will now have met 3 fans of Warrior Angel, because if I remember correctly, the bad guy is a Warrior Angel fan that wants the movie to be more comic accurate.
Oh, really?
Which, yeah. So we've met
Kind of ahead of
3
its time.
Warrior Angel fans, and 2 of them are psychotic.
Yeah, who knows what Ryan would have grown up into.
Wow. So is the bad guy in this like, how dare you not build a comic accurate aerodrome?
No, okay, so I may end up being wrong. Robert D, I don't know if you remember, but what I remember correct, if I remember, the idea is the character that girl that Clark saved in the comics dies, but in the movie is supposed to survive. And the killer takes that personally and decides she has to die to make it comic book accurate, but he's trying to kill the actress, not just the character.
So he thinks if he kills her on set, that they'll use that footage for the movie and just rewrite the script.
Well,
that's what I
That's
remember.
amazing.
So that would make sense, sort of. This is so convoluted. I can't believe we're talking about this. That would make sense, sort of, if the bad guy knew that all of her footage was shot up to a certain point in the movie, then kill the actress, then they're forced to change the story that she dies instead of recasting. That could work. It's a brilliant villain plot. I wish I thought of it for a novel. That's going to be my next book. I'm going to write that.
Oh, that's Canada if I've ever seen it.
Meanwhile, in
I always feel weird
Kansas.
about superhero stuff, especially superhero stuff like this, doing plots like
Oh, look,
this, like,
Lionel's back.
where the villain is just a fan of the source material. It's like, are you trying to say something, or are you just making fun of the people that complain that your show isn't very accurate to Superman?
Yeah, like
That's a good point.
are you kind of like tongue in cheek admitting to something, or are you like, in a like backhanded way giving your audience crap? Like,
Remember Lionel?
Is it entirely arbitrary that both Lionel and Lois are back in the same episode? Because they've been gone for a while.
Lionel and who?
Logan's been gone for a while.
Lois.
Oh, I thought you said
Was Lois in
I thought you
the
said
first
Melissa.
two?
I was like, who the hell is Melissa?
Yeah, because remember the season 6 finale is Chloe dying by saving Lois.
So was Lois in the first 2 episodes or just the first one?
No, she was.
'Cause
she's been
in
around.
most of the episodes.
Well, she was gone in the last couple episodes.
She was there in the third one, I thought. I forget.
Yeah, because no, because is it episode 1 or 2? She has that awkward interaction with Clark because she met Bizarro and Bizarro like flirted with her.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Oh my God! It's Saw.
Oh, I remember this now.
Robert, I want to play a game. Robert, do you remember who is responsible for all of this?
I do not. And Cap said the show wasn't for adults.
Look, you can't just put a man's hand in a bear trap and not have sophisticated storytelling at all, and then tell me that it's for adults. It's like we got to make it brutal so that just because children can't see it doesn't mean adults ought to. That's. And you know, Robert, I feel remiss
we have to
in
do
not
the Saw
having.
movies at some point.
I'm not doing that. I feel remiss in not having counted hands in bear traps up to this point. And there's no way I'm going to be able to backtrack and figure out how many of them there are, so I'm not going to start counting it now.
I didn't know that happened enough to like warrant a count.
That was the joke there, John. Jokes are always funnier when you explain them.
It's true.
Are they reading lines? They're reading lines.
Yep. How did you call that?
I knew. Wow.
You're a wizard.
You know, I've been around the block a few times, Robert.
I'm just glad the script is very relevant to his personal life.
Well, see, that's the brilliance of the show, is that there's so much subtext.
Oh, it is a Clark and Lana Loft scene.
Oh my God, it is!
Gonna
I
count that?
didn't expect to gong this scene, but there we go. We just gonged it.
Why doesn't Lana say, "Oh, is this your cousin too?" Like, she might as well. Why does she keep walking in on awkward situations like this?
And there have been so many your not yourself episodes that you can kind of see why she might be, I mean, she's not, but you can see why she might be paranoid about it and immediately be like, you know what? I've walked in on him macking on other girls so many times. And he's always got an excuse, like he's under some sort of influence, or he doesn't actually give me an excuse at all. because that happens.
Hey, Cap, remember discussion forums?
Yeah, you remember those? Geekvolution used to have one of those back in the days before Discord.
Okay. She just said it's true to the source material in all ways but one. I find that highly
Well, yeah, somebody mentioned that in the comics he doesn't have a cape, he's got wings. So there's that. Wait a minute. Devilicus now has a last name and it's Rebel? That's terrible.
We got a $4.99 super chat.
Devilicus is the man's first name? That's so stupid. Sorry, John.
Lionel being held captive echoes the film Misery, where Paul Sheldon is being held captive.
Well, that's true, but I don't think it's because... Oh, and you know what's weird about it? In an episode where somebody's mad that somebody's not sticking to source material and like keeping the continuity right in a... That's so weird, but it's a B story that has nothing to do with that? Lionel's not writing a novel?
It's brilliant, Cap. It's brilliant.
Cap, but do you remember Misery?
Oh, hey, John. Yes, it's my favorite horror movie. So this is the reason that Lex wouldn't have bankrolled this movie, because he says he's not he's not interested in the comics anymore. Because they've lost their zeal because he knows that he lives in a world that is not just black and white. That's what he says.
I'm just saying,
you guys buy that?
This episode would have been better if he'd bankrolled the movie and then found out about that change to source material, so he's the one trying to correct the movie by killing the actress.
He didn't keep all of his comics, though.
They just were dropped Solitude. They said Hero. Dude, I'm counting. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Have we called the fortress of Solitude yet in this show, or is it just the first? Is it just the fortress?
Yes, we have. We've had so. It's interesting because we've used Forces of Solitude twice and they're not connected. So we called the Loft that once in the first season, and then when we get the actual Forces of Solitude, Jarrell calls it that. Straight up, Fortress of Solitude. So both fathers have done this. Take that for what you will. It's kind of weird.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe Jarrell was just a big Warrior Angel fan.
I don't know if anybody noticed, but at the brief glimpse that we get of that comic, when he's holding his girlfriend's dead body, he's just doing the Spider-Man and Gwen Stacy pose.
Yeah.
Wait, so the bad guy has a comic-accurate gun?
No.
Of course.
So...
Or does he steal that from the set?
No, he works on the set.
Oh, he works on the set. Okay.
Oh my god, we are doing a Brandon Lee thing.
Wow.
Oh no.
I mean,
I forgot about this.
There is some potential cool satire with this being a show that is about being a reimagining of a comic franchise. Like, I can see why you'd want to do this. It is a fun idea. Let's spin the wheel, folks. Thank you guys for the support in the super chats.
I think there's an inkling of a fun idea here, but A, I can't tell how much of this is supposed to be satire, and B, this is just an episode of Smallville. Like, it's not a special episode.
So, why is the wheel picking on me today? This one is also just about me, and now I have to make dramatic gestures for 5 minutes. All right. That's not too far away from what I'm already doing, so it's fine. Sorry, what, John?
You were frozen today.
You were frozen today! It's going to turn into interpretive dance real quick. Look how comic accurate
behind this.
These costumes are. Because everything is comic accurate except for one thing, apparently.
I think this could be I think this could be a fun premise for the satire of it all. Do you think that's too close to the Brandon Lee situation? I think that's a little stays.
Robert,
personally.
I don't know if I
feel
would
weird
have
about
thought of it, and I'm so glad you said that, because now it's gonna bother me.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done the gun thing.
Yeah. The scene with the car, you're not thinking about that, but when you have a real bullet loaded into a gun getting fired at her.
And this being Smallville, wouldn't you think you'd just do something like really insane and over the top, like a chainsaw or a samurai sword? Because that's this show, right? Like people getting impaled with like crazy out there weapons that you wouldn't expect to be in a tiny town in Vancouver. I mean, Kansas.
And also, now I'm confused. Like, so how does she die in the comic? Because if this guy is all about authenticity, he has now tried to kill her completely different ways.
That's a good point.
No, that is a good point, but because we saw it in the comic. It's a gunshot, which is what they just did.
So why do you do the car thing?
Why did he do the car thing? That I don't understand.
Lex just said bad headline puns. I just want to make a note that we heard Lex Luthor say that phrase just now. Is somehow Lois wearing glasses supposed to be a blatant reference? Like, I wouldn't think so, but I just wonder if they're thinking like, oh, look, Lois, she's got glasses like Clark Kent.
I don't know about the glasses, but when she's hacking into his computer, which is a very classic Lois Lane thing, she says, wow, I am really good at this. I wonder if that's supposed to be a reference, like this is what she will do for the rest of her life.
Yeah, maybe so. Robert, what do you think? Is that too broad to count?
I just think you should enact the entire Thriller music video. Just go all the way with these.
It's funny how naturally this comes to me.
I can't decide.
When you said that, I wasn't even thinking about what I was doing. Oh, you're right. I am kind of, yeah.
I plead the fifth on that question. I can't decide if that's a blatant reference or not.
I don't think I'm going to...
Is Lionel's hand in a bear trap a blatant reference to something? I hope it is.
To Saw?
My next album is going to be called Lionel's Hand in a Bear Trap. Oh, I still have like 2 more minutes of dramatic gestures. Crap, I almost forgot to keep gesturing! Okay, do I have to watch that?
That is the most bloodless,
Oh my god. Quit pulling that across meat!
He's fine.
You might need to go to a doctor. You're not bleeding.
Oh my god, my heart has stopped pumping minutes ago.
It was just really important that he got that marshmallow off of the back of his hand. Okay. I don't think I have to dramatic gesture anymore. Right. But it's so hard not to.
We're not all millionaires. Wait, is he a millionaire or a billionaire?
Either way, it was a glass. Like, you can go to the store and get one for like $1.
Look, we're not all filthy rich. I can afford bear traps, but not a glass.
But if, as we talked about in a previous episode, if losing $10 million is like nothing to these people, then they have to be billionaire.
Dagaspear says, a fan who's blaming an actress trying to kill her for existing as a non-comic accurate version in the story, not necessarily trying to make her death like the comic.
Oh, okay. So his thing then isn't. It has to be like the comics. It's your fault. It's not like the comics. So I'm going to kill you.
So
that's immediately less interesting.
So it's about revenge before it's about fixing the movie. And then is he upset? Is it just Warrior Angel, or is it he doesn't like that movies do this? Because I just don't remember. I'm just going back to this. I think it's
just supposed to be because it's Warrior Angel. That's why it's a Warrior Angel movie.
Well, this is a really easy way to do a premise like this on standing sets, am I right?
So how many massaging scenes have we had in this show? Have to have been at least a few by now.
Yeah, 5 or 6 probably. Not enough to count it unless you're making a book. But yeah, like this is how cheap this episode is. We contrived a way to get the lead actress's trailer to be the Kent house. That's amazing. Matthew Bass, what is happening? Is he saying that because he hasn't been around? Or is he saying that because this episode... It's your job to save the world. Save it. Oh, so is the villain now like trying to make him be the hero, like the character in the comic?
Yeah, because he saw him catch the bullet, or he saw him with the bullet.
I think his motivations are all over the place.
Seems like it. I don't understand this guy.
Meanwhile, in the cornfield,
I'm also surprised that this guy's not like a little twerpy nerd with a pocket protector or something.
Oh my God! It's Lana.
Lana's evil?
You're not going to use that $10 million to help people affected by meteors at all, are you, Lana? I don't.
She sets up the ISIS Foundation.
Hey, she mentioned Aunt Nell.
Yeah, you remember her?
Yeah, who is probably mentioned more than seen at this point.
Yes.
I mean that's not even a mic. That's just true. What I do like about this, even though this is weird, is this does show that she is not the Lana that Clark thinks he's in love with.
Right.
Like, she has been changed by her life experiences.
Well, who would it be? Oh no, Jimmy has a MySpace page.
And I will say, I like that about it, because the thing when this was on, I remember, when 6 was on, I remember the thing I found intriguing, at least in the setup with the Lana-Lex marriage, was Lex, like, rubbing off on her and making her too much like him. And so while she's getting back together with Clark and wanting to be more like him, she's got too much of that Lex in her because of the way they were playing each other and everything she felt she had to do to get out of that relationship and all of that. And so in kind of an odd, interesting way, she ends up in the same place that Lex was at the beginning, where now it's like a nature-nurture question, and she's like, am I too far gone now? Like, can I do I have the choice to be more altruistic like Clark, or just am I Lex now? That's not a bad idea.
Oh, weird.
Sure says that is the scene where he, where they first became, like, actually liked Alana. It only took 7 years, but.
So I just saw Justice Society action figures in this guy's collection, which is going to be funny a couple seasons from now.
Good call.
Also, I think there was a Mr. Freeze action figure there. Because why not? I think they were just filling space.
Oh, I guess this kid does look a little nerdy.
Yeah. This is why I can't tell if this is supposed to be satire or not, because this guy is so pathetic, but not to a satirical degree.
Well, it's also hard for me not to think of the Grey Ghost episode in Batman with that villain twist.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that works a lot better. This just feels kind of all over the place.
Well, it helps that villain is doing everything remotely, so he's got this detachment from it. Like, it's kind of hard to believe that guy would just walk up and shoot somebody, but when he's got, like, remote control robots that just go and blow up, like, you buy it more. This needs something like that. And also, this has that typical Smallville villain problem of, we've got to contrive some easy reason for someone to go kill people, and we don't give him an extreme, complex enough backstory for us to believe that he's this far gone. Like, everybody in Smallville wants to kill someone, and it's not that hard to get them there. All you really have to do, like, you throw a brick into the back of somebody's car, and they were going to murder your entire family. That is Smallville.
Brady says the false name on Lois's Luthor Corp name tag, Sadie Blodgett, is a false name used by Lois Lane in the comic series Superman's girlfriend, Lois Lane, from the 50s.
Okay, so I'm gonna count it, and then I'm gonna say, how could you possibly possibly know that? That's amazing. I'm not even going to look it up. Why would you make that up?
Meanwhile, you were saying about people in Smallville wanting to kill each other.
Oh, yeah, foreshadowing. I'm just kidding.
No,
wow.
it was set up and payoff. You set that up, and the show paid it off.
Lionel has lost it even a lot more than he was already. He's back to where Lex was on the island. Except worse, because Lex didn't have his hand in a friggin' bear trap.
Well, that changes you.
Dagaspear, I think he's detached from reality, the point where he sees Clark as like Warrior Angel and wants to make Clark into a superhero and not seeing comics from reality. It's one of those things where I just need a little more about like who he is and his background and all of that. Like I need to know if this guy had a good, father figure and things like that. Like how do you get that detached from reality? So we need to be, and like I'm missing stuff because we're talking over it, so maybe there's discussion about this. But what I would need with a villain like this is discussion about how he's always got his head in comics. Like he doesn't have friends. He never goes out and does anything with anybody.
Lana in danger.
Okay, thank you.
And the problem is that we quickly just shift from the comic book obsession to he's another guy trying to kill Lana.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, and so then it looks like an excuse, not a reason. And apologies
Also,
for the redundancy because we've only made this point 9,000 times.
How did he find them? Destiny's not an answer.
Destiny.
Is that what they say?
Lana.
Oh, you know what they're doing here? They're ripping off Unbreakable.
Oh, I haven't seen
Yeah.
The villain has to force a tragic backstory to make sure the hero becomes the hero. It's Unbreakable.
Yeah. I don't know why that's just not where you start with this, unless they don't want to look like they're ripping off Unbreakable. It's like, why also do the thing with I want to kill the inauthentic to the comic? It's just kind of a mess.
Yeah, I think so too.
This is a Flash story. That's the Reverse Flash thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
This is kind of cool because it looks like he's
so that
flying.
Barry will inevitably become the Flash.
she's gonna die, Clark.
Slow down.
Every bone in her body should be broken.
Oh, I'm dumb. For a second, I forgot he couldn't fly. I was like, "Slow down, Clark. Why are you?" Oh, because he's falling. I'm an idiot. It's fine. It's fine.
Cap, it's falling with style.
Well, it'd be more style if they backed off and let us see it, but no.
Also, are you just gonna stay there on the car that you crushed? That's gonna bring attention.
It's really convenient that no one was around on that street.
Look, I don't think you guys understand how romantic of a setting that is.
Hey, this beat The Dark Knight to it is all I'm saying.
That's true. Wait, did it?
And
Wait, did it?
Well, this would have come out the same year?
What year does this guy? It didn't beat it by much.
I don't know.
It would have been by a few months, I think.
Dagon Spear, because no fan would ever blame someone for getting a role in a movie and attack them over that. Never. I think he's being sarcastic. I think he talks about Warrior Angel being all he had. Yeah, and I wasn't looking super close at whatever backstory we got, but...
So this episode airs in October of 2007. So it would have been a good 6 months to... When did Dark Knight come out? Is that the summer of 2008?
Yeah, that might have been July. June or July. I don't think it was early summer.
I just have to buy that he's that much of an obsessed, crazy lunatic. That's all I'm saying. And there's a lot of Kryptofreaks where the extremity of what they do does not add up with what I know about them.
And if you're gonna do that, you don't need anything else. I don't need that obsession to end up just being another. We gotta kill Lana because Lana's the unluckiest person on the planet.
Hey, look, it's one of the classic Lionel and Lana in the loft scenes. Is that what you're gonna say? Sorry.
Yeah. You have to count those.
Yeah, because everybody has faked or their death or people thought they were dead at some point in the series by now. They can all relate to that.
Even Clark has died.
That's right. Even though that kid didn't see that death.
This is one of the episodes where I want to imagine somebody who watched the show early on, dropped off, and then came back, and this is the episode they see. What is happening? Lana faked her own death and then kept Lionel hostage. How did we get here?
So is Lionel going to go to Clark and be like, okay, Clark, yeah, I'm glad you finally got to be with Lana for the 900th time. Maybe it'll stick this time. Also, she's just Lex now. Oh, she was in Shanghai.
Okay. It's literally the same place that they went in season 4.
She's been there. She knows where all the great coffee stands are. She knows where all the good bars and hangouts are.
All the good Chinese places.
She remembers it from when she was possessed by a witch.
She's also 20 years old. Canonically.
Dagasper also says maybe
really
trying
weird
to kill Lana is a commentary on the fans hating Lana for being with Clark. Possibly.
I only resist that because we try to kill Lana in every other episode.
Oh yeah, there's that. There's that too. You gotta love Lionel staring Lana down and going, "Your intentions aren't good," and you're like, "You're Lionel Luthor." If I'm Lana, it'd be really easy to come back and be kind of sanctimonious and be like, or not even sanctimonious, just be like, okay, but you're sort of a mass murderer, right? I'm just saying, you may be right, you may have a point. You're a murderer.
If I'm Lana, all I would do is just look at him and go, "The last conversation we had, you threatened to kill Clark Kent."
No, the definitive line is, Lionel, that is the last time Lex will ever touch me. Set up and pay off.
So Warrior Angel is a decades-old comic? That wasn't the implication I got.
No, I didn't get the sense that he was a golden age hero before. Sorry, John.
Well, one of those comic covers kind of looked like one of the Action comic covers, but I didn't get a good look at it. I bet you issue 175 is a Superman something in Superman reference.
Lex knows comic numbers better than I do. He must just have an eidetic memory. That's the only possible explanation for it.
It's like that Galaxy Quest thing when every character will say, "Remember episode so and so." It's like,
okay, but
that's not true.
Nobody remembers episode numbers.
Secret more times than he's learned it.
The difference, Robert, is I will give them that people do speak in comic numbers more than they speak in episode numbers. People remember titles of episodes, and you get insane obsessed.
Tractor again.
What's that?
He's working on the tractor again.
Oh, sorry, you're a
That's
couple
all he
seconds.
does.
You're a couple seconds ahead of me, so you were reacting to a establishing shot, and I was so confused.
But no, with the number thing, that's fair.
I'm saying it's amazing that he remembers as many of them as he does. It's easier though if it's the only book you care about. Like you get the sense that Lex doesn't read other comics. There's just the one he's into and he's got all the issues. Also, if you own them
don't
all,
know if any other comics exist in this world.
there's that. If you own them all and you go back to them frequently, it's also more likely you would know the episode or the numbers.
Wait, did she just give him the Warrior Angel cape?
Yes,
Is that what this scene is?
I think.
Is that? And that's going to be unrelated to the suit that Martha makes for him that ends up in the fortress that
Yes.
he gets at the end?
This won't be the cape he'll wear
Of
as
course.
Superman. This is just more foreshadowing. Now, they probably think right now that it is, but that's not what they'll do.
And it's on the box. That's I remembered where the scene was going. It's just funny that this deep in we're gonna give him a piece of that costume and then quickly abandon it.
So I'm actually going to call this two references at the same time, because it's the cape, and then it's Lana saying you're going to be a symbol of hope that people look at more than this fictional character. I think you have to count it twice.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anna, the S stands for hope.
By the way, I liked her delivery there. That could have come off way
I think this
sappier
is
than
one
it
of her
was.
better episodes.
And I think it's also and I think it's also good with the kind of duplicitous thing she's doing right now, where this is heartfelt, but I don't know. I can't believe I'm like appreciating secret keeping in this show, because you know how much I hate that much of the time. But this is a little bit better written than that stuff often is, and maybe more of it's just you can tell that Kristen Kurek is happy they're giving her something to do. And so, like, she's really bringing it right now, and so that's elevating it some. I don't know. It's weird that I'm praising her as much as I am right now, because I hate this relationship most of the time. But
He's got the cape.
Dinkins here might be joking, but he said, well, it could be the same cape that Martha uses. Oh, you're just gonna leave that outside?
and then it just blows away in the look at that.
That's a movie prop. Why would you do that?
Money.
They did it for a dramatic shot, Robert. And you know what they should have done? They should have had it there, and for some stupid reason, he never takes it off of there, and then later on when they do Doomsday, you think he's dead, and then they shatter, they shred it, and it's still there, and then it turns out that shot was just there to set up the cover of I'm gonna say a number, Superman 75.
I also know that it's not the same cape, because the suit we use later is just the Superman return suit, and that is not the same cape.
That's what I was gonna say. It's just not. Yeah. It can't. It can't be. Robert and John, I'm on the fence about the sign flip with this one, actually.
I am too, because like there's nothing offensive in this episode. It starts out kind of cool and then just ends up at like, oh, we're here again.
They don't do
Well,
enough. They don't do enough
I think
of the
the Brandon
movie
Lee thing's
stuff.
kind of distasteful, but
I really agree with that. But like they could have done more with the movie set stuff. They don't have any fun with that.
well, you also missed the first minutes.
Well, that's true.
You missed the actual.
I missed
You
the
suck.
wait, Robert, are you saying I missed the action in action?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to go a light green. A lot of the stuff in this was fun. I think it's a little confused at what it's trying to do, but it's better than a lot of the episodes that I've given red for.
I'm actually gonna go green on this one too, and I'm surprised by that. Again, some of it's maybe grading on a curve a little bit. Robert, where would you go? I think Robert's gonna go red because he's mad about the crow.
I am. Yeah, I go red. It doesn't matter. I don't know. We're not counting. My
Well,
votes
I
don't
still want to
matter.
know your opinion.
Robert is outraged.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was fine. I wasn't crazy about that. I think the Lionel stuff was my favorite just because it's so insane.
Dagan Spear says the shredded Superman symbol is used for season 9. I think. Yeah, I think it is.
Is it? In season? Oh yeah. Because his shirt gets ripped fighting Zod.
Yeah, but we don't do a cape.
No, because he's just got the trench coat.
But it would be so funny if they did that. But it was like, so it was just for symbolism, and it happened unrelated to the fight, like lightning strikes it or something, and then yeah, that'd be great.
It's also really funny that we kill Clark at the end of the season after the day.
Yeah. Well, they do that symbolic death thing, and then anyway, let's go ahead and go into the next one. If you guys are good jumping right in, our next show is Lara.
Lara.
Why do we?
That's not a word.
Why do we both say it like that? That's not a word. That's a name. That's a person's name.
Well, a name is a word.
Well, that's true, but it's not like a.
Robert doesn't understand basic English.
All right,
I learned it
guys.
from Smallville.
Get ready for another one of these. We're halfway there, and it is 3:30 in the afternoon, so we'll be a little past dinner time probably. Is everybody
just waiting for John to interrupt him?
Is everybody right? That's kind of what I was waiting for too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Just need to wait for him to get it out of his system. All right, here we go. Everybody, please press. I get to watch, and honestly, I would be annoyed if I didn't get to watch the opening of this because it looks like we have a Krypton flashback, and I can't have that. You gotta let me see that crap. So here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
War.
War. There are heroes on both sides.
Meanwhile, on the Fortress of Solitude set.
Shh, John. We're not supposed to think
Don't
about
say that.
Look, Dad, I was busy being in a beauty pageant. Why do I have to go? I know that actor from something.
He's probably Canadian.
This this looks like a set. I mean, I know it is, but it just it looks like it.
This filter is not doing it any favors because I actually think the Smallville Fortress looks pretty good, but in this context, it looks real cheap.
Do I get to bring my skimpy bikini though, Dad? I'm just imagining her being this giant high school flirt on Krypton. Dagan Spear,
So
the
it
old
looks like,
random stalker thing with Zarella and Laura in this episode flashbacks is something I think is lame. I don't remember exactly what's done with this.
I don't remember. But the guy that's playing Zor-El, it looks like he's just a character actor that's in stuff.
McCaffrey, you're right. He's from 24. That's where I know that guy from. Julian
It looks
Sands.
like he's also in Stargate Atlantis. I don't know if you watched that. But...
Yeah, but it's been
Oh god, she's gonna hit that plane.
Oh, look out! Watch out for that plane! You guys, that looked awesome. That was so good. That actually looked a little bit better than that fortress scene. See, do you guys get it? Because usually, Superman catches an airplane, and she almost got hit by one because she's distracted and not especially super heroic yet. It's like a mirror thing. It's like poetry.
That's why you don't have flashbacks mid-flight. I'd advise against it.
Try not to get in your own head so much when you're flying.
Dagon's Fear says apparently there was a whole animated web series about Kara that builds to this moment.
I didn't know
Reveals Zor-El was dying at this point. And that's why he only sends Kara. Well, that's overly complicated.
Yeah, I do remember them having like a tie-in web series or something. That does sound familiar.
I only remember the Chloe stuff. I didn't know they did anything animated. I wonder how bad that looks. We gotta look this up and see what the animation looks like. Is that gonna be any good at all? Let's find out. Support for the
Meteor infected. Call them meteor freaks, you coward.
So is that actually Lana using her $10 million for what she said she was going to use it for? Is she working with Chloe, or is that unrelated?
Yes.
So, okay. I don't remember how involved Chloe is, but Lana does set up the ISIS Foundation for the meteor infected, but it's a cover to hide her spy systems on Lex Luthor.
Oh, that's right.
Which Chloe will take over as the Proto Watchtower.
Smallville Legends, Kara and the Chronicles of Krypton.
Try saying that 5 times fast.
I know. It's a little convoluted of a...
I don't know if naming that the ISIS Foundation was a good idea, but you do you.
Oh, just retroactively. I'm trying to find images of this. Okay. I'm not finding a lot of what this actually looks like, but I found one screenshot and it looks kind of bad. Oh, here we go. Oh, weird. It sort of looks like Disney's Hercules.
The movie or the show?
Just the character models.
Oh my god.
Are you looking at it?
Well, I guess they put it on the DVD because I'm looking at the special features. If it's the same thing, it's Smallville Legends, Kara and the Chronicles of Krypton, Mobisodes Gallery?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's a weird name.
It's like Flash animation. It's awful looking.
And there's also Smallville Visions, digital comic book. Glad I have that.
Okay, so... Are you trying to show that to us or the?
No, I'm showing it to the camera.
Okay.
You guys should look this up though. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
I do. Okay, so I assume this is from the Smallville Visions digital comic book. Look, it's got all your season 7 regulars. You got Lex and Clark and Pete Ross and Kara. What are we doing?
Okay, so I've been kind of just trying to. We've talked about this a lot, but I've been keeping an eye on it. He is consistently wearing the blue jacket now, but
you're still stuck on this.
Dagon's Fear is right. This can't be Bizarro because next episode is the power transfer episode.
Oh, yeah, it's true. I wish they had thought that through and made that a consistent thing through the season, regardless of the fact that they earlier seasons would have him wearing the blue. John, I wish they'd done it just to be a cool visual tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I forgot about the power transfer episode.
Also, this season has that Jimmy on Jimmy featurette with like all the actors together.
Yeah,
which is really funny that this guy, as of that recording, thought he was playing the real Jimmy.
Yeah, he sure.
And as we'll find out later,
he sure did. What would have been really funny is if you got to the end of the show and you found out that almost none of these people were the real versions. Like, there's like another Lois Lane, and
I mean, the real Lex ends up being a clone.
That's true too.
You know.
Well, and then Smallville, the season 11 immediately jumps to doing like Earth 2 stuff.
I mean, it's supposed to count because he's still got like the previous memory originally, but then he loses a lot of his memories.
Right.
Dagonsphere also says it also reveals Zor-El worked with Zod because he thought Krypton was destined to be destroyed and their family was destined to survive and rule Earth. So both members of the family were just awful people, apparently.
Brady said everything is blue this season. That's true.
Yeah. Look, John, that's why the planet exploded, man. It's a cautionary tale.
I mean, I do like when you have the origin where like Jor-El sends Clark off because he deserves a second chance, where the people of Krypton have already made their choice, like this is their fate.
Yeah.
This one, I don't know why he sent Clark off because they're all terrible people.
Well, because he wants Clark to rule the world until that's retcon.
And it's funny. It's so funny because you have an easy out of the Jor-El that's like in the cave wall is just like an AI that's programming has become corrupted.
Yeah.
That's all you have to say.
Well, yeah, except it was the ship. It was the words in the ship that say "rule them with strength, my son." So it's that part of it still has to come from the original Jor-El.
I mean, you could easily say that the words got twisted, like.
Yeah, or that
AI changed
there's more
text.
to it, and he means like benevolently or something. Like, I mean, that still sounds like your imperialism, certainly. But
all you'd have to say is just basically what he means is like be a beacon for them, but in the Kryptonian culture, the closest that he can think of is rule them with strength.
Yeah, but, and I'm saying this somewhat with hindsight because I've seen this done well now, but I always thought that was such a cool potential departure, where it's like, okay, you guys are taking a big risk, you're going in a more villainous direction with Jor-El, and where now Clark has this thing in common with Lex, where both of their fathers are expecting them to build empires, and they just want to help people. And then the My Adventures with Superman show just full on does that version, because the mission statement of that show seems to be take some of the worst ideas from recent Superman media and make them work. And it's awesome for that. That also has one of the best Supergirls ever. We need to go through that show like this too.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
That would be great.
So I have a completely random question about Supergirl. In this, okay. So Kryptonians we show are durable, right? Like basically invulnerable. How did she get her ears pierced? Is that a thing that happens on Krypton? Like, do they have that as well?
I mean, that they could. That would it, but I don't remember. If they were smart in thinking of that, we would have seen her with flashback. But I don't know if they did.
Because we've shown that the sun heals them. Wouldn't she just heal? Her ears just heal the next time she's out in the sunlight?
Now she's making Star Wars references. I guess she just has taken in a lot of culture in the couple of months she's been here. John, keep in mind that with the Kara that we have so far in this show, you're asking if they would have ear piercing on Krypton. I'm pretty sure that they have like prom and pool parties on Krypton.
She is remarkably smooth for someone who's been on Earth for 2 minutes.
Dagon says, as far as anyone says, Rhea says Jor-El stayed on Krypton because he refused to quit trying to prevent its destruction, or something like that. Or something like that.
They also have like 6 different reasons it exploded. By the time you get to season 9, it was Zod's fault.
Well, what I'm still waiting to come up again is that question that Kara asked 5 episodes ago at the start of this, when she was like, how did all the kryptonite traverse 23 galaxies? Like, are we ever going to get an answer to that? Because sometimes the show will ask questions I want answers to, suggesting that they know the audience is thinking about this stuff, but they don't always pay it off.
Senior Sticks says hi, chat. Hello, Sticks.
I seen your
Has
sticks.
John become Smallville like? No, but I think Cap is on his way there.
I'm wearing the right shirt. Somebody save me.
Now you just have to shave your head.
I've done that. My wife didn't like it.
So she's an idiot.
She just punches
Her
her way
plan
through
was
it.
to break it. Her plan was to break into a top secret government facility and then just punch things.
I'm sorry, Robert. You're right, man. There's something about seeing Lana starting a foundation called just seeing all these people sitting in this room. Like when you put foundation on it, I'm not really thinking so much, but just a big word on the wall that says that. It's,
I mean, this is 2007. I don't know.
yeah,
I get that it's a reference to the character, but
is it to what character?
yeah, the TV show. It was on around the same time Wonder Woman was.
Is that a DC?
And
thing?
then
What are we talking about?
Let me check that. It might have become a DC thing because I think we folded her into the comics later.
I don't even know.
Because we also John will know what I'm talking about. It's season 9 or 10. We do like a Lois episode where she gets the powers of that character.
Oh,
let me check.
well, because if that's the case, we'd have to count it as a reference.
Yeah, I mean we should.
Oh,
done
you're
that.
talking about would she be? Isn't she just possessed by the goddess Isis?
Yeah, is
Yeah,
that,
but
is
it's
that a
like it's
DC
meant to be a
thing?
reference to that show. But yeah,
I
that's
know it was a
later.
reference to a show.
Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about here. I didn't know that.
I don't. Robert, what are you talking about? What are you
Robert,
showing
there's
me here?
There's
Come
a show
on.
called ISIS. Like what? I don't even.
Also, Lana, how do you know how to do any of this?
Make sure and keep secrets from Clark. So Chloe, what I need you to understand is we're being open with each other, except for when I think we should not be doing that. Bro, you're right. It's always about geometry. It's all about those right angles. Don't tell Harry. Don't tell Harry.
Don't tell Harry.
All right. So I guess I'll count ISIS even if it's not true because Robert blew my mind with that and spent a lot of time explaining that. So he gets a blatant
I
DC
love the
reference
idea that
for that.
that the Smallville writers are playing like 3D chess with their references. You think that this is a reference to something, but it's actually a reference to a TV show that nobody has heard of that was folded into DC Comics, and you didn't know it.
I can tell you one thing, that's not how subtext works. People in the comments are trying to figure out who Pete Ross is. We cannot help you guys with that.
Oh,
All right, God, this is so
I think Robert
confusing.
made that character up.
Okay, so it was The Secrets of ISIS was a mid-70s show, later folded into DC Comics. Like, God, it's so
Why
confusing.
do you know this? Like, I feel like I have to turn in my superhero card and shut the channel down sometimes when you're here.
What, you never heard of The Secrets of ISIS before?
No. And I never know
Senior
if I
Sticks,
should be
what is
impressed or tell you to get a life. I don't...
But Cap, the character ISIS also appeared on the Freedom Force filmation cartoon from
What is that?
1978. I don't know.
John,
Senior
you're
Sticks
telling
was
me
the-
you've
what if
never...
Smallville had done Black Adam.
John, are you telling me you've
That
never
would've
heard of the
been amazing.
FF? John's never heard of the FF. The Freedom
not.
Force.
And okay, I think why I know that though is
They have
because
a movie
they
coming
did a
out this
version
year,
of her.
John. 2 months, man. We're gonna have the FF movie. You don't even know who they are. I don't.
No, yeah. Robert showed me that trailer, and I was just like, I don't know who any of these people are.
Yeah, they also did a version of ISIS on the Legends of Tomorrow, but they renamed her at that point. They just called her Zari.
That's a throw and a flying away angry. We'll give it that.
So Cap, are you with me yet that this Supergirl is terrible?
Oh, so hold on. So
Oh.
is that a running away angry, or is it a root super speed exit, or is it both?
It's both.
Looks like flying way angry.
Well,
to me.
can you count it if somebody noticed the super speed and knows that they have super speed, or does it have to be they're just not
I
even
think it's
aware of
rude
it?
because she punched him into a door.
Yeah, no, I'm counting that too. This is a triple count right now.
Now people are asking, where's Pete?
Senior Sticks has a very
Ooh.
important question. Robert Wild, are you Pete?
Possibly.
Who?
Okay. So he just said, feel free to rev your search engine here anytime.
I don't like that.
This is a stretch, but is that a reference to the animated series? Don't you want to rev your Harley?
Oh my god. Probably not.
Well, it's not. Well, no, that is from the comic. So it would technically be a comic book reference.
Well, yeah, but they could
I
be.
would say it counts.
But they could be referencing the show because they never looked at the comic. Okay, fine, I'll count it. We're being really liberal.
Also, like, if it's not a reference, why would you say it like that?
We're being really yeah. This is Paul Dini's favorite episode, you guys.
John, I think he was just trying to be clever and sexy in his Jimmy Olsen
Also,
way.
Cap, that's not true because the Zatanna episode is next season. That's his favorite episode.
Oh yeah, that's a good call.
That's correct.
Yeah, they're
I'd
tied.
be shocked if he didn't write it. Let me check that.
He might have. I think. Well, did Dini work on the show ever? I don't think he did.
I hope he came in just for the Zatanna episode.
That would be pretty funny.
He would.
I'm pretty sure he didn't. You had Jeff Johns stuff, but that was about it.
Mhm.
And Jeff Loeb.
Yeah, but by the last couple seasons, Jeff Johns was pretty involved, I think.
I thought pretty much the only thing he did was the Justice Society two-parter, but I could be wrong.
There's also the Blue Beetle one in season 10. I think.
Oh, did
Johns
he do that
also
too?
did that.
Okay.
Yeah, Cap, that has your favorite character, Booster Gold.
Yep.
Yeah, they had to go off and make Booster Gold the big character for, I think, like the last episode in this show. Am I right about that?
Yep.
Dagan Spear, for more information on Kara's school life on Krypton, see the Kara web series. He's just footnoting our show now. He's just writing footnotes in the comments. See the Kara web series. I think her school is destroyed by Zod. Along with the prom and the pool parties and everything.
Oh, Jeff Johns also wrote the Legion of Superheroes episode in season 8. Because of course he did.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say the Legion episode in 10. Did he come back and do that?
How do you know that this will work? Oh.
I can't watch the show, John. I'm looking up random trivia.
It's very important.
And explaining the secrets of ISIS to you guys.
So I was going to say,
So,
I wanted
Is
to
that
be...
related to the secret of the ooze?
I wanted to be annoyed about the confrontation that Clark and Kara had a minute ago or a couple scenes ago when she was like, we might be cousins, but I don't have to like you. But I'm less irritated by it that we weren't introduced to her that way. That at least she and Clark were allowed to sort of get along for a while. Because the show's favorite thing to do is to go, everyone hates each other, and then eventually they learn to be friends. Especially characters that traditionally are like each other, and they have to always be opposites initially. Sorry, John. Good.
No, that was my bad. I think my issue with it is the only reason she doesn't like him is that he won't just blindly follow her.
Yeah.
She just wants to do whatever she wants.
Well, she's a bratty teenager, but I think part of the problem is, and I know this is the show going all the way back, but like she, just like Clark, she looks older than she's supposed to be playing.
Yes. So Paul Dini did not write the Zatanna episode. That's tragic. Missed opportunities.
Senior Sticks, Robert Wild is Geek Solutions Brainiac. He figured out your secret. His secret is he's always Brainiac.
The Secrets of Isis was not based on a DC comic. It was a TV show that was a companion to the Shazam TV show on in the 70s.
There's a Shazam
and then,
show?
yeah, it was on for a couple seasons.
What?
But I don't know if
I
DC
didn't know that.
owned Shazam. Yeah. There's also a cartoon. I don't remember when DC bought, or maybe they already had Shazam.
No, they would have already had it at that point.
Okay. So yes, that was a TV show character that we later folded comics and was also apparently 5-episode 1978 Filmation cartoon.
Green Kryptonite.
Well,
Once
yeah.
again, we get to count something we usually only count for Clark with another character.
And the 89th weird
Well,
bondage scene.
Is that
I say that the way this is listed is Clark on Green K. So I guess I can't
yeah,
count
I
it
was
because
gonna
she's
say, I
not
thought we were
Clark.
counting specifically Clark.
Well, I'm so inconsistent with this though, because bullet time is just bullet time, but it has to be Clark, which I guess makes sense because
You know what?
rarely does anybody else get affected by kryptonite.
You know what we should have been counting for this season? Previous old plot points that we are going to trudge up, so Kara has to do the same thing Clark did. This is just the episode where Clark ends up in Lex's memories.
Oh, that's true. When did you? No, answer that question. I really want to know what the timeline is here. Wait, she looks like the angel that Kara looked like at the...
That, I forget who said it, but they were right. Kara has been on Earth before.
Yep.
Oh, this isn't like a surreal thing. This is them actually on Earth.
Yes, this is her memory.
Okay. Is
Yeah,
that supposed
every
to be,
Kryptonian's been on Earth. Have you seen this show?
Is that supposed to be enough for us to buy the like really informal way she's talking?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I gotta count this obviously as a DC reference because that's the original Supergirl, and then she's all over the Supergirl TV show. Like she gets to ride the wave of Supergirl things on TV for a while.
And it's so funny because like nobody likes that movie.
Well, and Helen Slater also, John, you might not know this. She's also the voice of Talia al Ghul, Batman the Animated Series.
Oh, I forgot about
crazy.
that.
So that's cool.
Does her name dropping Brainiac count as a reference?
You know what? I'm gonna say it does because we don't get it a whole lot with Milton Fine.
Also, I don't know.
But I
if
think
you
it is
noticed
said.
everything's blurry,
Isn't it said?
but this is the Kent farm loft.
No, I know.
Laura's just here spying on them.
And so she already knows that Clark's gonna wind up here.
Yes, because Jor-El chose them years ago
In the
due to their
50s.
capacity for life.
I mean, at least they remembered that because they seem to forget that episode most of the time.
Nope, they said a year. She was on Earth in 1986.
86, okay. But I still don't know when her ship... So wait, so then she winds up here just 3 years later? Or does she come somehow after the meteor shower? I just don't know how long she was buried.
She would have had to come with the first meteor shower because Laura is there because she knows that's where Clark is going to end up. So they would have sent Clark off, and then at some point Zor-El would have sent her off. But it couldn't have been that far apart because the planet explodes.
By the way, that ISIS TV show thing that you told us about, Robert, is more convoluted than anything in this show.
In conclusion, the ISIS Foundation that Lana starts is a reference to the Secrets of ISIS and unrelated to the actual ISIS episode we do at the end of the series. That's what I'm saying.
I love that the Kents started this like grand dinner. There's like meat in the oven, and there's a bunch of vegetables out on the table, and then they just
Dad,
walk.
shush! Why are you leaving all that food out? Who does that?
Do you think the writers knew that they were going to say she's been in this house when she first comes to live here? Do you think they knew that?
No, because she has no like reaction to, oh, I've been here before.
Yeah, no sense of recognition. Dagon Spear says this is because he remembers all of this lore that I don't remember. This is an interesting piece of story because it's the first time we learned Brainiac was developed by Jor-El. I forgot Jor-El was supposed to develop Brainiac.
Does it contradict anything in season 5?
I'm not sure because the idea with 5 is Brainiac pretends like Jor-El is the bad guy, even though I kind of thought he was for a while. But okay, that Jor-El is the bad guy and Zod is the great savior of Krypton, and then it turns out it's backwards. So there's the idea that Jor-El, if he's right, is the idea that Jor-El developed Brainiac and then Zod got his hands on it.
I don't know, because
Oh my god.
I guess co-opted was the word I was looking for.
now you've got Clark on green kryptonite.
He also said...
Oh god, you're one of them.
I'll count that in a second.
You're one of them!
He also says they use a portal to get Hiram back, but it suggested the portals were destroyed before the destruction of Krypton.
That's dumb.
So does that mean... Wait a minute. Does that mean that basically there's a Stargate inside of the Kawachi cave, and when Jor-El goes there in the 50s, he didn't actually come by ship, he just walked through the cave wall, and that's how he got there?
I got the impression in that flashback episode that it was not a long journey for him. Because he acted like he just popped in for an afternoon.
Me too, because we see him in the cave. It's interesting if he came through the cave. I always thought he got there somewhere else and he had to go into the cave.
It's literally the same. This time he's just going in Kara's memories instead of Lex's.
From what episode?
My brain hurts.
Yeah, John, what episode are we talking about where we were going to... Oh, are you talking about when he's in like the kryptonite water?
Yeah, and he goes into Lex's memories. This is the same thing.
Yeah, I know, you're right. Wow, Zor-El sucks.
Yeah.
I forgot about this love triangle with... Oh, you know what? I never thought I was going to get to say this. We got love triangle face on Zor-El. Yes, we do. I missed doing this stupid show, you guys.
Oh, this dialogue is especially bad.
This is some soap opera stuff right here.
Yeah, maybe I'm glad this wasn't Dean Cain. I don't know if this would have been better.
You're glad it wasn't a what?
Maybe I'm glad this wasn't Dean Cain. Because he suggested that earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. You know, you guys won't appreciate this because you're not Star Trek people, but I'm a little surprised if this actor never played a Cardassian, because just his bone structure looks very Cardassian to me.
Oh,
my God.
We've got another mention of cloning. He's put her DNA in the crystal to resurrect her.
Why is this... Somebody said this earlier, but why is this the Smallville clone saga?
Something else that somebody
mentioned... Oh, it is Summerholt's technology, says Dagon Spear. Okay. So it not only is just like that episode, it's using the exact same device, John. Even though it looks different. I'm sorry, Robert. I really care about what you have to say.
Somebody mentioned in the live chat that it was just kind of weird that we had that mention of the Kents being at church. Something that never comes up in the main series. And
yeah.
I don't know if I can't decide if that's a problem or not. It's just weird.
No, I don't like that they were trying to be so ultra secular with it. You don't have to make a big deal out of it or even show them going to church a lot, but like it's a little bit weird. Like, call me old fashioned, like call me conservative. it's weird to me if the Kents are not churchgoers. I kind of need that.
Robert. So the guy that plays Zor-El is one of the doctors in the opening of the Last of Us pilot.
Oh, cool.
Like he's really moved up in the world.
Yeah. But he was also the electrocutioner on Gotham.
Oh my God! No.
Oh,
What was that? Season 4?
no.
Season 3 or 4?
I don't know. It just says reoccurring role.
Hey, everybody, watch the look on his face when I say this. All right, John, when are we doing this with Gotham?
No, Robert will do that.
He hates it every time I suggest this. They're companion pieces. It's just,
You gotta do it.
yeah, I thought he was such a god, and then I learned about church. Your father was a terrible person, but I'm sure in his own twisted capacity, he loved his daughter, the psychopath. Look, I deal with people like this on a weekly basis, okay? They have good intentions, they just hover chainsaws over people's heads and try to kill them. I'm sorry, what?
That's no way to talk about Austin.
Hey, we've got another honorary Kryptofreak, everybody. Brady puts in a $10 super chat. Well, it was Jarrell and not Drax-Ur, Cap, what? And Dax-Ur that helped create Brainiac, and Zod corrupted his programming to help him destroy Krypton. Okay, there you go. Thanks for clearing that up. Brainiac is damaged in episode Persona and needs Dax-Ur's help to fix him. I used to think I was like this mega Smallville fan. And even the seasons I knew really well, I did not know the way some of these guys know the show.
Senior 6 is a good point.
Episode where they try to repair him. It's only 5 seasons. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only 5 seasons, John. You can do it.
You can do it, Robert. It's only 5 seasons.
And some of them are shorter, I think. Like, I don't think they'd all have to be 24-hour streams. I think there's some 12, 13-episode seasons of that show. Is there not?
Yeah, I mean, I jokingly protest. I would do that.
Oh my God, he said it on camera, folks. He said it on air. I think people would watch us riff on that show. I do.
I think they would. Yeah.
Now, I will not commit to going back and learning that show for it. I will not commit.
No,
to
that will be a almost blind commentary for me. I'm not rewatching it.
I have overall seen that whole show, but it's been forever, and I'm not going to remember where all the arcs go. I'm not going to be able to do a lot of analysis. I will react to it and make fun of it, and that's what I would promise to do.
Honestly, the hardest part would be getting through season 1 because season 1 is boring.
That would not be the hard part for me, but you do you, John. Robert. No, let's let John do it this time. John, give Brady an honorary Kryptofreak power and tell us what you can bind Kryptonite with to make it happen.
Okay, so he's been really helpful with like knowledge that we've forgotten. So I'm gonna say he found a kryptonite infused encyclopedia and that can now just pull information at will.
Oh wow! So just instant information recall.
Yeah. Human.
What year is that encyclopedia from, John?
1978. Okay, so Brady is this human encyclopedia. Congratulations, Brady.
Yours, Lex. He's your father.
Remember that time you cloned my mom and she was a corpse and never lived? I learned that from you, Dad. No, Lex. I don't.
I can see what they're doing here, and it's interesting. Like, because Lionel was a terrible human being for so long. That's the only example Lex had. But he's taken it to like such a degree that Lionel never did. Like,
well, and Lionel's calling him on that.
Pregnancy.
But that is what the scene's about. He says, "Look, like I had a line, you've crossed it." My problem is, I never bought Lionel had any kind of a line. Like what is the line? He's like, "Oh, son, you crossed." I think this is real arbitrary, right? Like what is like what's the place where Lionel would would not go if like, especially if there was information that someone had that would land him in prison or something. Like, what's the line he would never, ever cross? I don't know what that is. I don't know if I buy that. Because he's done some really heinous, insane things. And I don't know that any single thing Lex has done is any worse than any single thing that Lionel has done. I'm hearing no rebuttals. I am correct, folks.
No, I mean, the minute that he gets a chance to get out of prison, he takes Clark's life over and tries to kill his son.
Well, Dagan Spear says Lionel never cloned his own child. That's my point, is, like, that's the line. Like, that's the most heinous, insane, like, psychopathic thing you could do.
Doesn't know about that yet. I don't think.
Look, she learned how to use chopsticks. Character growth.
Now, look, that's where I draw the line on this, Robert, okay? When she says, would you like some Chinese, that is not a reference to Who's for Chinese, okay? That's where it's not a Batman animated series reference. There's no...
Senior Stick, Smallville never decided is Lionel hero or villain. I don't think he's either. He's just a person.
Oh, no, it did.
He's a guy.
No. Senior Sticks, it's way more convoluted than that. What show are we watching? He is... he's the absolute worst, like super rich mogul Drek on humanity. And then he gets cleansed with Clark's soul, so he's perfectly altruistic. And then after that, we're supposed to guess at it. So when you say it never decided, no, it didn't decide to do this until halfway through, or less than halfway through. And then it changed him. But he used to be just straight up a bad guy. Most assuredly.
I love that they chose Minnesota for her home state. One of the places in the United States with one of the most unique accents that's constantly parodied in movies, and she sounds nothing like she's from Minnesota.
Meanwhile, all these Kansasians sound like they're from Canada.
Was that a love triangle face? What face was Chloe making at the end of that?
That was definitely a love triangle face, because they broke up 5 minutes ago, and now he's going on a lunch date with Kara.
Okay, I'll give you a love triangle face with that, but I think what the actress was doing was just sucked a lemon.
Also, that wasn't Kara. Kara only wears crop tops.
She got those on Krypton too. She was like, Dad, when I get put in this pond, can I please have my crop tops? And she wanted to bring her Beanie Baby collection. She just had all this stuff. I found this giant piece of hard candy in the spaceship. Sorry, John, what? Oh, we gotta clone my mom.
Oh my god, it's a crystal. The clone saga continues, ladies and gentlemen.
So, what is this setting up?
Okay, so
I just don't remember. Do we actually clone Laura and have her as a character in the show?
Not only that, but Zor-El is also going to come back.
Oh,
and he's going to turn into Jack Torrance from The Shining, and they have to protect Laura from Zor-El because he's obsessed.
We already sort of had Misery, so that's good.
That is a thing the show does a lot too. It always treats and reflecting as resurrection. I'm like, no, that's just a copy. That's a new person. I've never agreed with that take. That's what you get with Lex of the series finale. It's I'm resurrected. It's like, no, you're a clone.
No, your memory engrams were copied. You're not any more of the original than the Jor-El hologram is Jor-El.
Right.
I mean, there's more of a philosophical argument you could have, I guess, when it's biological as opposed to technological. Maybe, Robert, but I don't buy it.
But do you buy, though, that Clark's like, oh, this has my mother's DNA. I can bring her back.
No.
It's weird.
Because because he's not thinking of the terms of it. It's just, oh, I can meet like my mother. Because even
But
if
that's not.
Yeah.
But even if it's a clone, it's in his mind. It's the closest he will ever get to meeting his real mother.
Senior Stick says, I'm surprised they didn't clone Lana. I'm also surprised by that.
Well, they did. That's how she faked her death.
Well, I know, but like one that actually walks around and stuff.
That's fine.
So, where do you guys come down on that? Again, I'm having a hard time not grading on a curve. Like, I feel like for this season, this is an okay episode.
I'm gonna go red. I think Kara's really annoying,
That's
which
true.
makes the whole A plot really annoying, and the retcon is stupid.
I've already forgotten it.
What is the retcon?
Just
What do
that
you mean?
they were on Earth.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
She's
That is
been on Earth
that is
before.
yeah. And then there's all that terrible soap opera writing, and I hate Zarel with a
Yeah.
passion when we first meet him. I guess I'm also gonna go red. I guess I better. Yeah.
And Robert's like, this episode was amazing. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Cap, you didn't watch it. We were talking about nonsense that whole episode, and then at the end you're like, it was pretty good. That wasn't bad.
He's right. Well, I was just thinking about the feelings I was having, and it was more just having fun talking to you guys. I'm sorry, these streams are hard because we're trying to create content, but I don't actually know this material all that well. Such a waste of everyone's time. Robert, what do you think? Would you go red on this?
I don't think that was a good episode. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you guys are right. Well, you're right. It's not that I didn't watch it, it's that I immediately forgot what I watched.
Me too.
Okay.
I remember Helen Slater. That's it.
You guys are
Everything
here
else
to-
is just
That's
blur.
what you-
You guys are here to
Of course,
check.
that's what you would remember.
No, Cap, you didn't like this. I was there.
Don't tell me it didn't happen. I saw it happen.
I saw it.
Noah's in the live chat. You can't say Clark right now. He's not on screen. You're doing it wrong, Noah.
Dingus
Robert,
says, I
the
think
show needs
here
more.
Smallville was leaning toward cloning not being the person, but I think Clark's reaction is emotional. Being emotional, I think, is why Jarrell freezes him.
I actually agree with him. That's what I was saying is, in his mind, he's not logically thinking this through. It's just emotionally, oh, this person is going to look like my mother, therefore it is my mother.
That's also...
He's got a minor Oedipus complex.
Yeah, and that's also consistent with the way he's been when anybody shows up that he can relate to because they would understand his secret or they have powers like he does or anything like that. And I wish he was more mature than that by now. And I mean, you could argue that this is more blinding because he's in a way known his birth father, who he has had lots of issues with and who has been trying to control him, and he's got a chance at sort of meeting the parent that maybe is more level-headed and would understand him and wouldn't have that. And so it's maybe a little bit different than, I met this girl that's got powers and she understands me. Like, it's different than that, maybe. But I still wish he was a little bit more mature than this. To be fair, though, all we see is his reaction to a thing knowing the DNA is there. We don't really know what he's going to do with it yet. So at the point that he goes, I'm just saying, as you're watching the series, at the point that he goes, let's go clone my mom, yeah, love that. But just that as an ending to an episode, my mom's DNA is in here. Like, it's an okay cliffhanger, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe it's just Tom Welling's line reading that throws me off. I'm like, ugh.
You're thinking
sounds
he
like
might
a
as well
crazy
have
guy.
said, you're thinking he might as well have said, let's go clone my mom.
Yeah, I think the problem with the maturity thing is just because we could have him there, but he's in an unhealthy relationship full of secrets, which is probably just making him feel lonelier.
Well, yeah, there's that too. But, you could try to remember all the times that there was always some kind of a catch to the perfect relationship you thought you had. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a quick couple-minute break. We've got 4 more episodes to do. For today, anyway. And then we'll be back next week with the rest of it. The next episode is Wrath.
Are you ready for the Wrath of Lana?
Is that a reference to the Batman villain Wrath?
No, it's a reference to the Ben 10 alien Wrath.
Hey, Robert, are you going to stick
Oh.
around for this one?
Yeah, I can do another one.
So I'm asking because the more you're here, the more times I'm counting blatant DC references. And I know that count will be 4 or 5 less strong if you were not here. Because you'll bring up some obscure TV show that didn't used to be related to a DC property that it turns out is now, and that's being referenced in this show.
Twice.
That was the most mind-blowing, unlikely thing I've ever heard. You brought that up, and I was like, I'm done with trivia. Like, I don't know anything. How do you
not remember The Secrets of Isis, the companion show to the 1970s Shazam TV?
Robert, have you even seen the 1970s Shazam show?
And not like a full episode. I've seen clips.
How did you find this?
Everyone knows about it.
I don't believe you.
Dude, I've been doing this for 16 years.
Well, it's right. But like, I assume John would know what I'm talking about because they do the Lois Isis episode.
I have 200 scripted rewinds. I have 30 not scripted rewinds. I have 41 rewind commentaries. I've never heard of this show.
I like how that went from Cap just not knowing about the show to Cap listing everything he's ever done for the channel in terms of rewind.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, I'm in this stuff. I've never heard of that. Anyway, guys, we'll see you in a couple minutes. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, everybody, we're back. We've got 4 more of these to do today, and it's time for Wrath. We'll see if we like this episode or if we want to take out our wrath on Wrath.
It's almost like these Wrath of Captain Logan.
Yeah.
It's almost like these go by faster when you have less episodes to do.
It's funny how that works out. I mean, only by a couple. Like, aren't these seasons usually 22 or are they 24?
22, 23.
Because I think what I was going to say is I think every season of this show has the exact same episode count except for the writer's strike season.
No, I don't think so. Hold on.
Am I wrong about that?
There's at least one that has extra episodes.
I mean, that might be true.
Yeah, so season 1 is 21, season 2 is 23, and then it's consistently 22 right. Until 7.
That's why I was thinking that.
9 is
there's
21.
A place where it turns into 22. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, I don't know which one this is any more than I've known what most of these are, because I don't know the season very well, so...
This is my favorite, the power swap episode, because this show's stupid.
Oh, no.
Wait, what's the power swap? Who swaps with whom?
So, Lana's gonna get half of Clark's powers.
Oh, that's right!
Define half.
Yeah, which ones does she not get?
I don't know. So I don't think it's like she gets certain powers. They're each half as strong.
Oh, okay.
Whatever.
She's not as powerful.
So how is the X-ray vision half as strong as his X-ray vision? How does that work?
She can't see past the muscles. I don't know.
So what's going to make this even dumber? And I doubt if this is addressed in this episode. What will make this even dumber is that later on, we find out that Clark's not being able to fly is more of like a mental hang-up than anything. And so if Lana got his powers, then she should be able to fly half as high as he would usually be able to fly.
But Cap, that's already been dumb, because in the episode where Jonathan Taylor Thomas gets his powers, he also can't fly.
Yeah, but he's still a teenager at that point. Well, okay. So I was going to say, you could say he just hasn't developed it yet, except we know he has, because he's hovering in the first episode. So yeah. Or the second episode.
But also, it doesn't seem like any of his powers are, like, blocked until then. He just doesn't discover them. Jonathan Taylor Thomas could have easily... Or not Jonathan Taylor Thomas. The other Ashmore.
Yeah, yeah.
Because both of them are on the show. Could have easily discovered that power on accident.
I don't think... That's right, though, and the creators have never talked about it like that he's discovering the powers. I always thought it was supposed to be a real gradual puberty thing. Now, I don't know why puberty for his powers go a lot longer than normal puberty, but it seems like he develops them when the show decides that he needs them to, and it's actual development as a teenager because it's supposed to be a metaphor for puberty. And it can't be a metaphor for puberty if he's just discovering he has them all. The flying thing is weird because it's one of his earliest powers. He just doesn't figure out he can do it. So like that one he doesn't exactly quote unquote discover. All the other ones he develops.
Yeah, I mean we see him hovering over his bed.
I think that only works for the heat vision, because the super hearing he gets when he's blinded, that's not a puberty metaphor. That's just
he lost a sense of gain from the other one.
And then when you get to the super breath, it's not even that he develops it. It's just he's never tried to take a really deep breath.
That one he probably did just discover. Yeah, yeah.
When did he develop X-ray vision? That was season 1, right?
Fourth or fifth episode. It's real early. It's in an episode, Robert, you may be able to remember this from now on, called X-Ray.
I don't even remember why he starts developing that one, other than it's just the episode is called X-Ray.
I think he just concentrates real hard. He's like investigating where a body is, and he concentrates real hard, and then he suddenly flashes and sees it in there. He's like, "Oh my god, I can do this!"
Oh yeah, he's thrown through a window by Lex Luthor. who has just robbed the bank. That's the Tina Greer episode.
It would be really funny if that's how he developed all of his powers. Somebody throws him into something, especially with all the throws in the show. Somebody throws him into something and he goes, "Oh my god, I have a new power." It'd be like Resurrection Man, except with not dying.
I wish that was just how powers worked in everything. Like, imagine in the Lost World when Ian gets thrown through the glass by the raptor. He gains a superpower.
He's like, "Wow, I got Wolverine claws now. It's amazing."
Okay, great. I hope that happens in this episode. He says she can only shoot heat vision out of one eye. That'd be great.
She only has super hearing out of one ear. She can see her X-ray vision. She can see a couple of layers deep, but she couldn't see you naked. Like,
so he was asking how is it happen? Admittedly, that was always my reading on it, because typically if it's a power transference, if it's the full powers, then Clark is powerless. But they're both going to have powers here, so I assumed it wasn't a full transfer.
Okay, great. Says, how would she know it's half? Well, I mean, she knows his powers now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's watch it. Here we go.
All right.
Everybody get ready to press play when I say now. The episode is Wrath. And here we go. Everybody, please press play. Hold on. Where's my clock? Everybody, please. Where's my super suit? Everybody, please press play right now. Oh, that is some majestic horse running.
We haven't done that in a while.
You know it's going to be a Lana episode. I want this horse to get half of Clark's powers. Are these stunt actors that don't look like our characters, or are these not our characters? If that was supposed to be Clark, that's amazing. Oh, it was. You guys, go back at some point and freeze frame those stunt actors. They don't look anything like our characters.
Yeah.
This is rough.
At least we got a close-up shot of Kristen Krug. We didn't get any close-up shots of Tom Welling.
We didn't, because I literally thought these were just a couple of different people.
You idiots! You filmed their stunt doubles.
John, I'm with
I
you
was
on
stuck with this footage.
I'm with you on the music this season, man.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It is not making me want to make a mixtape, that's for damn sure. Oh, that's
Good to know I could beat your strange doppelganger at something.
Oh, is he already Bizarro at this point?
Well, no, because it was clearly the stunt double. It was just.
Oh. Sorry. We got multiple doppelganger things happening right now. Robert, did you notice the foreshadowing in the very first line of the episode? She goes, "It's a good thing that I'm glad I can beat you at something." And she's going to get his powers, see? And then she'll be halfway toward being able to beat him at something else.
I'm still not entirely convinced that this isn't Bizarro, because they've been purposely having him wear a lot of blue. But we'll see.
Yeah, they really messed up the scheme here. That's blue on blue.
John is more on about this than he's ever been about anything. And I agree with him, but wow, it's bothering him.
It is.
I can't remember what it is. There's another thing with this show that John complains about almost every season. I can't think of what it is.
It's not every season, but the big thing that I hate about this show is they act like his powers are just transferable to anybody and not part of his
That's what it
biology.
is. It's that thing. Where it's like, it's biological. I've never heard anyone say that to me. It's biological.
Yeah. Clark on tonight.
Oh my god.
Well, at least they're remembering the continuity that this is a thing that can transfer powers, I guess.
Well, lightning. Lightning's just magic.
It'd be really funny if Shawn Ashmore came back now, but I think he's dead now, right?
Oh, Shawn Ashmore's still alive.
I don't mean the actor, I mean the character. Like,
I know, it's just the way you worded that. It's like, Sean Ashmore's dead, right?
Sean Ashmore is dead! No, he's not. I'm sorry, Sean Ashmore. I know you're
No,
not dead.
I don't think so. I think he's just in Belle Reve.
I can't remember if they killed him or
wrong.
not. Is Sean Ashmore supposed to be in Doomsday? Is he one of the chairs?
No, he hasn't been confirmed for that.
Thanks, encyclopedia of superhero things I don't know. I appreciate that.
Tom
Okay.
Welling will be in Doomsday.
And then you'll get to the end and it will say Tom Welling will return.
Not even
So-
his character, just Tom Welling will
It's Tom
return.
Welling.
I'm gonna bring up back something from earlier. John was asking if he thought the Vandal Savage Immortal guy power too far for this show at this point. I say no, given I forgot what the lightning can do in this universe. Lightning's just magic and can do anything, so sure. The Immortal guy, totally fine.
Well, that's true, because it does that and the Flash.
Yeah, Lana, how is he supposed to tell you how super speed feels?
Oh, now this is our first Lana with powers in the live scene. That's different.
Yeah, good call. You can't tell that that's a euphemism for sex, Clark. Shut up. Pay attention. But see, he's so innocent, you guys. He's so innocent he's got a telescope in his room that he used to spy on her with.
So he's not completely depowered. That they both have.
Right.
It's like
Yeah,
half
because
and
they
half.
were just super speeding.
Oh, they
That's how I've always read it, is it's half and half.
partly transferred it. Oh, it's really funny, John, that I brought up the thing you always complain about that I couldn't think of, and it's relevant to this episode. Oh, hey, everybody, this music is telling you that this is supposed to be funny. Aren't you just busting a seam? Ha ha, the ground
Yes.
shook because they're having sex, and they're superpowered.
That's
Like,
not
oh my
my
god, we're
fault.
having an earthquake.
Jimmy Olsen's gonna have PTSD. Make sure he's not anywhere around here. This is so much more fun not knowing exactly what we're about to see.
My question is, if they were causing earthquakes, how is that house still standing?
Okay, great. So they're the Wonder Twins now. Oh, never mind. Yeah, don't say that.
Yeah, don't say that. That's weird. Hey, John, they just don't make houses like they used to, man. Could we pretend like that line was never written on a piece of paper? He just said, up close and personal with my vertebrae, I want to leave the room.
Okay, who's gonna walk in on them awkwardly?
Well, nobody's got their shirt off. That's surprising.
It's Chloe. Yeah, but he has no pants on.
Oh, does he not?
She doesn't have
Okay,
pants.
hold on. Let's
Hold
look
on.
for love triangle face. Let's see if we get love triangle face. Because we shouldn't. You know, because, like, she has been fine with them being... I don't know why I'm doing this. With them being a couple. But with the three of them in that room, it makes me think there's got to be a love triangle face. Oh, there's just awkward, we don't want to tell you what's happening face. Well, we have to confess, we're the evil machine from the first season of Arrow. That's us. Oh, this is stereotypical. Women always tell each other about their sexual escapades.
She said awkward, so it's fine, Cap. They're self-aware.
Never do that. Okay. I guess there's no love triangle phase.
Yeah, no, I mean, at this point, they've gotten past that. At least for these three.
Well, no, I know. But there was a part of me that thought somehow they were going to play it that way for no good reason.
Are you guys surprised we've had 3 awkward Kent Farm login scenes just this season alone?
Why are we counting those? I know Robert's counting those, but we should be counting those.
It's very specific, and it's happened 3 times already in 7 episodes.
Yeah, Chloe, and that guy had abusive parents. And he had abusive he was already primed with a psychosis. Like, they cannot decide if kryptonite turns you into a crazy person or not. They still don't know.
To be fair to Chloe, Lana has just come out of an abusive relationship, and they have shown multiple times that she is not over it.
Yes, but Chloe doesn't know just how far that runs, right? I mean, I guess she knows enough. Okay, that is a fair point you're making. But that's basically Chloe telling her you're traumatized enough that you could be already as messed up in the head as Eric Summers. That's what she's saying.
And she's right.
Well, yeah, but if you're Lana, how does she not, notice that she's saying that and have feelings about it? Well, wait a minute, you're comparing me to a psychopath.
Well, she just did. That's why she threw that thing at the mirror.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, she heard Chloe saying, "I'll keep an eye on Lana," and she got mad and threw that thing at the mirror.
Okay, well, I rescind that then.
It is the color filter shift, whatever we do a close-up superhearing scene. Is that new, or have we been doing that the whole show?
Yes.
And if we have, why does the color change when they're hearing?
No, they've always done that. I don't know. I don't know. That's them going.
They've just been doing it a lot this season.
We need an effect for this. It doesn't need to be relevant. It just needs to be different.
This is where Chloe needs to say, "I had the power to have anybody tell me the truth that I wanted, and it ruined everything."
Meanwhile, at the evil Scottish castle...
Can we do this in another room, Lex, just to mix it up?
Oh my god, it's Jurassic Park.
It's Jurassic House.
It's Jurassic House! The secret is that this house has 1 room. 2 if you count the safe room inside of this room.
Cap, is that the secret of the ooze?
I think kryptonite is the secret of the ooze. Yes. The kryptonite is
Lex,
evolving.
You have witnessed alien invasions, alien spaceships, and God knows what else. And you draw the line at dust turning into liquid?
Do you guys think this is do you guys think this is Michael Rosenbaum's weakest season? He does feel more checked out than he ever has been in this show.
Yeah, were you not in here when I said that earlier? Maybe that was before you came in.
I missed that.
Yeah, I said at the start. Maybe I said at the start that I thought Lex or Rosenbaum seemed kind of checked out, and he's ready to go. And I cannot remember if he had already told them he wasn't coming back after this when they started the season or not.
I think so. I think Lex or Rosenbaum gets better in the back half when he actually has something to do. It's just the writing is worse because that's where we have to shove in all the Veritas and retcon and.
Okay,
Brady
great.
has
Put in
another super chat.
I was just saying that he put in another $10 super chat, and he is already an honorary Kryptofreak, which means I'm going to give him at least 1 wheel spin for that. Maybe we can give him 2. We'll do 2 wheel spins somewhere in here. You want to go ahead and read it, John?
Stunt doubles aside, at least we get a nice shot of people riding on horses on actual locations shot in Vancouver. In later seasons, everything is filmed on a backlot.
Oh, I guess that's true.
That's true.
I'm telling you, the show just looks cheap later.
Wait, how can she use heat vision without being horny? That doesn't make sense.
Robert, you've been occasionally cutting out just like one word at a time, and so it sounded like you were bleeped when you said that. Like, we did not get that last word, and we got the first, like the beginning of it, and then it sounded like you were censored by the internet in real time.
That's amazing.
Brady, thanks so much for the super chat. Oh, look, Martha is in the show on the phone.
That's not in the show. Oh yeah. So
See,
you said it was okay.
They
Great.
think they're in Kansas now.
Brady.
I don't. Oh, anyway, sorry. sorry. What was that?
You said okay, great. Send in the super chat. It was Brady.
Did I say okay, great? Well, Brady, good job. Thanks for a super chat. Well, Brady also is an honorary Kryptofreak already, but we'll do one wheel spin right now, and then we'll do another one a little bit later. Spinning the wheel. What's it gonna be? What stupid thing is it gonna make me do? Okay, this time I am Lex, and John is Clark, and that means that we and Robert have to refer to each other as such. So I'm Lex now, and John is Clark now for the next 5 minutes.
Clark, you know how to fix it. You just need some lightning and a thing of kryptonite.
No, you're Clark. Clark?
Everybody's saying Clark.
Clark. Yeah, they don't want us to be named that. They just want us to say Clark.
Oh my god.
Lana was behind it all.
That's the most honest question of the show.
Are you sure? I mean, she was also capable of marrying Lex in the first place, and there's all the duplicitous things she did during that. Now, I get that he's letting himself be blinded because he wants to be with her, obviously, but I still say at this point he should be real suspicious of her.
I just need somebody to have the actual conversation with him of, you were in love with an idealized version of her, not who she is.
Mm-hmm.
Do they know that? Clark?
Yeah,
I don't think anybody knows that, Lex.
See, I don't think that Samson and Delilah comparison holds water, but in this show, it's fair.
Oh my god, look, we're in this scene together. It's us in this scene. These guys don't even get a lot of screen time together anymore. And they did it while we're them.
He has a good point, though, when he says, let's skip that past the "you're not welcome here" monologue, given how Clark breaks into the Luthor mansion on, like, a daily basis to run him. Clark's just being a hypocrite.
I really wish Clark had just said the same thing Lex always says when he shows up. The days of you barging in here unannounced are over. I like Lex Luthor saying revenge is like an addiction. That's good.
I think I know Lana better than you do. Lex's rebuttal should be like, well, I did marry her.
Yeah.
No, Lex should be the one that's like, no, you know this idealized version of her.
Yes.
You don't actually know her.
Right.
She's actually a lot more like me than she is you, and I maybe had a hand in making her that way. Like, he could even take credit for it. He could be like, no, dude, I took your girlfriend, and I made her, like, the person yeah. But he's also not
That's what
really
he should be talking about.
He's not trying to turn the knife right now. Like,
yeah,
this is actually more of a warning.
That
What
helicopter
you're
was
saying is
really
he
close.
should have walked into the told Clark, yeah, she's just like me.
Like, oh, we are in Jurassic House. After all, hey Clark, that was an okay scene. I actually liked that scene. Okay.
Okay, I bet she's never gonna take a bite out of that hot dog, right? It's just a prop scene.
It's just like this Frank. Wait, what does that mean? How's the Frank not down with the... What is she... Is she talking about a person named Frank or her hot dog? I don't know what's happening
You
here.
forgot the hot dog, Lois.
Wait a minute,
Don't
that's
leave
a
that.
reference. Hold on, that's Superman 2 reference.
Oh, what was it? I missed it.
The hot dog.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
The hot dog, all by itself. It's a reference. She should be drinking orange juice with it, but it's a reference.
Do you like Lana's evil biker outfit?
I like how we're back to she's bad now, so she has to look like it, but only in scenes where there's no Clark.
What is the show?
She's got like a turtleneck.
I think the problem with
What
this
is
is
the
it's a
show?
light switch.
Sorry, Clark. What was that?
Oh, God. Oh,
Oh.
gee. Oh, no.
No, she's wearing the biker gear because she's got the superpowers, and now they're playing her almost like Red K Lana. Like, not really,
Yeah.
but like, she's...
That could have
she's
killed
gonna,
her.
She's gonna immediately let herself be overtaken by the power.
Well, Lois is
Yeah,
dead.
I wish that had been more of a gradual progression instead of just a light switch. We got one scene of her being like okay, and then she's immediately crazy.
I just think you needed really only one more scene, maybe, John. And I don't know what exactly that scene should have been, but just something to suggest, like, this is how she is with Clark with the powers. And really, in the back of her mind, the first thing she got when she got the powers wasn't, hey, cool, I can do all the things my boyfriend can do, and we can have fun together and know each other better. But it's really, I'm wanting to get revenge on Lax, and I have all this ability to do that now, because I actually kind of buy the light switch if this is how she would use this right now, the way she is at the moment. I need a scene where she's by herself going like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go kill him. You know, something like something more than we got.
Yeah. Her kicking Lois in the face through a door still feels like a... And Lois should have a concussion, like, at best. She's way too fine. Why are you even in the hospital if we're just gonna have her with an ice pack on? Why are you even in this set?
People go to the hospital
fair.
in this show for the same reason they do in car wrecks. It's like, we just gotta make sure.
Well, and to be fair, Robert, they just established she hasn't actually seen a doctor yet,
Alright.
so she could have a concussion.
She seemed pretty fine there.
Hey, John,
Yeah,
that's a
you
really
know.
good rebuttal. She doesn't, but that's a good...
See, they admitted her overnight. She's fine.
I love this show.
I also love this show. It's so dumb.
Got the bat phone on the wall there.
I was thinking that too.
The world's worst hospital staff.
I hate you.
I love how much Cap hates this character.
I hate him more knowing he's supposed to be a clone of Julian Luther, because God. But every time he opens his mouth to say something, I know it's going to be the most obnoxious line of dialogue. Okay, great. Weren't they at the Daily Planet? Why would they drive all the way out to Smallville?
Look, it's the only hospital in a 200-mile radius, okay?
There's not a hospital close to the Daily Planet?
Listen, they just didn't have a set for the Metropolis Hospital.
But this isn't if they could have put up a sign that said that's where we were. We've seen the Smallville signs. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's so good. Also, why would you even be interested in this guy? I can't believe he's not talking right now.
Clothes on before you left.
Oh my god, the moon's colliding with the Earth. They're all gonna die.
Put some damn clothes on.
Brady says, even though this season is the weakest, it does a good job setting up Brainiac coming back in later episodes. Does it?
I know he comes back.
Yeah, I didn't remember this actually did anything with that.
And I don't know, maybe the strike is a factor. Does this season feel the most scattershot to you guys? Like,
Yes.
what's the thread? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Most
so, Robert,
seasons I can
we've
point to, like,
watched-
okay, this is that season. 5,
Robert,
6,
we've
etc.
watched. You've watched what? 5 episodes with us at this point?
Mhm.
4 or 5. What would you say is the season overall arc so far?
Ara? Like, that's what I remember this being,
It's
is,
really
it's
just
the season, but not really.
it's really just Supergirl is here,
Yeah.
right?
No,
And there's
But,
not.
but she's on the
overall
box. She's on the poster.
That's right. There's
The
not.
storyline is Veritas, but that's all in the back half, so we're just wasting time.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that yet. We're not doing anything to develop that. Is this going to feel like 2 separate seasons? Sort of.
So I will tell you, based on my last memories of my last watch through, it will feel like a light switch. All of a sudden, Lex Luthor will bring up Veritas, and then he will become obsessed with it.
Yeah, this isn't a soundstage.
Oh, boy.
He's got good control of that vehicle, man. Like, Lex could
She's
stop
gonna say,
on a
I want your
dime.
clothes.
Yeah,
Well, see,
yeah.
he learned from when he ran over Clark.
Oh my god, it's the Terminator.
It's the Terminatrix, is what it is. But yeah, I agree with you, John. This does not have the clear, easy log line that you could throw at most seasons, at least past 2. Robert, what's happening?
Clark walking into a room just saying, how long has Lana been doing this with ISIS on the wall?
It's secretly
Out of
a
context,
front,
that's really bad.
it's secretly a front for terrorism.
Okay, so let me ask you this, guys. This is it made worse that it is a front just for her to spy on Lex?
Yes. Work.
Also, they found her spy room way faster than Clark ever found Lex's. Like, this is the exact same kind of thing.
That's also too many monitors. She really went overboard.
There's no reason she
on the
needs all those
monitors.
monitors. Yeah, but then,
So
and she's also not as eccentric as Lex. Like, did she also pick up his eccentricity when she was married to? But maybe because she seemed to like the rich life, the good life. Like, maybe she also picked that up. She's not drinking nearly enough wine. I'm gonna throw that out.
What we haven't seen yet, there's a pool table in there. There's a Warrior Angel comic collection. Like, all of the Lex's quirks are just in here.
I am glad that this this whole room is already out in the open because it's only been like 2 episodes.
That's a throw.
Okay, great says it's not. You keep calling things before I see them.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, there it is.
He's pressing play too fast. He's jumping the gun on us.
Gotta be ahead of the curve. Is the Kryptonian language a reference to the planet Krypton?
Well, no, we have the language all through the show. Like,
I know.
Is this show being called Smallville a reference to the fact that it's a Superman show?
Robert, I'm sorry, buddy. I don't want to criticize something before I've read it, but your book sounds really redundant to me. Okay, wait a minute. She has a supervillain voice now. You're right.
Yes.
That's all over.
Yeah, it's Red Kryptonite.
It is Red K,
Lana.
Lana.
Yeah.
Because the world should know what a liar you. Why she doesn't have an accent now? What is happening?
She said liar.
I won't let you hurt anyone else. I'm vaguely European now for no reason.
Brady has another $9.99 super chat.
Thanks,
Brainiac is first seen in this episode as Black Liquid escapes lab.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Because Lana Clark's fight is shown in Persona, draining metal from people, and he uses Bizarro and Clark to find Daxter.
And to be fair, we should have known that because we saw the black goo at the start, and I just wasn't thinking about it.
I made that joke because
season.
I was like, oh, is that the secret of the ooze? I just didn't piece it together.
It's
that
the
was Brainiac.
secret of Milton Fine.
Lana, that kills people.
Lana, she's your ex-husband.
is
That
this-
was really kinky.
Is this Lex in danger?
He's not
Or
Clark's
what
friend
we're
right
counting?
now. Stop it.
Yeah, but I thought that Lex has his own.
We don't have Lex in
category,
danger.
right?
Lex has to be knocked out or shot.
Oh.
He has to be knocked out or shot. Everybody gets in danger in this. I
Oh my
specifically
God.
count that because it's so weird how often he gets shot. Oh my God. Did they really do that? I didn't remember that. I thought maybe we would, when this was first on, I thought maybe we would transfer her powers to Lex then.
You
That's
didn't care
another
about that a
throw.
second ago when you kissed her.
That's a throw.
And that's Lex unconscious.
She kissed a Lex and she hated it.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, that's convenient unconsciousness.
Oh
'cause
my
now
God,
Clark's
I can't
here.
keep up with all the counting!
Yeah, it was nice of Clark to wait up like immediately after Lex gets knocked out.
Oh my God, this episode has so many cliches in it.
Oh, now we got bullet time.
Holy crap, I'm just gonna keep this window open.
We got bullet time. We got canisters falling and rolling.
And now we've got Clark on green kryptonite.
That is page 244 of your book. Okay, that's not.
Oh wait, now we've got
That's
Lana.
Lana on Kryptonite.
Oh, so we can't count that. We can't count that.
And she seems to think it just makes you sick.
Guys, this is foreshadowing to Lana having Kryptonite powers next. They're seeding it here.
Is this the like 600th person to yell at him for hiding out on a farm despite having powers?
Yeah, that seems to be a psychosis that you get if you're on if you become a Kryptofreak. Is you have a problem with Clark living on a farm. You guys, we haven't even thought about this, but Lana is a Kryptofreak this episode.
Oh, does that
Yeah,
count?
that's
Well,
true.
it counted when it was Shawn Ashmore. Why wouldn't it count now? And she's being the villain right now.
Yeah.
And also, John, I'll throw you this argument at you too. How many stereotypical Kryptofreak episode things did I just count in this scene where Clark is having to basically fight Lana? That is not convenient unconsciousness because she not only knows he has powers, she just used them.
Oh my God, it's Venom.
Well, that is a good way to set up Brainiac being free. Is like he had to use that kryptonite to get the powers back. It's still dumb that you could just transfer powers that way, but
And
whatever.
also, there is kind of a Kryptonian lore thread through the season. I guess there's that where we're doing background about the planet that we've never done before, and with the Veritas stuff, it'll be more like alien invasion. So I mean, it's much more all over the place and harder to peg down to a single sentence. Like, this is the Artifact Witch season, and this is the Phantom Zone season, and what? Okay, is it a Lois reference, Robert, that she's been wearing so much purple? Like,
I think that's a stretch.
I'm just trying to remember. Like, is that a big Lois color? I actually think it kind of is.
Is it
is an
the
animated
primary color
series.
Yeah.
But she also wears red in that show, but she does wear... She has like 2 character models of that show.
I'm not going to
What is
count
the
it because I don't know for sure if it was intended, but it's just occurring to me that Lois is a character that wears a decent amount of purple.
I don't remember Margot Kidder wearing much purple. That's what's throwing me.
And like, did she in maybe even the Fleischer cartoons? I forget what her wardrobe looks like in that.
You can really tell they don't really know what to do with Lois in this season.
You don't think these two have amazing chemistry?
No, Robert.
No.
And if you do, get out.
This is the love story I'm most invested in this season.
I'm not invested in any of them.
Okay, great. So that's not how deleting files works.
That's not how any of this works.
And the way you know that you don't care about the love stories in the season is that the most interesting one actually so far is Clark and Lana, and that's never true. Like, well, that's a twist.
I mean, I do like their relationship in the season in terms of like this is the payoff that you've been watching 7 years, and it's all going horribly wrong.
Well, yeah, because the comic accurate thing about this is they're not going to be allowed to be together. We're just going to do that in the most forced and grand and dramatic way possible.
Hey, it is wonderfully melodramatic, and I both love it and hate it.
I mean, I've always said...
Yeah, okay, so I'm a
like...
second ahead of you, but Clark just said those powers made her obsessed. Is that what we're saying was happening?
Yeah, I know. They can't decide. In this episode, that is what it is. But what about episodes where you have good guy Kryptofreaks? It doesn't make any sense.
To be fair, Lex immediately replies with, and passion like that doesn't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's not the powers...
What do you think is stronger?
Yeah, it's not the kryptonite that makes that happen. You're right. It's that she's mad with power because there's something she wants that's already kind of taken her over. She was not totally in her right mind in the first place. So I will give them that. I'll give them that.
And Lex does have a cool point here. Something I like about Lana, when they finally get together, Lana isn't the person that he thinks she is. Yes, Lex did a lot of that, but a lot of it is also Clark's own lying and manipulation to keep his secret. She really is kind of like the product of being in love with both of them.
Yeah, that's true. The difference is she doesn't have the excuse of, my parents told me I couldn't tell anyone. I'm just doing what my parents say. Robert, I should build a set like this in the bunker for no good reason, where it just looks like I'm spying on a superhero.
I don't believe you haven't.
Chloe, that's not how you respond. You respond with, this isn't protecting yourself, this is obsession.
This show is in crystal clear HD. It's true.
Oh, and now we're talking about Isis, the goddess
I
of
thought
love.
Isis was a great idea when I thought you were just trying to help people.
I'm gonna clip that out after that.
You make it a 10-second short. You don't even show the Smallville stuff around my box. You just clip the box out.
I thought Isis was trying to protect people.
What the textbook left out is that ISIS is a criminal organization of terrorists. I don't know why my literature teacher didn't tell me about that.
I think Chloe is in the right here, where she's like, yeah, no, you could do like irreparable damage to him. I'm not going to let that happen. Like, sort yourself out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just kind of felt like she should maybe do that a little earlier. Like, she didn't know exactly what she was doing, but maybe she should have been more suspicious of Lana after... Oh, I remember that line. unless you're ready for a front row seat to the apocalypse. Wait, is the next episode called Apocalypse? I know there's an episode this season called Apocalypse.
Are we gonna call that a DC Comics reference?
Apocalypse? Oh yeah. No, because they're gonna actually have that later.
But Cap, this show has made a set a precedent of referencing things and then doing them for ways
true.
like ISIS.
Hulu doesn't tell me what the next episode is, but I don't think.
No, it's not. I just looked it up. It's not until 18, but there is an episode toward the end of the season called Apocalypse. So we'll watch that next week. Is
Tonight
this the
we're
loft?
canceling the apocalypse.
Are we in the loft? Yeah, we're.
Yes.
You guys, this is some kind of record. I think I have counted like 12 things.
Brady, Chloe points out that Lana would even kill to protect Clark. This would later prove to be hypocritical, since Chloe would later kill someone to protect Clark's secret in Season 8, Episode Identity. She says Brainiac made her do that, but Oliver doesn't believe her, as Brainiac wouldn't go out of his way to protect Clark's secret. But she's pointing it out. Is she saying that's a bad thing in the context? That Lana would kill? Protect Clark?
Brady, you need to be on more of these.
No, it does not justify everything. Well, you just sound like Lex.
Okay, great. Has a good point where he talks about Lex wearing black a lot, but he wishes they incorporate into his more. I agree.
Robert, you're cutting in and out on us, man.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
I mean, so far it's just every other word, so you have to talk for a while.
But he was just saying he wishes that Lex's like purple and green color scheme integrated in over the course of the show. That could have been cool. You know, if Clark's slowly gonna exclusively wear blue and red.
Yeah, a little. I mean, he does wear some purple.
A little bit.
You don't get much green, but you get a decent amount of purple with Lex. And I like that because it's not just here's a reference to stuff he wears in the comics or to the robot suit and stuff, because like that's regal. It's it's Emperor colors. There's purple in the Luthor Corp logo. I need to know that you love me, even if I get superpowers, I'm gonna go on a murderous rampage. I need you to tell me that. Now she's making, in the context of this show, sort of an okay point, I guess. Like, not that I'm condoning what she's doing, but that she is going after like one incredibly psychopathic, murderer. But I mean, she's doing that because he ruined her life, not just because he's a psychopathic murderer. And then it's not like she got these powers and then she became a crazy person that goes on like a gigantic rampage. But then, is she that much different from some other Kryptofreaks that will kill people that are bad people, but it's still not okay that they did what they did, right? Like, it's still revenge at the end of the day. Like, this is the most full-on Kryptofreak maybe a main character becomes, where they still seem like a Kryptofreak by the end of the episode.
It's like Brooklyn Nine-Nine says, cool motive, still murder.
Yeah, and Brady said he likes that this conversation is the start of Clark doubting his relationship with Lana. That should have come earlier.
Yes.
Or it's like, just... Why should he even care at this point?
See, but I don't necessarily agree with that, because part of what spurns this conversation is he admits that he was willingly ignoring the things that weren't adding up.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
but I still think that should come up earlier.
Well, the next episode is called Blue, so that's John's favorite episode.
God.
I wish we did Superman Red and Superman Blue in the show so we could have one episode called Red and one
I'm
Blue.
shocked we didn't. That's a good point.
Next to each other. And then if they'd done that, John, what they would have done is he would have worn like a plaid jean jacket suit where he like one would have red jeans and red everything else, and the other one would be blue jeans and blue everything else.
I have to be honest. I'm gonna give this a light green. I like parts of this episode.
Dagan Spear says, "Why should he have doubted it earlier?" I was talking about this earlier, like because she married Lex Luthor, like in the first
right,
place.
it's everything that's happened. It's all that baggage. At this point, I think that, in my opinion, that relationship's unsalvageable.
Just the idea
not
that
even worth attempting.
She's not the person that he was interested in the first place. She's changed a lot, and so I'm okay with his like trying, ignoring stuff. But a little doubt here and there would make him seem I don't know, more reasonable, more thoughtful. Like I don't know. I want him to be, and in general, I want this with every interesting, believable protagonist. He is the world is trying to force him to change, and he's refusing to. Like I want the show to show us that he's seeing signs of like deception, duplicity, like pettiness, whatever it is, and he's going, yeah, but Lana would. And so, like this episode, you got places where he says like Lana would never do that. I wish we were doing that stuff earlier than this episode.
Yeah, and admittedly, some of it is I'm grading what they're doing on the scale of what they've already done. Like this Clark is obsessed with this person
to an unhealthy degree, but we're supposed to still care about that 7 years in.
Yeah,
well, and John,
when there's like, oh, now he's saying, oh, I ignored these cracks. No, I fully agree that this guy is just now realizing, oh, I've been ignoring these things because he's borderline obsessive with this woman.
And John, do you agree that they've really shafted Lois this season just to do all this law stuff?
Yes, because all that Lois has got is that stupid love story with that editor guy that Cap hates.
And she had a hot dog that she didn't eat.
Yeah, Frank. You can't forget Frank. He's the best character this season.
Is Frank a person or the hot dog?
The hot dog. That's the best character.
I can't decide how I'm going to flip on this.
Flip a coin.
I don't know, Robert. How would you flip on this?
Probably right. I'm not digging this season. I'm like, yeah,
I know. That's where I'm at too. Again, I'm having a hard time not rating it like to the season.
Some of the evil Lana stuff is kind of fun.
Yeah.
And that's probably the best Lex episode this season. Not in terms of writing, just it feels like, I don't know, he just got a little bit more to it.
Robert, are you going to stick around for the next one, or are you done?
I can do one more.
Okay,
and then I gotta get out of here.
I'm gonna need you to jump out and come back in because you keep cutting in and out. We're losing.
Oh, okay.
Quite a bit. So if you try to do that for me, so we can get a better connection.
Robert, stop breaking things.
Nah, blame Discord, man.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, great. I give this episode a solid purple. I should have a purple sign.
You should. I'm surprised at some point you haven't changed the I'm feeling it sign to a purple for like positive.
Yeah, and I've had these forever. Like I keep talking about making new ones, but I still haven't. How far back do these go? I want to say I made these back in like 2012, maybe. I think I've been using the same signs for like 13 years, John.
Let's switch it up.
And he's back. A dinosaur story.
Hello, testing. Hope that works.
I hope so too. We're not going to know until you have like a soliloquy and then we're gonna be like, the most profound thing you've said. We're gonna hear the words "the 14" and "potato chip bag," and we're gonna be like, I don't know how to put all that together, but it must have been brilliant.
I'm with OK Great. He gives that episode a purple.
Yeah, I said that while you were gone. Dagon Spirit, too many lame episodes for me the first half of the season. Yeah, agreed. Fierce and yes, Lois's story are lame parts of the season. Plus, I feel like Zarel is half done. Yeah, I don't like the Zarel stuff at all.
And all the ISIS stuff I think is kind of weird. But that's just me.
Yeah, something doesn't set right with me the way they played the Kryptofreak stuff with Lana. It just seems, I don't know. The writing just seems a little half-baked and lazy to me.
That feels very undercooked.
Yeah, that's the right word. Well, let's do the next one. We're so riveted by this that we just cannot wait to move on. The next episode is Blue. Dabba dee dabba die.
Dabba die.
Get ready to press play when I say now. We'll do one more and then we'll take a break. And then we've only got 2 more left for today. We'll be back next week. John, these feel like a breeze now that they're not in an entire day and night. And starting in the morning. I've got so much energy a couple hours in. I used to be losing energy. A couple hours in.
Yeah, if
now
you were
it's
still on the 24-hour format on this season, I think that would have been the one that broke us.
I think so too. Yeah, it's fun to come in fresh with these. Now it feels like putting in an solid 8-9 hours at a job. Like, it's way better.
Do you ever feel not so fresh when you're doing Smallville marathon commentaries?
All the time. All right, here we go. Everybody, make sure you're watching the episode Blue, not accompanied by Red. And press play right now.
I guess you could say this first half, the overlap, the arc or thread is Kara and her family, but it feels so scattered.
But the thing is, I think if you go back to other seasons, you'll find that the throughs will have a lot of like side episodes where they don't come up very much, and it's kind of as scattershot as this is. But I think the difference is we're not progressing any particular narrative with it. We don't come back to it and then go, let's push that plot further forward. We just go, here's some more things we're finding out about the Krypton stuff, and oh, by the way, Milton Fine's coming back at some point. Like, so that feels like not progressing narrative, but just establishing something for later.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll have a line like in season 6. I think there's a couple episodes that are just going to be one-offs where they'll have that like a line that's like, we don't have a lead on a Phantom right now.
And we just had an entire episode not talking about Kara and Laura and all that stuff, right? And now we're back to it.
Yes. So at least they think that's the through.
Apparently she went surfing. I don't know where, but
her hair looks fine.
Cap, where's the best place to go surfing in Kansas?
Well, what you don't realize is this is an outfit that she brought with her from Krypton.
It says Coast City. That's a DC reference.
That's a DC reference.
Well, and Krypton has its own Coast City. It turns out that's where she got that.
Yeah,
from.
That's where.
I don't know where she's been surfing though.
That is where Zod is from. Coast City, Krypton.
Oh, and you know what? We need to do at least one other wheel spin from earlier because somebody put in a $10 super chat. But we just got one from OK Great, $5 super chat. I'm Blue Dabba Dee Dabba Die. Spin that wheel. Spin that wheel. Hold on, I gotta count something.
Laura just said, "Save me." She was singing the theme song this whole time.
Somebody save her.
What? Clark, hearing voices is not a good thing.
It's never good. You should. It's also routine. Like you should be at a place where you go, yeah, you know what? I shouldn't trust this. This sounds bad. Somebody
oh my God!
Save Mom.
Oh my God, he's been taken to the Chamber of Secrets. I mean, the Fortress of Solitude. It's hard to think of Jor-El as the bad guy at this point when he's like giving the good advice and Clark is like, no.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's not the bad guy anymore, really. I mean, there are still those places where he'll try to force Clark into stuff, but the show plays it like it's for the greater good and all that. I think. I don't remember anything about the show. I don't know.
Did you like the little spin he did there?
It was very cinematic.
Hey Robert, I'm really confused. Why is this episode called Blue? I don't even.
Because he's blue over Lara.
All right. Oh, I'm blue. All right, here we go. Let's spin the wheel. What terrible fate awaits us? Oh, John has to blind watch now.
Oh no. I'll just do this. I can't see anything.
Okay, we'll let you know when 5 minutes have passed. He is a man, that's true. That's a true statement. She's speaking in truths. You're a man.
You know, I think this idea would have been more captivating or like good if it had been like when he was in high school.
Oh yeah, when he finally meets his mother.
It feels way too late for this.
Well, at least we don't end up with
that guy.
Well, and you know what? Maybe it would have been good to do that when Martha was still around, because then you'd have, I was going to say sort of like a parent triangle, but then you'd have the same thing that you did with Jor-El and Jonathan, but maybe in a different way. It would be cool if you'd have to do it later than the initial Jor-El Jonathan stuff. Maybe you could have even done this right after he died. You know? And then Martha and Lara actually end up being more like kindred spirits and like come together on something. That could have been cool. Instead of there having like a big conflict. Just to contrast what we did with Jor-El and Jonathan. I'm just spitballing, I don't know.
Martha's stayed in contact with Lionel more than her own son.
That is true. Discussing topics brings up a good point. He said the director of Supergirl, of the Supergirl movie, directed episodes of the show, but never directed one with Supergirl in it. Yeah, he did quite a few. That's Janosh Schwartz, and everybody loved him on the show. But it's really sad that he didn't get to come in and do one of these. I'm not sure when he passed. I think he was still around during this time. Well, Laura, I bought you that shirt for your birthday on Krypton.
I like that there was no hesitation in her voice. Just, oh, Aunt Laura's here. I'm happy to see her.
Yeah. It's very casual.
And then she all of a sudden goes, wait a minute. You must have come from... It's really weird that a dead person is standing in this house.
See, that should be normal for Clark, not for Kara.
Okay, now who's going to walk in and make this scene awkward?
Well,
because they might as well do that.
At least, at least somebody's half naked right now. That's good. That'd be weird.
Why is she dressed like a lady from Roman times?
Well, we did that with Kara at the start of the season too. That's just how women dress on Krypton, okay? Except for when they're wearing their Coast City surf shirt. Sorry, John, you can't see what we're looking at, but I hate this guy. He just said LASIK. That's what John needs.
Yeah, how did you feel about Luthor Corp being right next to the Daily Planet?
I mean, I've seen worse. You know, in the show that has Metropolis right next to Smallville, I guess I'm not surprised by that. At least it's not Metropolis next to Gotham. My standards are real low now. We've done a lot of dumb stuff I never thought was possible to wind up on film. There it is.
Well, yeah, Gotham being next to or close to Metropolis is something that I think could work depending on the storytelling. But when you see the bat signal like from the Daily Planet, like that's weird.
And when it's daytime at one and nighttime at the other perpetually, it's weird. I want you to admit something. Your dialogue is bad. Can you admit that? It is hedonism. Who makes that face?
Is he like the Jensen Ackles of the season? Like what do they think they're doing?
Okay, but if he was in the intro, I'm done.
He might as well be. He's been like every episode.
He's in the show more than Supergirl, who was in the opening credits.
Well, he'll get killed off earlier, right?
I don't know what episode he gets killed off.
Could it be
It'd be
this
amazing
one?
if he lasts until next week.
Could we please make it this episode? Brady, this is the season where Lex owns both the Daily Planet and Luthor Corp. He buys the Daily Planet in the episode Gemini. Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with where they're located.
No,
they have to be next to each other. One guy owns them both, but hasn't always. Discussing topic says this guy will be gone after today. Oh, good.
Moved.
Yay. Oh my god, it's my dad. It's another dead person. I'm not all that surprised to see him. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, look, it's another Kara and this guy in the loft scene.
Yeah, no, I'm glad this isn't Dean Cain. It's true. Hey, John, you can put your glasses back on. I'm pretty sure you fell asleep.
Yeah, and Cap, to your point earlier about... Well, no, earlier you were saying that My Adventures with Superman does a lot of Smallville stuff, but better.
Mm-hmm.
Superman and Lois also does the Jor-El evil brother thing.
Yeah, and I don't love him, but he's more interesting than this.
Right.
Robert, would you agree Zor-El is dressed like a Cenobite?
We have such sights
hey,
to
I've seen
show
that
you.
too. God bless America.
I forgot you've seen Hellraiser at this point.
He also
You guys did a commentary.
He did a commentary on it. You were there, and you were there, and you.
I wasn't there.
He looks a little. I know. I got to Wizard of Oz real quick. He looks either like that or Neo.
Mm-hmm.
Discussing topic says he dies in the last episode we'll watch today. Well, that's a good news, bad news situation. Because the good news is he's going to be gone. The bad news is I have to watch him for 3 more episodes.
And the worst news is because that's the episode where he'll be a focus, so he'll be in most of the episode.
So that's like this really is split in 2 halves. You got the Zor-El first half, and then all the Lex stuff in the back half.
For Veritas.
Veritas, yeah.
Hey, John.
Robert, you'll get to see all the retcons next week.
Yay.
Zor-El just called her an angel.
Oh, is that supposed to parallel
Star Wars?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
That's something we haven't talked about.
Star Wars?
Apparently Lex has just forgotten about his underwater savior.
Yeah, wasn't he real on about that? And that was supposed to be like a big crux for the season?
Yeah, he's been busy. Okay, that's not a throw, that's a lift.
Also, this camera work is bad. That's a throw.
Now that's a throw.
This ain't a knife, that's a knife. No, the problem I have with him in Superman and Lois is he's kind of just their Loki.
Yeah, but in this show though, is it weird that we're doing both Jarrell? That's bullet time. Is it weird that we're doing Jarrell evil brother stuff and also Zod friend turn villain? Like, it's weird that we do both of those things in this show, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay.
You got
So,
10 seasons, man. You gotta do something.
I'm only circling back to this because somebody said that this is where it happens. So if the commenter is correct, Clark never leaves the fortress after setting Laura free. But I can tell no difference between this Clark and the other Clark, if that's true.
Well, yeah, and we have moments like this where he's like emoting for the camera and there's no one else looking at him. So why would he be acting like he is internalizing and feeling bad about something if he is a mustache twirling bad guy?
Yeah, and like, okay, that's the thing. Next thing we need to keep an eye on is, do we ever see him in the sunlight?
Ooh, that's a good question.
You're right. He's like a Twilight vampire.
Except with way worse CG.
Oh, discussing topic says he's still Clark. Wait until the end of the episode.
So wait, do they just let you know up front? I really don't remember this.
Yeah. So like you thought it
God,
was...
I just don't care about any of this.
I don't either. so you're saying you thought it was like a secret and they make a big reveal out of it, but maybe they actually tell you up front.
Yeah, now I'm wondering if they tell you up front, because I remember it being a reveal like, oh, bizarre. It's been Bizarro.
Yeah, I'm starting to think it has just been Clark. I think it has just been Clark this whole time, and there's just gonna be a time skip between those two episodes where
I'm
it's
starting
Bizarro.
Oh, we're back to
which is really lame.
We're at a Green Arrow's lair here.
Oh my god.
We were there a couple episodes ago.
Oh, were we?
That's where Lana and that actress were hiding from crazy film guy.
Oh, that's right. Well, I want to say it's because I was not allowed to watch it, but I was allowed to watch it by that point.
No, so Robert, so this is Clark then, because his face isn't doing that terrible. That.
Well, also they're not gonna. I mean, as incompetent as these writers can be, I don't think. What? I don't think they're gonna have him have this whole arc, this episode arc with his mother, and then we find out that was Bizarro the whole time. Like,
I don't trust them to not do that.
Maybe we do live in a world where we found out that Rhodey was a Skrull for who knows how long.
Oh, I forgot about
Anything's
that.
possible.
So,
why do you
Robert,
remember
are
that
you
crap?
saying that these writers are one step above the writers of Secret Wars?
You mean Secret Invasion? You know what?
Yes,
I would
one.
say that. Secret Invasion is that, yeah, I would put Smallville above Secret Invasion,
Because
Secret
unironically.
Invasion is so boring. I have tried twice and not been able to get through it.
So this is 2 steps above that, because I'll go that far, because the difference between those 2 shows is we're able to make content out of this. And when I did a blind commentary on Secret Invasion, people questioned the stream's existence, my existence, everything. It was an existential crisis for all parties involved.
Okay, so she just gave him blue kryptonite. Do you guys think she knows what that does, and this is a betrayal, or?
Well, they definitely had. They definitely had drama troops on Krypton, because this guy clearly came from the stage. I mean
This
Zor-El.
guy,
Like
he's unbelievable.
he was an actor on the stage. There's no way around it. The weak must be sacrificed for the good.
The Canadian stage too.
A feeble-minded pacifist. Look at his eye twitch.
You were before 5 minutes ago.
Brady, they don't tell you up front because Bizarro, who is pretending to be Clark, comes back at night in Gemini, and it's not as sunny the next day, which is how Bizarro is able to hide himself from Lana.
Nope, that's a throw.
That is a throw.
Yeah.
And that's not a car crash, that is a crashed car.
Right. Those are different things. And I know you're counting that in your book.
Take the ring off, Clark.
Is anybody else finding
so
his
she's just
performance
stupid.
unintentionally hilarious?
It is, but I kind of like the over-the-top Kryptonians.
Yeah, but this is a different kind of over-the-top to me. And I don't think this guy's a bad actor, but
Take the
boy,
ring
he's
off,
hamming it
dummy.
up. Yeah,
He's
it's
trying.
It's not like Red K where he doesn't want to take it off. Like,
No,
Does
it's like
that count
Madam
as a car
Web,
crash?
where in Madam Web, she can't open a can of Pepsi.
No.
Here, he can't take a ring off.
someone has to be driving the car. You guys, we now have 101 people getting thrown. It took us 7
Yay.
seasons to get to Dalmatians with this category, but we made it.
I'm glad I added it.
Clark, take the ring off. What are you doing?
Robert, have you seen the Amazon Tick series?
Yeah, well, I've seen the first season, and I started to, but I never finished it. But yeah, I've seen most of that show.
This Zor-El sounds like Serafinowicz in that show. That's why it's funny. I'm just realizing that.
Destiny.
Yeah. It's like, he's acting like Ben Edlund wrote his dialogue.
Yeah, I can see that. Also, one thing we
That's what it
forgot
is.
to mention.
It's so funny.
One thing we forgot to mention in that
Just,
Laura
imagine this guy
episode.
going, neat.
Remember in the flashback in the Lara episode when he just like smashed open the Kent's door and they just didn't resolve? Like, so they just come home from church to just this empty hole in their wall.
That's why we never talk about church later. They just never win again.
It's like that's a sign.
Yeah. Nicholas Bodo, you're right. Thunderbolts is pretty good. He just came back from Thunderbolts. And actually, Jason just came back from seeing Thunderbolts a second time. He had his mom drop him
cool.
off so he could go see it again. Because he couldn't go with me when I watched it the second time. Oh, Lana got thrown into that elevator. I missed that discussing topics. Thanks.
Yep.
102 Dalmatians. Now it's up to a crappy live-action sequel.
Oh.
Who wrote this? Kara betrayed me. She's on her father's side.
Everyone betray me. I'm fed up.
I'm fed up with this world. Also, this is gonna sound really morbid, but the ring is depowering him, and it's stuck. Just cut his finger off. If you're that desperate. Lex is playing pool. I haven't seen him do that in ages.
I don't understand why the ring won't come off, though.
Me neither.
If a human wears it, it's fine, but if a Kryptonian wears it, it just gets real tight on your finger. And there's just nothing you can... I don't know.
Well, because I think... Don't quote me on this because I don't remember, but when they meet Dax he is able to just take his blue kryptonite ring off to give it to Clark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's
I
right.
think.
Isn't
So
that...
why can't Clark remove this one?
Did you just say that out loud?
Yes, he did.
What? It's just brotherly bonding.
About Lois's bra size? His bra size. Lex has a big problem with that for some reason. I don't know. I don't know. What are we talking about? I'm your brother, Lex.
So,
Yeah,
what,
Brady, I was remembering that. He says Dexter doesn't have a ring, it's a bracelet. So I guess if it's a bracelet, it doesn't stay. But, like, what is it about being a ring that it sticks on you? I don't know.
well, and this is going to sound really morbid, but it's like, okay, so he's depowered, so you just cut off his finger to get the ring off, and then sew the finger back on real quick, and he'll fine.
So I guess this is supposed to be the first hint that this guy is actually a clone of Julian, because Lex says, if it weren't for me, you'd be nothing. So I guess he knows he's a clone, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask it. If
So
he knew.
no, this guy does not know. I think maybe that's what Lex means, but I always read it as, oh, he's the one that got him the job as the editor.
Okay, so that's subtext for the audience for later. It's a double entendre, as it were.
It's subtle, clever writing, is what it is.
It may be a necessary step.
For some reason, the fortress always looks worse when there's multiple people here. When it's just Clark, it looks great.
That's so. Is it just because it looks smaller?
I don't know.
Is that what it is? I don't know. I don't like this character, but he's made better by the fact that there's a way worse character I keep having to watch in this episode. Detritus, good word choice.
Well, speaking of the fortress, I've already shown this to Cap, but I just got this Superman the movie Fortress Funko that just came out.
Isn't that cool?
Pretty cool. Yeah, it's very similar to like the new Batman one. You just got the animated series one to like get. But
I just got that.
I was surprised because on Amazon that's still a pre-order. That's not coming out till the end of the month. So I was surprised you found that in store.
You mentioned that in comments. I didn't end up reading that, but on a stream. But yeah, I didn't realize that. It's just, and it's I was at the mall here and it was in 2 stores there.
Wow, cool.
He just can't get this ring off. What? He's. Yeah, I don't know how he's able to do that and not break his fingers if he doesn't have powers right now, but whatever.
I'm so confused how this works.
Does he still have some of his power? Because that just doesn't make any sense.
Brady said, "It's bad writing. I object."
So you're just lying.
That video quality was way too good on that phone.
Yes! Yes, it was. Yeah, this is a real weird transitionary period where iPhones are out, but not everybody has one yet.
It's an eclipse. Is that a reference to the DC Comics villain Eclipso?
Is that a reference to that obscure 80s TV show called Eclipso that didn't start as a DC thing, but then later it became a DC thing, and it was in... Oh, crap, there's not a live action... It was in Superboy. It was in Superboy first, and then it became a... See, I know obscure TV shows nobody else has ever seen too, Robert. I just have to make them up. Yeah, she's not easily swept off her feet. What it takes is writers forcing her to like this guy.
Okay, great. Says, well, now Clark has half of his powers. That's just the theme of this season. That's the through line.
Oh, does he?
No.
No, I think
That's
he's
just the
joking.
joke. That's just the joke. Okay. It's the half the powers season.
It keeps happening.
Discussing Topic says Superboy is actually pretty good starting in season 2. I've only seen the pilot. I own it all. And Superboy is one of those weird Superman shows where for some I say weird. It starts the trend of 4 seasons. Superboy has 4. I think it has 4. And Lois and Clark has 4, and Superman and Lois now ended at 4. I do think it's kind of cool that both Lois and Clark and Superman and Lois ended up with 4 seasons. The Black and White Adventures of Superman series has 6. And of course this has 10. Because it's insane.
Oh my god, she's found the power dagger.
Yeah, and Superboy was also recast, I think, after the first season.
Yeah, I think that's right.
For some reason.
John, if there's a power dagger lance, is there like, or if there's a power dagger there, is there like a lance and a bow and a sword?
Well, see, she's gonna stab that into the console, and then it's gonna turn into a talking white tiger dagger sword thing.
That's not a dagger. Yeah, I thought you were gonna say she was gonna put it up to her lips and there'd be a dragon sword.
If there was a dragon sword, this would be amazing.
The show is immediately better with a dragon sword. No one can
Yeah.
disagree with that.
Speaking of Tommy, though, Hayden showed me some of the Sentai for Mighty Morphin.
Yeah.
Well, not Mighty Morphin, but the show that the White Ranger comes from, because that's from a different show.
Yeah, that show's
You
weird.
know the Sentai? He's like 12.
Yes.
The White Ranger.
That's why there are.
It's so weird.
Yeah, but that's why there are shots in Mighty Morphin where he's dancing around like a child, because he's a child. So there's this amazing bit where they had, in like the first or second time White Ranger shows up in that show, where they had to get Jason David Frank to get in a microphone and go, hey, yeah, because he's dancing around like that. It's amazing.
That's a throw.
2 seconds before I saw it.
So, okay. Why do both of them act like they have no superpowers here?
Yeah, good call.
Alright, you have superpowers. Use them.
Well, I think they like to play it like they're generically powerless against people of their own race. Sort of. Where it's like a Kryptonian choke is different from another choke, but like you still have power. Use your powers.
I believe that he can choke her out with no problem. I don't understand why she can't fight back.
Look, give her a break. She just learned how to do this, John.
That's not true either. I saw the episodes before this. I wish I hadn't, but I did.
I'm enjoying this more than I should, but I think it's just because I'm riffing on it with you guys. Like,
Yeah, no, the only thing that's making this episode watchable is riffing on it.
No, this is insane.
What's important is that we're together. Well, how'd you think this was going to go, Clark?
Okay, so if they were cloned, why is their life force tied to that crystal?
DNA something? But yes.
Are we going to count that as bullet time?
I don't think that's bullet time. I think it was just
He
slow
destroyed
motion.
the morphin grid.
Or, I guess the whole thing was bullet time where he's... Yeah, we'll count that. That's fine.
Kara
Harding!
Stop
How
it.
many Karas do you think are in that fortress?
It's funny that we're all pronouncing it Kara, but the show has decided it's Kara, and then the Supergirl show will take it back to Kara. Oh, did we do an amnesia thing with her?
Yes.
Yeah, I think she
forgot
loses her powers and has
what
amnesia.
a load of irritating.
Because we keep writing her off of the show and then writing her back in.
Well, you know why they do that? Because she has a certain number of episodes she's contracted for, and they can't come up with an organic way to do that.
Just keep her around. Just let her be a supporting character.
Well, that'd be too easy. Discussing topics. Now Kara has amnesia and will not be seen for the rest of today. I love how he keeps putting this in terms of the show we're doing. This is who you'll have by the end of this evening, and these are the people that you want.
Kara, where were you on the day of today?
See, she has amnesia not to be mixed up with amnesia, because she doesn't know what's going to happen next.
How are there different degrees of lost? You either know where you are, or you don't. Did you catch that? That woman was like, I've never seen anyone this lost. I'm like, you don't know where you are way more than this other person that doesn't know where they are.
Oh, see, Cap, she just meant, I've never seen anybody this into Lost. See, Kara's just a really big fan of the show Lost.
Yeah, that's on by now. That's a couple seasons in by now.
So this is a Clark and Lana loft adjacent scene.
We had one of those earlier this season too. The loft is up there. We can see it. Does it count? They actually pulled back and showed it to us.
But they're down here because Clark needs to be lifting heavy things.
Cap, in hindsight, we should have been counting how many times Clark will learn the lesson that Jor-El tried to teach him anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Don't put the crystal in the fortress. No. 40 minutes later, I shouldn't have put that crystal in the fortress.
We just did this with the timeline stuff, the time travel stuff in season 5.
That was 2 years ago. Get over it.
So Lana is speciesist. She's speciesist because she said, Clark, you grew up on a planet of human beings. Oh, I guess he did. He grew up here. He wasn't born on... I thought she meant Krypton has human beings on it for a second. That's true. Because last episode you were a murderous Kryptofreak, and also your motives haven't changed. It's what we do that defines us.
You turn around and you leave the point of no return.
Right. Now, can we talk in less abstractions and talk about what we're actually talking about?
You just got to put one foot in front of the other, Lana.
What do you do?
And soon you will be walking out that door.
What do you do when the butter has been left down on the counter and it's
Robert,
melting?
are you saying that Lana is The Walking Dead?
All of it?
Yes.
No, Lana specifically season 11 of The Walking Dead.
Which zombie is The Walking Dead? All of them. It's like saying who is X-Man? I mean, there is a character named X-Man, but it's like, which of the X-Men is X-Man?
I like how you went to the example that there is actually an example of that.
I know. It's the first thing that came to me. Yes, please keep your pants on.
Well, they broke up.
Oh, see, they're trying to be professional, which just means they're being awful to each other.
I guess that's a walk away angry.
Yep.
I wouldn't think that. He sucks. Why would you think that?
Also, I've never had this thought before, but the way they have her hair styled, it looks like she's wearing really bad hair extensions.
Yeah, it looks weird.
According to this show, it looks like she just got back surfing.
Well, you know, Kansas is a famous surf spot in America.
It really is, yeah. We surf our lakes and rivers regularly. We surf while we fish. Why would you share a toothbrush? That's gross. I've been married 17 years. My wife and I have different toothbrushes.
Listen, Smallville works in different logic. People there do different things.
He lives in Metropolis.
Smallville, Metropolis. What's the difference in this show?
That's true. Discussing topics with Zor-El, a bad guy death. We are counting bad guy deaths, aren't we? Have we had any more this season?
No.
We haven't had a lot.
And did he even really die? Like, he just turned into energy.
I think he's dead. Did the Powerpuff Girls die?
One of them did.
Oh, one of them did, but she was killed by the other two.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this is just a BS backstory.
Yeah, so
That's what I'm talking about.
So they're trying to make us think that Julian was never dead, and then they'll reveal later that it's a clone, because they really like jerking us around like that.
Which is weird, because we've already seen the flashback where Julian died.
Yeah, so I guess they think that they can make us think that at some point they'll come back and show us how he actually didn't die. But, like, nothing with the mother or anything makes sense, like, unless he was on the verge of death, and then Lionel, like, sent him away, but let his wife still think he was dead, and why would she do that? Like, there's no reason the audience should buy into any of this. It's almost like, because I don't trust the writing on this show, I'm supposed to buy that maybe it's real. Like, that's what they're banking on.
And earlier in that conversation, he said to Lex, "I'm not one of your lab rats," which is a weird thing to say, except, again, that's another cutesy thing for the audience. Like, oh, but he kind of is, though.
So
it's supposed to be a subtle hint.
I didn't remember this. I kind of appreciate that Clark is bringing up the thing that always bugs me about Jor-El in this, where he's like, you were apparently altruistic and were helping people on Krypton. Like, what changed? What happened? He's not really getting into it, but at least it comes up.
Oh, no, now Clark's frozen.
Because now they're treating it like a mystery.
Frozen today.
So they could do something with it, where it's like, one of the last things he does while he's alive, obviously, is send Clark away. So the man who was, doing all this humanitarian mission stuff may not be the same man that wrote, "Rule them with strength, my son." They still have an opportunity to fix that.
Jor-El was right at the end, where Clark just seemingly cannot learn a lesson or listen. Jor-El did nothing wrong in this episode.
Well, that's a red.
That's a red.
Not even gonna give it a blue.
We don't have blue. You're wanting me to bring out all the crayon colors. Like,
Yeah, the last one was a purple.
how did we not make one? Like, we keep making all these Jurassic Park references, and this episode is called Blue, and I never went to a Velociraptor place. Like, how did I miss that?
Well, you know, it would have been better if there had been more door locks.
Nicholas Bodo, which Jor-El is worse as a person, Smallville or My Adventures with Superman? Well, one of these is consistent, and I kind of understand who he is.
I'm gonna say Smallville.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Just because this one seems sort of sometimes sadistic and pretending like he's not. Anyway, well, guys, let's go ahead and take a break. We've got 2 more episodes left to do. Robert, are you bowing out?
Yeah, I gotta get out of here, but have fun. These flew by.
They did.
Had a great time talking to you guys.
I like how he's like, I'm out, like, right before the end.
Yeah.
No, he's just got better things to do, and that's fair. Gemini is the next episode of the night, folks. So get that set up while we're having a break here. Give us about 5-6 minutes. John, unless you need to get like honest to God dinner.
I'm just gonna eat after we're done. We're almost there.
So was I, but I know you didn't get a midday meal, so I wasn't sure if you were gonna be all right.
That's all good.
Okay, cool. Well, we will see you guys here in just a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out with us. And bye, Robert. Thanks, buddy.
Bye. Thank you for having me. Have fun.
Hey everybody, I am back with John. I gotta fix my camera here. Or John's camera here. Because we have lost Robert. Now it's just me and you again, sir.
I have to do that in OBS when it's like me, Noah, and Robert, and then if we lose one, it's so annoying.
Yeah, it is. But what are you gonna do?
We gotta find the morphological beings, Cap, in this episode.
We gotta find those morphological beings. All right. Well, despite the fact that the definition of insanity is watching Smallville for 12 straight hours, we are going to finish our plan here with 2 more episodes. A total of 10. The halfway point of the mercifully shorter by a couple of episodes, season 7, and mercifully shorter because this is not a very good season.
Told you.
But I have had, I still don't know if it's gonna be worse than 9, but we'll see what happens when we get there.
I think the Zod stuff in 9 is kind of cool.
That's fair, and honestly, I remembered liking the Supergirl stuff more than I'm liking it now. Like, you're right, she is kind of insufferable. I just like that actress.
No, the actress is great. It's just the material. It's like, oh, this is like the precursor to everything the CW Arrowverse became.
That's it. No, you're totally right about that. All right, whatever. Everybody to the pool. We're going to do some more of this. Gemini, episode 9. This has flown by, though. I will say, this has been maybe the easiest season to just find funny things to riff on. Like, I've been enjoying it a lot on that level. But it's also probably just...
No, this is the riffable.
It's also probably just not having the baggage of, I've got all these things I want to say because I've thought a lot about this. Because this one I've not. So anyway. Alright, well, here we go. Everybody get to timestamp 0. It's dinner time. So, we don't have the crowd we had. But hopefully folks will come back and take a look at this later on. And thanks for the folks that are still with us. We're going to get right back into it. Everybody, please press play. You good, John?
Yep.
All right, cool. Right now.
Previously on Smallville.
Everything is about media first.
Oh, they even got your favorite to do the recap this time.
Great. Thanks, Julian. Thanks, clone of Julian.
Cap, you're gonna see Julian at the actor that plays Julian at a concert. You're gonna be like, "Where's my autograph book?"
Why have we made him Ivan Ooze?
I don't know. Well, I mean, technically, in this scenario, you would be Ivan Ooze because you see him and you need to know where your autograph book is.
Autograph book. Yeah, Julian Luther is the secret of Ivan Ooze.
You know, growing up in the 90s, I thought quicksand and ooze were going to be a lot bigger problem in my life than they ended up being.
You developed an irrational fear of those two things.
I hate this rendition of whatever Christmas song this is. I know it's a Christmas song. I just don't remember which one.
Is this a Christmas episode?
Maybe? Because that is definitely a take on a Christmas song.
Is it? Is it? Oh, is it like fa la 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 la? No, I'm hearing it.
I think that's what it is.
I wasn't hearing it before. It's deck the halls. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that is what it is. Okay. Did I just completely talk over their getting back together when they were kind of broken up for a minute?
So, okay. They weren't actually broken up. That was a show for their coworkers and Lex.
Oh.
Because at the end of that episode, after their little squabble, she gets a text from him and says, "I can't wait to see you later."
So is this only one of 2 Christmas episodes in the show? Because I did not remember there being a second one.
No, there's... Wait. No, wait, that's... Is Lexmas the one with Santa Claus?
Yes, that's the B. That's the B
Okay.
story.
Okay. Maybe that it is. Maybe it is then.
Because I always want that episode to just be in Lex's imagination and not go into the real world at all, but it does.
Christmas isn't real. Christmas isn't real in the Smallville universe.
There's no Christmas. Oh, she's lying to everyone because that's how you get drama in this show.
Oh, but Cap, next season we're gonna do the Dark Archer.
Oh man, I forgot all about that. Everybody's favorite Smallville subplot.
Well, it's just funny in retrospect because obviously Arrow makes a bigger deal out of him.
Oh, is that supposed to be the same character?
So I don't think it's a different name, but it's the same role of like a guy in a black suit using archery like Green Arrow. Just in this show, it's his teacher, which I think is closer to the comics.
Okay, so he's not like another corporate CEO or something?
No. It's one of Oliver's old mentors, a guy named Vortigern.
Okay. I'm trying to remember his name in Arrow, because it's just been too long.
It's Malcolm Merlyn.
Malcolm Merlyn, there you go.
How can you forget Malcolm Merlyn?
Because I haven't thought about Arrow in like 10 years.
And it's played by the guy that played Jack in Doctor Who.
That's right.
Before he was revealed to be a creep.
Yeah. You know, you just
Somebody
when you watch
save
these
that
shows,
guy.
you gotta go. You gotta go back in the time and place when ignorance was bliss, and you didn't know that everyone in Hollywood was a horrible human being.
Yeah.
Why are we 7
Oh,
seasons
right.
in? And we still
All
haven't
right.
saved that guy.
Season 9 is the Dark Archer.
Oh, okay.
I got my numbers mixed up because
How
I
is-
was looking at season 9 to see if there's a Christmas episode.
Have we still never saved that guy?
Yeah, that'll be in the finale. They'll change the song to "I Saved That Guy."
I got saved. Somebody saved me. That was the obvious way to go, I think. Sometimes you gotta try it first, and then the clear parody comes to you.
He's back to fencing.
Yeah, well, he always likes to stab family. Yeah, Dagon Spear, that's called exaggeration. So if I say I haven't thought of something in 10 years, you divide that by like 9.
That by 9. So it's like half a year.
That's also an exaggeration. Just don't trust anything I say, really, is what I'm getting at.
Was that a Lost World quote?
No. See, it was just a normal person thing to say. That's why it sounds like a Lost World quote. Oh, you made my point for me. I don't even know what thing I said you think was a quote.
Because Ian Malcolm tells his daughter, "Don't listen to me."
Shit, that's just a regular, normal thing that people say. I'm so glad that happened. That I'm gonna clip and make a short. That's...
Everything is a Lost World quote now, Cap.
Yeah, that's how mundane the dialogue is. It's really easy for that to happen.
Do you remember that movie Phone Booth?
Yes. Colin Farrell and Kiefer Sutherland. Oh, is that what we're doing here? We're gonna rip off Phone Booth somehow?
It's kind of got the same setup where it's like, oh, you answer the phone and it's a criminal.
But is she gonna be stuck in her
I
desk?
actually haven't seen that movie, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's basically a one-room drama that takes place inside of a phone booth where
Oh.
the guy can't hang up the phone. I loved that when it came out. I saw that in the theater. I was working in a movie theater when that came out, and it doesn't hold up great. I'm sorry to say. Colin Farrell's great in it, but
That's unfortunate. That's that director. It's the Batman Forever guy, isn't it?
I think that is a Schumacher movie. Yeah, and I'm a big Schumacher fan in general. I say that
I like the Lost Boys.
his stuff's a little hit and miss, but
Yes, that is a Schumacher movie.
a lot of stuff I really of his I really like. I wonder how many of those work at. I wonder how many of those work at ISIS. Terrorists
Oh,
that are
no.
also perverts. Oh, he really was just staring at a hot chick. Well, okay, but you could be professional and then people wouldn't think you were a terrorist. I'm just throwing that out there. Nicholas Bodo, his filmography is
clearly-
shockingly varied. I know. That's what's so great
Oh.
about him.
The old scissors trick.
John, I'm bored.
It's been 5 minutes.
I'm 9 minutes into this episode, and I'm like, this is the first time I felt like I want to go to sleep. And I don't even think it's because we've been streaming all day and I'm tired. This is just making me bored. It's like it's making my eyes. What is even happening in this episode?
So this guy called her, said write a story,
Oh, right.
and then he killed. That
And then she's
delivery
like,
guy
"Oh, I
with
can't
a pair
print
of
anything
scissors.
that's not verified." And he's like, "Well, I'm gonna kill people." And oh, Christmas, right? I forgot about Christmas.
How could you forget what that god awful rendition of whatever that Christmas song is?
Well, I've already excised it from my mind. I'm very good at that. It was traumatizing, and so my mind no longer keeps it in there.
Okay, so now we know for sure this is Bizarro.
Wait, what? Time is so
Because
different
the last-
in the fortress.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What does that mean? I mean, if he was like trapped in a wall or something, but if you're just hanging out there, does time move differently inside the fortress? Is that just a throwaway thing? We're never gonna address that again?
Okay, so what it actually is the Phantom can't think of an excuse to where he's been.
Oh, because this is the Phantom.
Because
okay. Right.
yeah,
Right.
because when we last saw Clark, Jor-El says, "You haven't learned a lesson. This is for your own good," and then the screen goes white. So Clark is at this point still in the fortress. This is the Phantom.
Okay. You know what? That. Thanks for reminding me about that. I just don't care enough about any of this to pay attention. But what that plays like then is that the Phantom is remembering being in the Phantom Zone, so he is attributing qualities of the Phantom Zone to the fortress.
Well, and then it's awkward because this is obviously supposed to be a fake out, like just the way they're playing it. So if you don't know that twist already, how does that read? Like, what do you mean time works differently in the fortress? It's
Well,
just a
again,
different time zone.
it would seem like a tell that's supposed to make you raise your eyebrow if you trusted the consistency of the continuity. But I don't.
Okay, so if you didn't know that this was the Phantom, would you believe that this is normal behavior for Clark?
Yeah. But he's talking more like Clark than you'd think he would, the way we often do doppelgangers in this show.
Yeah.
Like, they're usually real broad and smiling strange and being super creepy. And also, to your point...
Well, and that's what he was like in that first episode.
Yeah. And to your point earlier, I guess he's gotten better at it somehow. Also, this isn't a criticism, I'm sure I just don't know, but why does he know everything he knows?
I assumed he absorbed Clark's memories when he took his DNA, but I don't know.
But yeah, so he is wearing the blue coat or the blue jacket, and I'm really with ya. I wish they'd been consistent about that the whole season.
Well, and it's even weirder because I feel like in the premiere, normal Clark is wearing the red jacket and the blue shirt.
Yeah,
and it feels like we've settled on, he's starting to wear the Superman colors. But then immediately he switches and is consistently wearing the blue and red.
It's like whoever directed that for that episode thought that was a cool, clever idea, and nobody else ran with it. Like, nobody was paying attention.
I do like this Lois subplot. It's got some tension to it.
Well, and this is our obligatory hostage episode, probably, right? You know, we talked about nearly every season has one of these, but this time it's not a bunch of hostages in a building. It's Lois is the hostage.
Yeah.
Is that a stretch?
No, I can see that because she can't tell anyone. There's a ransom demand.
There's a bomb threat, because those hostage situations are almost always a bomb threat. The Twin City. What does that mean?
That is...
Well, I know what the Twin Cities in Minnesota are, but what is the Twin City?
It's the Twin City. I don't know.
But where do they think Clark was?
Oh. So, because Kara has gone missing, and
Right.
they said that she's from Minnesota. So I assume the cover is he went looking for her in Minnesota, or went to see her in Minnesota. She
Okay,
went home or
so
something.
they just don't know anything then, is what... Because
Yeah.
which one? Minnesota has twins. That's why they're twins. There's two of them. How do you say the Twin City? What am I missing here? How is this episode 15 minutes in? I feel like it just started.
Because it's... Both. Okay, so do you get the feeling that both of these are A plots, and neither of them are allowed to progress the way they should be?
Mm-hmm. That's a great point.
Like, if this is an A-B plot show, which one is the B plot?
Robert Carr has gone missing. I sure hope that doesn't happen again. You're right. It is really weird putting these two stories together.
Yeah, because typically the B story at some point connects with the A story, right? Normally.
Yeah, this show doesn't do a lot of, like, paralleling, like, mysteries or action things that are only thematically related. I mean, they'll have sometimes some thematic stuff in the real surface, like, in the B story, particularly with whatever the Kryptonite theme is, or the Kryptofreak theme is. They'll do that, and then then they'll converge. But yeah, you're spot on.
I know that Clark got at least some knowledge of the Kryptonian language from the cave, like when he was hit with that beam in season 4?
Yeah.
Is he fluent like that?
Yeah, he's fluent.
Okay.
Well, I say that. How much of... Let me ask you this, because you're right. I thought maybe he could just read it. But how much of his education in the fortress did he actually get?
I don't know, because when he goes to the fortress to put the crystal in, I think Jor-El says, "Oh, you've come to start your education."
Because didn't we get a scene at one point where it started and he was learning stuff, but he wasn't there very long? So he certainly wasn't there long enough to get the whole language and be able to speak it.
Right, because that's the setup for season 5, is he's doing his training and notices that Chloe is freezing to death in the corner. So he goes to rescue her, and then he has to deal with those two random Namekians, Kryptonians. To be fair, one of them I'm pretty sure is called Namek.
He's watching these. He's having to deal with these Cardassians. There's all these Andorians everywhere.
and then he doesn't get back in time, so Jor-El somehow magically changes his DNA to be human, so he has
I
no
forgot
power.
about that. Yeah. Because that's how that works.
Yeah.
Also, why are we doing...
now you turn it over.
Why are we doing both of these serious, like, mystery kind of stories? Or at least, thriller stories, I guess I should say, in a Christmas show. Like, Christmas is just in the background. And, like, I guess it's okay that we have that, but maybe Christmas should be in the background for a couple of episodes, because it's, you know, a season.
Robert, The Lost World is a Site B story.
Yeah. Here's a question. If Robert's just watching, why isn't he in here?
No.
I don't understand that.
He did that the other day with Final Destination.
Oh, now she's meeting him face to face. And that's different from Phone Booth because you don't see that character until the very end of the movie. So it's Kiefer Sutherland just voicing it the entire movie. It's great.
Yeah, so I was thinking Phone Booth. I'd say more so they're just looking at like Hitchcock in general.
Right.
That kind of sick. He's like, you're stuck in a room with a dangerous thing.
Well, yeah, Phone Booth is my favorite Hitchcock movie.
Well, you know, I thought it was going to be her like stuck at the desk with the phone.
Just the way you said that, it was like Phone Booth is a Hitchcock movie. It's like, yeah, not just Phone Booth, but Hitchcock in general.
Yeah. Okay, so we established early on that the basement is like full of interns. Why doesn't he go to a
intern
major reporter? Like, the basement is the entry level reporters that haven't like broken any breaking stories or anything yet.
How do you know that she would even be able to get the story published? I mean, is it just because she published one story?
Who knows why madmen do the things that they do?
This guy's probably also really angry that the Warrior Angel movie wasn't gonna be like the comic books.
Well, that's actually what's in his story, is the truth about what happened to the Warrior Angel girlfriend in the comics.
The truth must get out. And then she's like, if I can't verify it, I can't print it. You just read
and then he takes the comic and opens it up and says, "Do you see?"
Just read it. It's right there.
Oh, so this is another...
He's a clone. Is he a clone?
I think it might be.
Because he's saying he's got a past that was downloaded into his brain, and he thinks these people in his past are real, but they're not. So he must be a clone.
Yeah. Okay, so that... Yes, because that's going to be the connection to Project Scion in the Clark plot. It all is coming together.
Is any of this related to the research that was done that used kryptonite to bring people back from the dead? Because there's no correlation between these two things?
That never happened. That happened 4 years ago. It never happened at this point.
Until they decide it matters. That B girl never terrorized the school until they want to put her in a scene and have Chloe terrorize her.
There is something funny about like how deranged Chloe seems. Like, there is a bomb under the elevator and you wasted our one phone call on Clark.
And she's got to come up with some stupid excuse. Jingle bells. Why is this Christmas episode? That was a weird shot.
How did you get all this expensive technology?
Why did you zoom into her ear like that? We get it. She's wearing an earpiece. Like, you can see it if you do a side shot of her head.
It has the opposite problem of the first Avengers movie.
What's that? We zoom in on someone's ear? What are you talking about?
No, that they're clearly not wearing earpieces at all, but they could communicate with each other halfway across the city in that movie.
That's just how good the technology got. It is time for you to die.
That comes later.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Lois.
Robert Wilde
I've
wants to know
threatened
if-
you like
did
9
Car-
times.
Did Kara also pack her amnesia from Krypton?
Yes, she put it right underneath her.
Exploding ship.
I was gonna say her surf shirt from Coast City, Krypton. But other than that, it's just like an ant farm. That was the best obvious denial. I don't know what I was talking about with Michael Rosenbaum phoning this in. His performance is hilarious.
Yeah, so I love that this is the bad guy's plot, is just have her ambush him in the back room somewhere. Tell me what you know about cloning.
Admit it. I'm a reporter and I probably have a recording device on me. Admit it. It's off the record. Do it. Lex, I know who you cloned last summer.
What was that look on his face?
Does anybody else wish this is the way he died?
I kind of wish it was.
What's the sheer number of times Lex has had a gun pointed at his face and the person has said, "It's time for the truth, Lex"? I feel like that happens a good number of times.
How many times do we have Lex in danger at this point?
This also strikes me as an episode that has an odd number of, or lack of things to count. Have we counted anything?
No, because there's no Kryptofreak.
Like, she's knocked out, but I don't know if it's convenient.
It's convenient for Lex.
This guy will probably die this episode, though, so we'll have to make sure and count that.
Yeah, this episode just exists so that annoying guy can realize, oh, I'm a clone.
Yeah, that's it. They do have a lot more threads that show up and peter out in the middle of the season than any other season.
Yeah, it's all. Are you keeping track of all of them, Cap?
That could be a whole chapter in Robert's book.
This season, instead of counting Kryptofreaks, it's counting plot threads.
So they gave both of these clones the same memories. Why?
Yeah, because they're both attempts to clone Julian.
Okay. But what way did he not work? Like,
considering that he looks like he's 60.
like, is it just he doesn't look like Julian, or he aged too fast, or like what's the? I guess he aged too fast. That must be what it was. Why? Okay, I still don't get why Lex cloned Lana. I guess we're never gonna understand that.
Do you think that Lana was the test run to see if he could do this? There's the villain death.
Was there a throw there?
No, he shot him.
Well, Robert said something about somebody getting thrown in every episode. So, like, did somebody get thrown already and I missed it?
Oh, no, he's saying we've counted a throw in every episode this season, but I don't think there has been one in there.
Not
here.
This one. They put reindeer on the Daily Planet globe.
did.
Sounds like work. What was I counting again?
The villain of the episode is
Oh,
dead.
bad
Cap.
guy death. There we go. Thank you. My brain stopped working.
Are you watching the episode?
I need food. Both of those things are pathetic. I don't know. No, he wasn't. Jimmy is not perfect. Stop it. Multiple times, may I add. They're acting like she never had the truth serum thing.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying the other in the episode where I think it's where Lana gets Clark's powers. Chloe's response there should have been, "I had the power to make anyone tell the truth, no matter what I asked, for a few hours, and it corrupted me. You have Kryptonian superpowers."
Yeah. So can I say something somewhat insensitive? If you found out that your girlfriend was a Kryptofreak and she didn't tell you what her power was, would your next move be to make out with her? Like, you have no idea what she does.
Wait.
That's bullet time.
Is the idea that he just jumped? I like this piece of music right here.
Yeah, is this still Mark Snow, or is somebody taken over the music by now?
Okay, so I don't think that was implausible, but there is a point of interest to note there. I feel like Clark would have run up the stairs. He jumped up almost like he was flying through the stairway instead.
But this is Bizarro.
I wonder. Right, but that's what I'm saying is, but we don't know that yet. Or
Yeah.
We're not supposed to know that yet. So it just makes me wonder, is like, oh, are they thinking about that?
I can see that going either way. That's the thing, is you just can't trust the writers with the show.
Yeah.
She looks almost sad that they didn't die.
Yeah, because Brady, that's what I'm saying is, he said Bizarro flies up to save Chloe because it almost looked like he flew there for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So Lex really is just a complete nut job by this point, right?
He will get more nuttier when we get to the back half of this.
Like, what are you gonna do with a cloned version of your brother? Are you gonna pretend like he never died? You gonna give him an alias? Like, what are you gonna do with that? I am the villain of this story. I am the boss of this newspaper. Oh, this is where he does that.
I mean, based on what he's done so far with the clone of Julian, that's exactly what he did. He gave him an alias, said he was an adopted brother.
That's true. That's true.
Long lost brother.
I've been waiting for that reveal. I couldn't remember where it happened.
You just kiss whoever's next to you?
That's what he's saying.
What? What if you were next to, like, Lionel Luthor?
Do you do the same thing at New Year's?
That's her New Year's party trick.
Oh, God. So wait, remind me of the history here. When did they officially break up?
Do you remember that episode where he was like, is this because of Kara? Because you and Clark.
But she doesn't need to explain this. They were dating like 9 minutes ago. So to be like, oh, but that kiss in the eye just always kiss. Like, well, they obviously still have feelings for each other. Like, there's no reason to have this conversation. I mean, you can have a conversation about like, okay, look, that was just the elevator. We thought we were gonna die. Like, this doesn't mean we're getting back. That's the conversation you have. This doesn't mean we're getting back together. That like, what she says to him is what you would say to a person you've not dated. No, that was the last superpower she had, actually. This one is completely random and has nothing to do with anything.
No, that superpower comes later when she's possessed by Brainiac.
Oh, that I don't remember.
That's the Legion episode. Is she's possessed by Brainiac and they have to come back to. The conflict is they want to just kill her, and Clark's like, no, we have to save her.
I'm going to change the title of the show later on to John Explains Smallville to Cap, The Revenge.
Because that Legion episode does that whole cutesy thing of because she's a made-up character for the show.
Yes.
The Legion doesn't know who she is because she's not in Clark's future.
Yeah. What about that thing where you're not sure your powers will kill you? Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, that's why she wanted not Vandal Savage to take out a chunk of her brain. Also, this will not come up after season 7, as far as I remember.
Well, does she lose this power somehow?
Maybe?
I bet she does.
I feel like they just don't mention it again.
Is part of this supposed to be the whole thing where she's afraid that she's going to wind up like her mom or something? Because it's weird that that's not coming up.
I mean, I'm sure that's part of it, because we are going to do another episode with her mom, I think. But I think right now it's just because the first time she used her powers was when she saved Lois and almost died.
Because, am I remembering that right? Isn't the real reason she's in the sanitarium because she's a Kryptofreak and something? She's got powers.
Oh, it's crazier than that.
I just can't remember.
Her Kryptofreak power is to control other Kryptofreaks.
That's right. That's right. And then, like, I'm assuming that's supposed to be why she's a Kryptofreak. Like, why did it take this long for her power to manifest? I just don't remember any of this.
Because the writers couldn't decide if she was or not.
Oh my god.
I don't think they actually addressed that.
What happens if you are a Kryptofreak already and you have a power you don't know about, and then you get a power and you lose that power? I guess nothing, because that's what happened with her. Brady, that will come up again in Fracture when she tries to heal Lex and she was dead for 18 hours. She loses her powers once Brainiac slowly takes over her. That's what it is. Okay, that is starting to come back to me slightly. Free Willy. I mean, Free Will.
I was obsessed with that movie as a kid.
Were you really?
I don't know if it holds up. Oh, Free Willy? Oh, man, I watched that a lot.
Wow.
But funnily enough, so I only had Free Willy and Free Willy 3. I don't know if I've ever seen Free Willy 2.
I bet you can guess what happens.
They freed Willy.
This show's great.
I love this show. Sometimes.
John, I don't know where I'm gonna flip my sign on this.
You know, I don't know if it's in the context of this whole show or this season. I kind of liked this episode.
I mean, I know we're not quite done yet, but we might as well talk about it.
Well, you just don't want to have to listen to this guy.
I don't. Ever. I'm so glad he's about to be. I will do the whole Joker, I'm glad you're dead speech.
The best part of this whole thing is, okay, so a few weeks ago I made Robert watch Power Rangers the movie and Turbo the movie. You're having the reaction of this guy that he had to Justin in the Turbo movie.
Hey guys, I'm the new Blue Ranger. Oh my god, I hate you. How many takes did it get to get you to go? It means we're breaking up. We'll see. I'm a clone, and I think that I'm Lex Luthor's.
Wait, Cap.
Yeah.
Does this make this Attack of the Clones?
Would it be more fun if they were attacking people?
Well, but the clone was attacking people with a bomb.
That's true. They should have an episode called Clone. I don't think that happens.
I would be shocked if that's not an episode of this show.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it's certainly not this season. Whereas, nope, there's no clone. Nope. Nicholas Bodo and Cap. I've been reading IDW Sonic this year. It's wonderful. I really like what I've read of that.
I've never read a Sonic comic. If they had a Shadow one, I'd read that.
I want to cancel the show.
Cap, we still have 3 more seasons.
I'm canceling Christmas this year. This episode had jack for anything to do with Christmas. Stop it. And I'm not saying that you can't do an episode like this where like it's Christmas time, but we're not doing a huge Christmas thing where it's gonna have a big Christmas moral at the end because we already made that episode. I just think you'd have Christmas stuff in the background of a couple of episodes if you're gonna do that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, like let Chloe and Clark exchange gifts or something.
Yeah, just something like the whole thing doesn't have to be about that. But why is it in the background? Like, what does Christmas have to do with this episode, story wise, thematically? Like, is there something in there I'm missing? Is it because Lex
is playing God
and wishes he had his brother, and that's what he really wants for Christmas? Like,
instead of his 2 front teeth, he just wants his brother back.
He just said brain interactive construct. Do we have to count that? Is that the first time that's been said?
Laura said Brainiac a couple episodes ago.
Yeah, but have we ever said interactive construct like that?
I don't think so. Clark, how do you know that?
Hey, he asked you a question. How did you know that?
Okay, you know why it's Christmas? Because they want it to be winter time so that it's not sunny enough for Bizarro's face to do the whole thing.
Is that all it is?
Has to be it.
You could have just done an episode where most of it happens at night. I don't know. Oh, Christmas came early this year.
But you would be thinking, what does he do during the day?
You were more worried about that than scaring him away with that time you got his powers and tried to kill people? No?
That was a different guy. It's fine.
That was a bad guy.
Oh, only in Smallville can you say, I was worried I'd scare you off by trying to kill your old best friend with your powers. And it's a different guy that just happens to look like the guy she's talking to.
So are they going to swivel the camera around and then show us his face? Are they going to do that?
I think so.
That whole thing?
I think
Here it comes.
So.
Here it comes.
Yep, there it is.
And that was just for the audience. Nothing triggered it. Da-na-na-na, da-na. Oh my God!
What triggered it was the sunlight, but it was like delayed because like his face was just in the sunlight, and then it did that.
I don't think it even was that. There wasn't a lot of sunlight there.
Is.
I don't think they did like a light effect or anything.
That's not even a good reveal because it's like, oh, okay, one episode that he didn't act any different.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give him at least they didn't retroactively say a bunch of stuff he did he was Bizarro and it couldn't have been, so that's good. But none of these things are allowed to breathe for any amount of time. We don't get to live with him for a bit and be, oh my god, like all the breadcrumbs were there. If I was really looking for it, I would have noticed that. We don't get to do that.
No, that's the biggest problem, and I think you might have had that if this had the full 22 episodes.
Maybe, or they would have just had 2 more random pointless episodes.
Yeah.
That's probably more likely, actually.
It would have been 2 more episodes with Gabriel Grant just for you, Cap.
Bully for me, then. I'm going red on this one.
I am gonna go a light green. I liked the 2 subplots, how they merged together, and I thought the being stuck in an elevator with a bomb was fun.
That was okay. I mean, I guess I'll say it for this season that it's a light red, but I don't know. I was bored. And I don't know what the point of Christmas was. Okay, Persona is the last episode we're going to do today, folks. John, do you need a break, or are you good to just finish this up here?
Just finish it up.
Finish it up, he says.
Also, screw them from naming this Persona like the famous JRPG franchise.
You beat me by
I'm sure
5 seconds.
they knew about that.
I've never played that, but I almost said
Persona
that.
5 is one of the best games I've ever played.
Really?
So good. Oh, it's so good.
I'm not a RPG guy. Are you like a big RPG guy?
Oh, I love a good RPG.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, Mass Effect 1 through 3 are some of my favorite games of all time.
Dude, I've tried. I just suck at games like that, man. I can't figure out where the hell to go. Like, I'm bad. I'm bad at it. I'm a simple man. Just throw me a 2D platformer. I'm good. All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
You guys, all of you, John, everybody else in the comments.
Hey guys, I'm the new Blue Ranger.
All right. Well, we get to finish the day by killing a character I don't like, so that's something. We're going to finish this up, and then we'll be back with you again, if all goes according to plan, next Saturday for the second half. So stay tuned. I mean, don't stay the whole week, because, you've probably got things to do in your life, but come back on Saturday, and we'll have some other streams in the interim. Here we go. Everybody, please. I'll get there. Everybody, please press play right now.
Nicholas Bodo, you're not going to know what any of this, but he loves Persona 3, SMT Nocturne, and SMT 5 Vengeance. I'm in the middle of SMT 5. I just haven't gone back to it.
You're just saying letters and things.
Because it stands for Shin Megami Tensei 5.
Oh, there you go.
Vengeance.
I've heard of that. I am the boss of the story. Now they're showing you Brainiac stuff. All the way back.
I wonder if Brainiac's going to be in this episode.
So is this going to be the part where he kidnaps Supergirl, or does that not happen until the next season? I can never remember where that happens.
I think that's next episode or next season, because that's where how they explain her disappearing after the end of season 7.
Okay, because I remember a whole thing where she gets kidnapped and she's flying and she's been trying to teach Clark how to fly, which is dumb, and then he can't chase after her, and that's why Supergirl's gone. I remember that, but I don't know where that happens. So Bizarro is officially the best at being a doppelganger of anybody in this show, but only past the first time he shows up. Because he's not acting weird. Like, he seems enough like Clark that I'm actually buying that she thinks he's Clark, which is good. But then it just shines a light on all the other times where I don't buy the doppelgangers or the people acting out of character or whatever. That's only because of a stupid series Bible, though, Lana. That's the only reason.
That's not yet, Cap. That's later.
What do you mean?
You almost called her Lois.
Oh yeah, right. Because it's no flights, no tights, and she's like, as far as I know, you don't have that power. And I'm like, well, that's just because the writers said that it can't. That's the only reason. Discussing topic says the kidnapping of Supergirl's in the back half. Okay, I thought that was the season.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember. Yeah, because now that we know, it's not even winter anymore.
It turned into another season overnight. What I've always liked about the
like
Christmas
immediately
season,
after they reveal it, he just starts acting like Bizarro again.
like a 24 villain. I've
I've never seen that show.
I've always appreciated that the day after Christmas, when you get a white Christmas, immediately you get April showers. I was like that.
Well, it's funny because that is kind of Indiana weather. Like, it'll be snowy one day and next it kind of looks like spring. But I don't know if that's how it is in Kansas, of all places.
Not during that season. It is like that during the like later winter months into spring, where like you cannot dress for success. You'll get up in the morning and you'll need a coat, and then you'll come back from work and you're wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Like that does happen.
Brady says it's been a couple weeks. He's been living with Lana for a month. But even then, so it's a month. They said early Christmas, so it wasn't quite December 25th. This would be early to mid-January.
It looks like it's
not going to look like
April.
April.
It's not. No, it's not going to look like that.
Meanwhile, at the cloning facility on Camino.
Wow, this cloning facility looks oddly like Lionel's office. Well, at least we get Marsters again. Like, I guess that'll be fun.
Nicholas Bodo, hey John, you played any Final Fantasy games? I've played a lot of Final Fantasy games. I've even played the first Final Fantasy game. It was alright.
Is this the most episodes in a season that Terrence Stamp has voiced Jor-El? Like, I feel like he's been here a weird amount.
Maybe?
It's already 3 or 4 out of 10 episodes. That seems unusual.
I don't remember how much he's in 6.
I guess it is a decent amount, but I still don't think it's more than, like, 3.
Yeah, Nicholas, those are great. I'm also a big fan of 10, and I liked 16 well enough.
Boy, if I knew Julian was going to grow up to be this guy, I wouldn't have felt so bad about the baby killing scene.
I need you to go back and watch that scene now and be like, this is so you don't turn into Grant, whatever the heck his name is.
Grant sucks eggs. I don't know what his last name is. This does feel like kind of a season finale. Like this feels way more broken up into 2 halves than we've had before. And I'm saying that partly because I know about Veritas later, but
no, you're kind of right. Which is, so if there's one thing I will give them credit for with that, even though it's probably just because of the writer's strike. That's kind of ahead of its time. We do that more now, where you'll have like season 3A or season 3B.
Yeah, so Heroes got wrecked real bad in that second season because of the writer's strike. This was the same year. And by the way, that was the stuff that I was reviewing during this was NBC's Monday Night Lineup, because I was doing that and Chuck, and there was a time travel show that was short-lived that I really liked, and Journeyman was the name of that show. And anyway, Heroes did the same thing in its third or fourth season, where it broke it up into kind of two mini seasons like that. So that was becoming more in vogue just after this.
I don't know if we've ever talked about it, but I decided to catch up on Heroes after the fact.
Yeah.
So I watched those on DVDs that I found at like half-price books, and I finished season 1, and I got like 2 episodes into season 2, and I just got sidetracked or something. So I've still only seen the good season of Heroes.
Oh, that's good. There's no reason to watch the rest of it. I mean, 3 is bonkers and hilarious, but it's just pointless. Because that first season is a whole show. I mean, if they're not going to change if they're not going to move to a new cast, there's no reason for any more of that show.
And Kristen Couric is in a few episodes of Chuck.
She is.
I like that show a lot until season 5.
I've never seen the rest of it. I watched the first 3. And it kind of lost me by then.
3 is its peak for me.
Yeah, it kind of lost me by then. I felt like that show just could not hang on to a status quo for more than half an episode. Like,
oh, I've never had that.
Well, and to be fair, it's been years since I've watched any of that, but that's what I remember.
4 is fun because it gets Timothy Dalton.
Oh, weird. I didn't know that. And it's got Superman Returns Superman.
Yeah. He plays a great villain in that season.
The convention I met Tony Todd at, because Tony Todd's in that show, and he and I were talking about Chuck, and I think it was in its second season, and we both agreed that that show was going to get canceled that year. We were very wrong.
Well, do you know about that? Because it did get canceled at some point, and then it got brought back.
I didn't know that.
And one of the things that saves it is a Subway sponsorship.
Weird.
So in season 3 or 4, there's an entire subplot with the people that work at that discount Best Buy or whatever, and they're always eating Subway because Subway helped save that show.
That's hilarious. Was it called the Buy More?
Yes, the Buy More.
I haven't thought about this in a long time.
It's the only thing I think I've seen that I think Zachary Levi is really good in.
So now we have a weird homeless brainiac that looks like he lives in the Spawn alleyway.
So there is something kind of fun about this. I don't know if you've ever thought about this. It is James Marsters living off rats in an alleyway like Angel did when he first gets his soul in Buffy.
That's true. I wonder if they were thinking about that at all. I'm not sure why Brainiac can't figure out a better way to live right now. Like, why does he have to be doing this?
Because he's damaged.
Okay.
That's why he needs Dax-Ur to fix him, but he doesn't have a way to find him.
I'm sorry, we were talking about Chuck instead of paying attention to the show.
You know. Chuck is also how I discovered the band Cake.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because they do the theme music.
That's right.
They do a great cover of War Pigs.
Yeah, that's a big band for me and Jason.
Oh. I'm not like a huge fan, but there's 4 or 5 songs they have that I really like.
Is this the first honest to God villain team up we've had?
No, because okay, I guess it depends. Do you mean comic book villain team up or just villains that people have?
No, that's what I'm talking about. Is comic book team up where you have. I'm just saying that it's kind of a big deal maybe for fans. Oh my God, it's Brainiac and Bizarro,
Yeah,
like they're
so
teaming
this is
up.
the first big comic book villain team up, unless you count. Well, do you count Lex Luthor teaming up with Brainiac?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess you would. I guess because that's a real classic. Okay, so that's the first one, and then of course you have Lex as Zod, but that's not a team up. He just takes him like a vessel, as a vessel.
Well, I had to stop and think, because if you're not counting super villain, like comic book villains, you do have that episode where or Shawn Ashmore and Jonathan Taylor Thomas team up.
Right.
So is this the first time that he's just been run into by a memory that he doesn't have because he's Bizarro? I do like that it's Chloe that notices something is wrong.
It's convenient he hasn't had this problem yet. Good save there, Bizarro. Oh, wait a minute. That's true. I never grabbed people's arms. That was weird. So, now we're back to having to talk about the super brain thing, John, because that never comes up anymore. Like, we made a big deal early in the first season about how good he is at math, and now we're like, he never forgets anything. His mind is a steel trap. We're into season 7. I have not had that sense this whole time.
Not a sense, but more so, he's never really had to be like, oh, I forgot this.
I mean, I guess that's true. I guess it's easy to say that because they just never made that a plot point. We haven't had a lot of Lex and Lionel on screen this season.
No, we haven't. I think that's part of what makes.
Oh, did you see that? There's a thematic parallel. Did you see that? Because Julian is his exact opposite.
I appreciate the alliteration there, Grant Gabriel.
That's why I thought he was probably a comic book character.
Didn't Robert say that is a comic book reference?
No, he said it wasn't.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, wait, that's what I looked up and I found out that there were... No, wait.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe you were the one that looked that up.
Grant Gabriel is the only major reoccurring character who never meets Clark.
Oh, weird. Okay, so I may have been a little bit unfair when I said that it was really arbitrary that this is the line for Lionel, because it's not so much about morality as it is about like his obsession with family. So he's like, and like lineage and bloodline and all of that. So like, maybe the one thing he wouldn't do, the one line he wouldn't cross, would be to like mess around with his family's DNA like that.
Well, and Lionel from day one has always, it's been established, had a softer spot for Julian.
Yeah, that's true.
Like a regret. I think it is really telling that Lana kind of prefers Bizarro.
This is how she should know it's time to really move on and just go move to Shanghai and stay there. Like you're done.
Yeah. The irony of Lana telling Chloe, maybe you don't know him as well as you think. Come on now.
Yeah. We're laying it on a little thick here. Did you hear that? His personality's in a whole other universe. Like as if there was a Bizarro world.
You might say he's Clark, but a little more bizarre.
I'm going to go ahead and count that as a reference. It's close enough. Yeah, there's something wrong with you. But yeah, when I thought the idea was, I guess I'm liking that a little bit better. When I thought the idea was Lionel's drawing this moral line in the sand, where it's like, even that's too insane and far from me. I guess it's not that. I guess it's about the lineage and legacy thing.
And I think they might be more aware of what they're doing with Lana here than I give them credit for. Because she's not questioning that Clark all of a sudden wants to leave Smallville. Like, because she's getting what she wants, she's not questioning that Clark is acting different, just like Clark was ignoring all of those red flags from Lana.
Yeah, and in this case, it's actually clear to the audience that she's ignoring it. Maybe.
Yeah. That would be forgetting where you put it, Bizarro.
Nicholas Bodo, do you guys find Lionel a hypocrite? Well, of course, and that's been baked into him all the way back. Yeah.
Come on, Lana, come on.
Some odd music choice.
Yeah. It kind of sounds like something Trent Reznor would compose. I found out the other day he did the Watchmen TV show score, and I'm still not entirely curious about that show, but I want to listen to the soundtrack. I love Trent Reznor scores.
I haven't gone back to that in a long time. You're just a voice. You're never going to be on screen in the show until you're a completely different character. Whoosh.
Okay, why can't Jor-El take his powers?
Also, why is the Batman theme playing?
Oh, that looks bad.
Yeah, that's rough. Okay, so remind me, why did he lock Clark in the Phantom Zone again? Or the Phantom Zone in the fortress?
Because Clark freed Lara and Zor-El despite
right.
what Jor-El said.
I'm sorry.
But see,
I'm so
now
invested.
he's wearing the red and the blue.
Yeah. So they're doing that inside the Bizarro episodes, but nowhere else. It's like he knows he's going to fight Bizarro, so he's got to wear the other outfit. Okay, Clark, your line is time is not different in the fortress. What the hell are you talking about? I'm really questioning whether it is supposed to be true that time is different in the fortress. I'm wondering about this.
When is he ever? Oh my God, she's stupid.
You were just warned by Chloe that something was wrong with him. And I get that she was ignoring stuff because she wanted him to be who she wanted him to be.
I think the idea is just she's in denial.
But at this point, she should be like, oh, wait a minute, maybe this is the real one. Or at least he's acting differently than he was before, so something's going on. And she's only been through that 20 times.
Yeah.
No fewer than 20 times. The makeup job on Brainiac here is really good. We have a problem. Oh, now he's speaking in a lower red. So he can change that?
Oh.
He can turn that off and on?
Apparently. Boy Scout reference.
Oh, nicely done. I wouldn't have thought of that. A lot of these references this time.
I think the thing that sucks most about how Brainiac is wasted in this show is this is the best possible casting for a TV Brainiac.
Yeah. I think it'd be really funny if he looked like this, but that he still went to college and tried to do a lecture.
I like that apparently Clark's obsession with Lana is in his DNA, because the only thing that the Phantom and Clark have in common is DNA, and he immediately falls in love with the same person.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Well, and it's also that weird, creepy thing with the show where every man thinks she is the most attractive person that's ever walked the planet. Like, every heterosexual male is obsessed with Lana Lang. It's not just Clark, it's all of them. Why? Yeah, explain this. His power will increase exponentially.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, I mean, I guess that works.
Weird
okay.
that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's not bad. That sounds like good comic logic. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's anime logic. That's literally how Goku beats an enemy in Dragon Ball.
Well, what I like about that is it's the one weakness that affects them both, but in opposite ways. So that's one of the only things you could think of that would have the chance to kill them both. So, like, if Clark has it, now he's vulnerable and you could kill him. And if the Phantom has it, then he'll have too much power and explode. It's kind of cool. They're complete opposite. I like that.
Fun. Because I think later we will get gold kryptonite too.
Yes, that does happen.
And gold is like blue but permanent. I think we're also past all of the red kryptonite episodes at this point.
I'm pretty sure we use it again somewhere, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe. I couldn't believe when we got to Supergirl and they did a red kryptonite episode and it was just an episode of Smallville.
Like, we can't think of any other way to do red kryptonite. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, I don't disagree. I could see Gunn doing, if he ever does any red kryptonite or anything, I could see him looking at this. We know he's a fan of the show.
Well, yeah, because he's the only other screen thing that's done a... Well, that's not true. But he's also doing Luthor Corp instead of LexCorp.
Yeah.
That's your excuse for everything. Every time something doesn't go your way, you go, it wasn't me, it was the Phantom. Stop saying bizarre.
The bizarre behavior.
Stop, yeah, I'm not going to count it every time. Discussing topics. There's a red kryptonite episode in season 9. I thought there was another one somewhere.
Okay.
So you keep talking that season up. You don't
Chloe
even know
is
what the
the
hell's
only
in it.
smart one in this episode.
Yeah, that's true. It's like she can sniff it out. Everybody else is made stupid.
No, see, Chloe, he's wearing the red jacket and the blue shirt. Bizarro is wearing the blue jacket and the red shirt.
John, you and I should go to a convention together and cosplay Smallville Clark and Bizarro, and one of us does one color scheme and the other one flips it. And that's all we do?
Okay, so I said she was being really smart, and she was, except she just believes him that the sun does this to Bizarro, and it doesn't do it to him. That was a little easy.
Wait, what do you mean?
So he steps out in the sun and says, if I was Bizarro, like, it would distort my face. She has no way of knowing that.
Yeah, he could just be making that up. If he was Bizarro. Well, she's lucky that worked out. There are so many Kryptonian artifacts in this show. In fact, I think I was counting them, was I not?
Were we?
No. I guess not.
Because I was going to say, there's been 3 this season.
Yeah, I think I was counting them in the scripted show, and that's one of the things I left off the list here, just to not have too many things.
Sure.
But yeah, this is it's weird. It's not exactly a toyetic show, but it is a real, like, prop happy show, right? Like, there's a lot of fun things you can build. Okay, why did I think this was like a season after this?
I don't know. We've been talking about Daxter quite a bit.
I know, I thought this was later. Weird. Oh, and this is the Jimmy Olsen guy, right?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure this is movie Jimmy Olsen. That just suddenly came to me. I'm pretty sure that's who that is.
Mark McClure.
Yes, that's movie Jimmy Olsen.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I don't know those movies very well. He's also in both cuts of Justice League, but as two different characters.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, he's listed in the 2017 the Whedon cut as Ben Sadowski, and then in the Snyder cut he's Officer Jerry.
Oh yeah, I remember he got I think I noticed at least one of those cameos, but I didn't realize he had two.
I'm assuming it's the same cameo, just a different name. Discussing topics. Yeah, he's just confirming it's Jimmy Olsen from the movies.
Yeah. And see, even he gets to be something that's at least Superman related. And he's just a Jimmy Olsen. We had a Superman in the show, and he didn't get to do anything cool. And so I guess if you put it on like a wristband like that, you don't have any trouble getting it off yourself.
Apparently not. Discussing topics. He's also the older brother from Back to the Future.
Oh, I guess he is. I never noticed that.
Oh.
Yeah, he's the one that says, I always wear a suit to the office.
I love that movie.
And now it's time for exposition.
Okay, so I get the parallel here, but it is super interesting retroactively. And when you take into consideration Crisis, this is this Clark's future.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Because in that stupid Crisis event, he's going to give up his powers. And does he do it the same way? Does he have blue kryptonite?
They never say how he
Oh, they just say, I gave up my powers.
Yeah. He's just like, I gave up my powers long ago. While Lex is the president.
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous. Can we not talk about that like it counts? Like, I don't
really count it. I just thought it interesting in that moment.
Uh-oh. She hasn't picked up the jacket thing.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, because Clark was nice enough to explain that to her.
But also, at this point, I don't see why she cares.
Well, I mean, she doesn't want to date somebody that's evil. And also, he's not so attractive when she's a jigsaw puzzle.
Oh.
These are really superficial people sometimes.
This is fun. He hears her texting.
Oh, you know what? Maybe that is a newer effect they're doing. Robert asked about that earlier, because I think that's their way to be lazy and not have to do the zoom into the eardrum every time.
Yeah, I think that's what been fun if we'd been able to do the like his words are all scattered.
Yeah, and it would have been kind of needed if he had. Well, I was gonna say sort of a different power set since he's supposed to be the opposite, but I guess Bizarro still has the same powers, right?
Yeah. Honestly, if anything, I do kind of feel bad for this Bizarro. Like, he's not wrong. She's been happier with him than she ever was Clark.
He's at least really good at pretending to be a more proactive, assertive person.
Yeah.
I also love that this show is accidentally self-aware about the idea that the opposite of Clark would be a more likable, proactive person. That's really funny to me. Also, this show sort of has, like, two evil opposite Clarks. You have, like, the Earth 2, like, the Mirror Universe version, along with Bizarro. And that would have been another way to do Bizarro.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny this show lasted long enough. You got another variant on that, even though it isn't Bizarro. Like, they don't say that or anything. But...
I've seen this like a mazillion times.
Okay, I totally forgot that they actually went this far. Well, you don't understand. I love Jigsaw Man. Oh, this is nutty.
Well, because she's doing the fake out.
Oh, is it the fake out? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend to go along with him so I can get close up.
I don't trust the show, and she's kind of nuts now. So they could have done that.
Well, and it's funny because that Clark is like buying this because he did this not 2 years ago to stop Zod.
Also, we don't have those kind of trees in Kansas. I just got to throw that out there. That looks great.
Oh, God.
Oh, did you see the eyeball? See, you got to do that because these... Look, we sort of saw more of
She's an innocent victim when she's been having the time of her life for 2 weeks, for a month. Screw you, Lana. I know the truth.
Like, as much as I'm glad, kind of glad that that's a fake out, that they didn't actually go there, at the same time, I wonder if there shouldn't be a conversation about it. And I wonder if there will be, where she's like, okay, look, there is a little bit of truth to that. I do kind of wish you were more like I thought he was.
Well, I think, don't quote me on this because it's been a minute, but I believe the end of this episode is going to be, I know you say you were just like trying to lure him in, but I think you might have believed what you were saying a little too much.
Okay. Oh my god, Brainiac's gonna kill Jimmy Olsen. I did count that bad guy death because we lost Bizarro. Bizarro is just full on dead now, right?
Yes.
Bizarniac.
They did the fusion dance from Dragon Ball.
I think Steven Universe does that.
I've never seen that show.
I haven't in a long time. Oh my god, I saw that coming. Oh, he's back. He's a force to be reckoned with, John.
Oh my god.
I am kind of liking this two halves thing just because the important episodes aren't coming like so out of nowhere. It doesn't feel as padded. I mean,
this is almost what
padded,
Smallville would have looked like if it was made today under the 12-episode streaming season.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And by fired, I mean I'm going to kill you. We've only got 5 minutes left, and this guy's supposed to die, right? I'm going to be really disappointed if that person was lying to me. You're not even going to get that stake.
Yeah,
You're just going to
no.
die. Oh, here we go.
No, because I remember now. He's going to die at that dinner.
Oh, really? I thought Lex was going to just kill him right here. And then I was like, well, that would be weird. How would you get out of that? Oh, so Lionel is going to kill him? Is that what we're doing?
That I don't remember if it's Lionel or Lex. Discussing topics before. Would I do that to you, Cap?
The only way it would make sense if Lex kills him is if this was like a reverse psychology thing. It seems a lot more likely to me that he's actually trying to save him here because...
No, so I think what it is, he's going to kill him because he's hurt his feelings here, but he's going to wait to do it until he's with Lionel to further torture Lionel.
That's weird because Lionel was so like adamant that this is just the worst possible thing you could do as a Luthor. Like I wouldn't think that he would look at this guy as family at all.
So, but that's consistent. Yes, it is the worst possible thing you can do if you're Lex, but he now has his favorite son back.
And he actually okay, yeah, fair enough. Well, I'm just glad he's going to be dead.
Lex is going to kill him here because he knows if he stays alive, now that Lionel knows, Julian or Gabriel, whatever, will be the one that inherits everything.
Oh, sure. Okay. Discussing topics, would I do that to you, Cap? I don't know. Watching enough of the show, I don't trust anybody. I become a complete...
I don't care how you came into this world, you're a Luthor. Oh, here it is.
I thought when you said dinner, I thought it was gonna be like poison or something. Is it weird that Lionel
turn around on the third shot and then he shoots him again?
He shoots him again. Is it weird that Lionel's just standing directly behind him the whole time? Like it would have been so easy for him to get shot. Lex always plays pool after he's gotten someone murdered.
This really plays like it was Lionel or Lex that ordered the hit.
Oh, it definitely was. No, obviously. No, there's no mystery here.
Oh,
that's what's going on. Yeah.
I forgot about the text.
I like just how insanely controlling and wanting to be able to control the whole universe he is right now.
Yes, this is really Christmas weather, Cap.
Yeah, I've never seen this kind of a rainstorm in the middle of January. But okay.
And thank God it's raining so he could do the dramatic scream in the sky.
Yeah, you gotta have that. Oh my God. Did we have to do that, though? We have to do, like, the creepy growl thing?
Oh. It's funny. Avatar The Last Airbender has a scene like that where Zuko is, like, screaming into the rain, but it's done so much better.
Well, I'm not shocked or anything.
Is this song even like thematically relevant, or did they just pick something that has a specific like vibe to it?
It sounds kind of melancholy, and it's pretty consistent with stuff we've played in the past when Lex is real conflicted or doing something bad.
Okay, so I will give Daggins.
But I'm with you. I don't know if this has anything to do with anything.
I will give Daggins for this. The screaming in the rain calls back to Memoria, which is what he did when Lionel thought he killed Julian. Now he actually has killed Julian.
Oh, sure. That's a good point. Yeah, I forgot how exactly that worked out before. His thinking that Lex is the one that did. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's all coming back to me.
I don't know how to flip on this episode.
Once again, I'm grading a little on a curve, but I think this one's green for me.
You know, I'm gonna have to go green. I still think the Luther stuff is pretty good. I think Bizarro is stupid, but
It is,
that's consistent.
but there's some things I like about it ironically. Like I was talking about. And why did it get so dark in your place all of a sudden?
Because it's at night, and I keep forget. I didn't realize that it was so dark on camera. Where is my?
You know, that's cool. It's just like it's only like 10 to 8 here, and the sun hasn't gone down. So I was like, "What? What? Oh, I guess it is later than I thought it was."
Yeah, because it's 9 o'clock here.
But yeah, I also got to watch
the spooky vibes from the end of that episode.
I also got to watch my least favorite character get killed at the end. And that was really satisfying. Discussing topics, of course, it's green for Cat that killed Grant. Not just did they kill him, but I got to watch him get shot twice, spin around, and shot again. It was wonderful. It was really cathartic.
My favorite thing is he waited 3 shots to do the dramatic spin around, and then the guy shot him again.
Now I wish he was in the opening titles for the first 10 episodes. It would have been really funny. Well, everybody, thanks a lot for watching. So we have finished the first half of season 7, and we're going to bid you farewell and come back again next week for the rest of it. John, I'm glad we're finally back with this, man, and thanks for doing the gauntlet once again.
Yeah, no, this was fun.
Yeah, it was. I'm honestly enjoying the season more than I thought I would, but again, a lot of that is just riffing on it with you, I think.
Yeah, no, this season is a slog solo, but when you're just like talking over it and making fun of it, it's pretty good.
But we have had seasons where that was not the case, because we had a tough time with 5.
Yeah, no, the problem with 5 is there's not enough good ideas sprinkled through it, and it's not stupid enough. This is the perfect blend of here's an idea I like, but everything around it is stupid.
And some of the stupid stuff is entertainingly stupid.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thanks again. We'll see you again next week. Like I said, the plan right now is same time next week, so next Saturday, 10 a.m. And if that has to change, we'll let you know. I will be back tomorrow night with another 89 for 89 commentary, probably by myself. And in the meantime, I got to figure out what thing I'm going to do. But I'm probably not going to watch it backwards yet. I might save that. I got to figure out how to even make that happen, John.
Well, so, no, you know what you do?
What's
either
that?
the DVD, what you do is you play it, but then you rewind it like at half speed or something, and that's how you watch it backwards.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know if that's possible.
I don't either. But, you know, I could try to figure it out. Anyway, we'll see you again next time. Bye, buddy.
See ya.